out. The crowd is on its feet, and here's the finish of the Gold Cup race, and Miss Madison had won it. Miss Madison wins the Gold Cup at home. Bill Muncy from La Mesa, California. He wins the Gold Cup for the 8th time. And the victory celebration is on for Bill Muncy and the Atlas Van Lines crew.
Here's your winner of the 2019 APBA Gold Cup, Jimmy Shane and Miss Homestreet. U6, Miss Homestreet wins on home waters here in Madison for the 2019 APBA Gold Cup.
Here is your winner of the 111th APBA Gold Cup at the Madison Regatta, Jimmy Shane.
Hello, race fans, and welcome to Madison, Indiana, the site of the 76th running of the Madison Regatta and the 116th running of the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, the APBA Gold Cup. I'm Brad Luce. I'm going to be your host for the weekend. I am joined, as usual now, we're becoming old hat here, Dustin. Dustin Eccles will be with me all weekend. Our Danny Rogers will be down in the pit area with all the pit reports. And, Dustin, I want to open with an apology to all our fans out there. We were late getting on the air. I can tell you we simply had some technical issues between us and YouTube. We've got them in the rearview mirror. We are up and live. And I guess if there's good news, Dustin, nobody missed anything on the water.
Didn't miss a thing. We've been waiting for the live to come in, but we're here, and we're ready to go, and the boats are too. They're on the slings and ready.
How about that intro with the Gold Cups on the Ohio River? Did that get your blood going a little bit?
It does. Every time I see one of these new intros or any of the old footage, it's crazy. I get shivers, and the team does a great job putting all these together.
And Dustin and I waiting to go on the air. We're just pacing back and forth, but now it's done, and we're ready to go. Chip Hanauer used to say, if you had a tough time during testing or maybe things didn't go well during qualifying, that meant you were going to have a great boat race. So maybe this means everything is smooth from here on in, and we can have a great Gold Cup for 2026.
It's looking like a packed schedule. The team did a great job getting the buoys out this morning. The course is looking great. They've been scouring it, looking for any wood, any debris, and we're looking good. We're ready to go.
Well, I know you and I are ready to go, and as Dustin just mentioned, the course is set. The buoys are up and down the Ohio River. We're running on the big race course. There you're getting a look at the Ohio, looking right down the start-finish line there as we pan to our right down toward the lower end of the race course. But we're ready and looking toward the pit area, Dustin. I see a couple of cranes that have moved. We got a couple of boats on the sling down there. So as soon as our officials can give us a green light, we are going to have activity on the water. We were hoping to get a course open at 10 a.m. We didn't make it, but we're going to open with a test session as soon as we get that green light. And then it's going to be a busy, busy day. I hope you don't have early dinner plans because we might be here for a while.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think that BWR boat has been on the sling for an hour plus.
At least.
If the fans at home are chomping at the bit to get the racing going, I can tell you these teams are excited. They've been working all morning just making sure everything's ready. And I think this is one of the hardest things on a team, on a driver, is just having the downtime because you're reprocessing in your head all the things. Did I remember this? Did I remember this? And, you wear yourself down. So no one wants to get on the water more than these teams in front of us.
Yeah, and that's not just for our H1 Unlimited drivers, our Grand Prix drivers, our Jersey Speed Skiff drivers, our E3. Everybody's the same. You guys are all racers. You're all the same. You came here to do one thing, and that's race and put your boat on the water. So everybody's ready to go. I know you walked up and down pit row this morning. I took a little jaunt down there myself, and yeah, that's definitely a common theme. And nobody's thrashing, nobody's scrambling down there because we didn't get on the water yesterday. So all that was done yesterday. We're just anxiously waiting.
Exactly. Now's the time where you're second-guessing yourself. Did I remember to do this? Did I remember to do that? I've heard, obviously you can hear the Grand Prix teams firing the engines up, and I've heard multiple teams fire all morning, and I'm thinking, I hope they have enough fuel because they've been warming these things up, ready to go, just wanting to get on the water. But yeah, I think these guys are going to use every bit of the water time they have available to them this morning. And so for all the fans watching at home, you're in for a fantastic day of nonstop action.
Yeah, and that was part of the discussion yesterday. I know if we had to make a change to the schedule, which we did, where are we going to cut a little bit? And everybody's anxious for this testing time, and certainly we want to make sure we have our full qualification period because qualifying means so much now in this new race format.
It does, and having, the Gold Cup format on top of that, you really need to run well in the qualification heats. You have the two combined back-to-back lap average instead of just the standard qualifying time. So they want to go out there in testing and learn as much as they can, as fast as they can, not only for qualifying, but for the heat races.
Yeah, and Dustin brings up a really good point there. Qualifying for an APBA Gold Cup is different. Our boats will come out. They will run 3 laps, and then their qualifying speed will be the average of the fastest 2 consecutive laps. So it's got to be laps 1 and 2 or laps 2 and 3. So it's the 2 consecutive laps.
Yeah, unfortunately, many times a team will go out there and they'll set a blistering fast first lap, and then the second lap something will happen. They'll fall slightly off the pace, and then they'll pick it back up for the third lap, and their qualifying time is slow. In this new format, that's important. That's going to knock them down in the standings. So they want to put 3 really, really good laps together here and run the boat as hard as possible and take the top 2 consecutive laps for their fastest speed.
We've been coming to Madison, Indiana for 76 years. It's a big event. The community is certainly ready. I know you spent some time with the crowd and walking up and down Vaughn Drive. The vendors are all set up. The fans are here. The picnics are all set up down here with the pop-ups and the blankets and the coolers and the food. We're just missing one thing, and it's out there on the river, and we're getting close.
Yeah, we are. And, I got here at 7 a.m. this morning, and when I got here, there were already fans on the beach ready to go. The cooler's next to them, their shade set up. They are dedicated, and they are, they just can't wait for some boats to be on the water. So we're going to be on the water shortly. Like I said, the cranes are moving, and everyone looks like they're getting in place, so we're not too far off.
Yeah, I think we're getting close. I don't see our officials up here. I know they were out in the rescue sleds and just got back in, so we will wait until we see them get up on the tower, and any official word we need to get from them, we will. But meanwhile, the Madison Regatta moves forward. Last night they had the big parade. I didn't make it down there. I don't believe you did either, but I heard about it. Apparently it was as big as ever.
Yeah, I'm not usually a parade guy, but the Madison Parade is something different. I mean, there is just something about the entire community coming out together and, riding on a boat through the parade and just seeing everybody. It's unbelievable. I mean, you really can't describe it, and unless you go through it, you can't explain it to anybody because they just won't get it.
And the fans really give it up for you, don't they?
Yeah, you feel it. You go through it, and it's just you feel the love, and you just feel the community coming together. And when we got here, Thursday, there was already people marking out their territories and stuff. And when you go through, the historic town of Madison, you really get the community feeling and how everyone just loves this area. And the buildings are so cool and so historic, and the people take such great care of them, and the care for the community. It's really cool to see, and I just love seeing all the kids out there enjoying themselves.
Yeah, and you mentioned the historic community here in Madison, Indiana, and I may not be correct on this, but I think I'm pretty darn close. I believe from a square mile perspective, Madison, Indiana lays claim to the largest historic building district maybe in the country. However big it is or isn't, it's very large, and you drive up and down Main Street or get a block off Main Street on either side, there's still so much history in all these buildings. It's a great story in this town.
It is, and the buildings are so well kept. You can go a few blocks off Main Street, and the buildings look like they're just perfect. Everything, the lawns are manicured, and it's incredible. I love just driving around town and checking everything out.
At 10 o'clock this morning, when we had hoped to open the race course and come live on our live stream, we did have the opening ceremonies, and that was very well attended, as it always is. The PA announcer, Mr. Jeff Ayler, took the microphone and welcomed everybody. I got an opportunity to say a few welcoming comments on behalf of H1 Unlimited, but so did our chaplain, Jim Riley. And while he gave his usual terrific invocation to the crowd, he and I spoke a little bit before it. I thought he had a good comment that we want to pass along to all our fans. He said, we've been racing so long here on the Ohio. We've been racing from Mark Twain to Jimmy Shane. I thought it was a pretty good line.
That's pretty good. Yeah, he's always got some great sayings, and I just love listening to him. But that's one of his top ones. It's great.
Unfortunately, he cut it out of his invocation, but the PA announcers, they've picked up on it. Obviously, we just said something about it. So thank you, Jim, for your words of wisdom. And now it's just time to get boats on the river. And even when we get boats on the river, and we have a very busy day scheduled, the night's not done yet, because then at 10 o'clock, they're going to run that big barge down the middle of the river, stop it out there dead center, and we're going to have quite the fireworks show, which is another tradition here in Madison, and I can only assume on the 250th birthday of this great country of ours, it's going to be a big show.
I can't imagine. Yeah, I love this display. It's one of the best I've ever seen. And then the concerts. You know, they have the music festival here also. And my daughter told me, hey, they have Brantley Gilbert playing on, Saturday night. And she says, I wish I could be there. And I'm thinking, I'm so lucky. I'm going to be wiped out by the end of the day with all the stuff going on here, running up and down. But watching the fireworks and then hearing some great music afterwards, I can't think of a better way to spend the 4th of July than right here in middle of America. This is perfect.
Middle of America, and Old Town America and old towns on the Ohio River, they are alive, living, and well. And Madison, Indiana is a perfect example of that. Again, you are watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 APBA Gold Cup, the 116th running. It's the 76th Madison Regatta, America's 250th birthday. It doesn't get any better than that. So that's what we are doing this weekend. We just need one more piece to the puzzle. That would be boats on the water, and hopefully we're getting close.
And, Brad, I'm seeing, again, the H1 rescue boat heading back out onto the course right now. They've had a few hitchhikers along the way, and I think what that is, it's basically different team members, different officials. They want to go out and they want to check the river also, because to run this event and to run it right, it needs to be a safe race course. And Dave White and the entire rescue team, they're not going to shortcut any safety stuff. So they want to show all the other teams that it's a safe race course. So they're taking everybody out there, letting them see it, sign off on it, and I think we're getting pretty close.
And good news is, as you were talking, I looked to my left. I saw Jonathan Abbott, our chief referee, back up here on the tower. The best news I got today about us being able to put boats on the water was Jonathan Abbott came up to me this morning. He said, Brad, I want you to know for a fact I am not coming on your live stream today because, as you will remember from yesterday, he says every time you bring me on, it's because I have to explain bad news about something. He said, I'm not coming on today. And I said, I'm going to take that as really, really good news. So let's hope.
He's determined, as are all the volunteers here, to make sure this event goes off without a hitch. If we had to lose a day, yesterday's the day to lose.
Absolutely.
And basically, everything's going to condense into a tight format, and it's not going to leave much downtime. So it's going to be a busy one.
It's going to be a very, very busy day. We have H1 Unlimited hydroplanes here. We have Grand Prix America is represented here as well. Jersey Speed Skiffs are here in our E350 class, and everybody's got a spot on the schedule. So it should be wall-to-wall boats on the water once we get there.
Yeah, and looking out over the course right now, we have a slight breeze. Nothing, it's almost perfect. The temperature feels like it's down a few degrees today, so the water couldn't be better. I mean, as far as the conditions. And Brad and I don't have a great vantage point of the actual debris in the water, but from what we see, it looks better. So I think we're looking okay.
I think we're looking okay. That's the hope, and so we're staying away from the officials and let them do their job and do what they need to do so we can make that happen. And Dustin's role and my role is to hope and wish. And I hate to say hope's not a strategy, but that's what we're left with here. So we're hoping and expecting that we're going to be ready to go.
Yeah, luckily we have such a competitive field of boats, like you said before, in all the classes that are here. I mean, going up and down the beach, we have some of the fastest GPs in the country here, obviously the fastest Unlimiteds, but these H350s, I mean, I was talking to Patrick Haworth earlier, that boat is incredible. And looking at some of these smaller boats and the time and effort they put into it, most people see the Unlimited teams of the effort they're putting in, but these smaller teams are doing the exact same thing, just on a smaller scale, a smaller crew. But these boats are so well maintained. Bobby King, I don't know if you had a chance to look at his boat, but what a work of art. I mean, these things are so clean, and they're going to go out here shortly and put on a fantastic show on the river for everybody. They're working their tails off.
I go down and talk to drivers. I go down and talk to crew members and crew chiefs. And You're looking at pieces of art down there. And yesterday you corrected me. And I actually, when I watched the live stream, when I went back in the hotel last night, I happened to be watching when you made the comment. I said, we hear some GPs warming up their motors down there. And you corrected me and said, Brad, that's music. That is nothing but pure music, and correct you are.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking with some of the guys earlier, and some of the unlimited teams were trailer firing, and Jared Meyer looked up and he says, "Oh, I love the smell of Jet A in the morning." And, a mix of Jet A, some race fuel, and some methanol. I can't think of a better way to wake up on the 4th of July in America here. This is fantastic.
So that's the scene we've got going right here. We are just waiting to put boats in the water. I'm still looking to the right. I see 2 slings. I know one of them is on the U1, the BWR Racing hydroplane, the mount of Andrew Tate, with whom we spoke yesterday. And because of the way this pit area is situated and the way it slopes away from us and where the trucks are, I can't really see who that second sling is on down there. But it might be the Madison boat. It could be down as far as the FLAV-R-PAC, the U11. But either way, we've got 2 boats on a sling ready to go, and I think everybody's ready to go. We're just waiting right now.
I can just see the rescue boat off far to our left, down on the far turn number 2, and they were going really, really fast down there. And I think they were just trying to get to the other end of the course so they can show everybody the condition that the course is in. So if it's good, which I suspect it will be, hopefully, that we can get those guys back in, get the hitchhikers off, and sign off on this race course and get it going.
So Dustin Eccles and Brad Luce here. We are on the start-finish line tower in Madison, Indiana, above the start-finish line on the Ohio River, getting ready for the 116th running of the APBA Gold Cup. We are going to step away right now for just a moment for a station identification. We'll be right back.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. And as that great spot just pointed out, you are watching the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles on the start-finish line. And actually, from where we're sitting, Dustin, we got a pretty good look. We are looking right down that start-finish line. We'll have a great view to call all the action for the fans.
Absolutely. No, this is perfect. I haven't spent a lot of time up here. I'm usually down below, working on the boats and stuff. But when you guys invited me to come up here, I being up here for just a short time, and I thought, wow, this is nice. I mean, the view is spectacular. You can see everything. We have some shade up here, so I'm very, very appreciative to be up here with you guys.
Apparently, it's a little bit cooler than working on the deck of the boat.
Yeah, for sure. Not a lot of shade down there. And, these guys, they work their tails off, and most of the crew and everybody, they're getting a little older. And so it's hard to go down there and work for a full day. Even when they're not working like yesterday, they're still working like crazy on the boats.
Yeah, they are. And an interesting stat coming into our 2026 racing season. 2026 represents the youngest field of drivers that we've had on the H1 circuit in a single year since 1993.
Wow.
Yeah, and they are averaging just a little over 38 years of age. It is dropping. Obviously, we had the retirement of Dave Villwalk since last year, so I'm sure that skewed the number downward.
You threw the curve off.
That's it's kind of like what I do with the average age of the broadcast team. Yeah, but it's the youngest group of drivers we've had since 1993. And here's another good piece. The youngest driver on the circuit in 1993 was a young guy by the name of Michael Hansen. How about that?
Wow. He would love to hear you call him a young guy right now.
Yes, he would.
After a day like yesterday of roasting in the heat and working on boats, everybody, we were talking yesterday a little bit about the crew chiefs too. We have a couple of young crew chiefs and Trey Holt, Taylor Evans. It's nice to see some of these younger people in the sport and taking a role. And you know, some of these crew members have been around for so long, and I really appreciate how they can work with somebody so young as those two, and you know, they value their input and they really respect them, and it shows on how those boats run. So it's really my hat's off to those guys.
Yeah, it's really a good point you bring up, because we always talk about the youth movement, and we were just talking about the average age of drivers, and we got this young crop of drivers now, and we've got so many young drivers behind us in the smaller support classes all across the country, not just out in Region 10 where you and I are from, but we've got all these young drivers, but we've got younger crew members and crew chiefs that are understanding and being taken under the wing by a guy like Mike Hansen, and it's great. It's the other part of this that needs to be talked about. It's not just drivers, and we actually have a little bit of a video we've put together on feeling young versus being old in the sport of H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing. Hopefully you and I aren't featured in this, but we will find out. Let's roll that video now.
Some advice?
Yeah, there's helpful tips and tricks that they've given me over the years.
Okay.
None that really come to mind. But yeah, they're all, I mean, out of boat racing, we are all pretty close friends.
Yeah.
Talk to them on pretty basic or pretty averagely together, you know.
Just, you know, be humble and, you know, just love what you do, and share the passion with family, friends, crew, and yeah, it's been a long ride. It's crazy to think 22 years, you know, but, you know, here I am, and I still love doing it, and yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Oh God, not to do anything stupid. Be smart. I feel like I've always had good situational awareness when I race, and so not being overzealous off the start and getting a feel back for the boat. I think it's gonna come really quick for me, but be smart about it.
Yeah, just staying sharp. I mean, there's a lot that goes on. They're very physical. You got, you know, it takes a lot out of you. Like, I mean, if you look at the guys when we get out of the boats, I mean, we're wore out.
Yeah.
So, you know, do we still have the strength? What do we got to do to, you know, to stay in shape to drive one of these things? And so, yeah, I mean, first test session really tells you what you need to do and whether you need to start hitting the gym or not. So.
Because you are the oldest.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Mike is. Mike's 5 days older than me. Yeah, Mike's born on April 27th. I'm May 2nd.
Everyone said you were the oldest.
Nope, Mike is.
Okay, how does it feel to be one of the oldest now?
Fine. I feel like I'm 20. Okay. I'm old, but I'm not old. I mean, I'll hang with any of those guys any day. So sometimes I'm shocked that I'm responsible enough to have children, you know, and they're old. They're older, but yeah, it's fine. I'll take it. This I like the silver, so.
It's crazy because I don't feel old. I still feel like a kid, which is crazy. And but yeah, no, it's. I feel like I'm younger than the young guys coming in. So I mean, I guess that's good for me, and maybe that'll buy me some more years. And because I still feel like, even though I've been doing this for 22 years, I feel every year I'm still getting better. You know, it's not like you're running a ton of races and stuff, but I feel like I learn something every year. So I don't feel like I've fallen off anywhere. I feel, if anything, I feel like I've gotten better as the years have gone on.
That was a pretty good piece here in the drivers talk about that. And I want to ask you about that because I have to assume you could relate to a lot of what they just said. Maybe you can talk a little bit about your off-season workout when you were driving and how you kept yourself in shape.
Absolutely. You know, I struggled with that the whole time. And I'm a diesel mechanic by trade, and I spend a lot of time just working on trucks and stuff. But we live on properties, splitting wood. I needed more aerobic. I did more, heavy lifting stuff. But it worked out okay for me. And I think, you know, what they were talking about getting into the sport, I think I think it's having respect for the people that have been in the sport for a long time and just listening to their input. And my dad said something a long time ago that struck me, that he says, you know, you can go out there and try to show everybody how fast you are, and you know, it just takes a second to show that you don't belong in one of these boats. But there's so many good drivers that are coming up that really need a shot, and I just hope that they can take the time, learn the boats, and get that shot that they deserve.
Did you ever go to the test session the first part of the season, and as they were talking there, wake up the next morning and go, oh, I got to work some of those muscles again?
Absolutely. You know, the Unlimiteds are so physical, and it doesn't show it. And they'll say, oh, the NASCAR guys are out there for, you know, hours and hours. But there's no power steering in these things. There's 7,000 pounds, and you're going down the roughest road you could ever imagine, you know, and it's like laying under a blanket and just having somebody beat you with a bat. So you end up with bruises that you should never have, and you think, how did that hit? You know, marks on your helmet, and you're thinking, my helmet can't move, but it moves. So it's so physical. It doesn't really show it. I think some of the onboard stuff does give you a glimpse of it, and but yeah, the fans at home, it's really hard to grasp how actual physical these things are.
And now you got this nice cushy job up here. We got a little air moving. Life's good.
Wouldn't trade it for anything. I've been asked a million times this weekend, do you miss it? You going to get back in? I said, no. You know, sitting next to Brad is a pretty nice spot here with a little bit of breeze and a great view. So.
He is Dustin Eccles. I'm Brad Luce. We are going to step away for a couple of minutes for a station break. We will be back. I know I'm going to jump over and have a quick conversation with the officials. It's the 2026 APBA Gold Cup, the 116th running, and the 76th Madison Regatta. Stay with us.
without rain. But just see here.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. Day number 2 of 3 of the Morgan Foods Madison Regatta Gold Cup. As you just heard from Jordan, the U6 Goodman presents Royal Miss Madison, first boat into the water, followed by the UOO Maverick, driven by J. Michael Kelly. The Maverick boats are I put a question mark by lunch if the officials can hear me. I know we need a break, but let's hopefully we can just keep moving on, because after that will be qualifying round number 1 for H1 Unlimited, followed by Grand Prix qualifying, then H1 Unlimited qualifying round 2, heat number 2 at Jersey Speed Skip, followed by Grand Prix America. He's number 2 of 350, pardon me. And at the end of the day will be 2 heats of unlimited hydroplane racing with H1 Unlimited with 1A and 1B. That's the way it looks in order from A to Z.
I was just told by Chief Secretary Jonathan Abbott, if everything goes according to plan, they are doing a green flag at 11:30. Green flag at 11:30. Assuming everything goes according to plan, green flag at 11:30. So we're right at 10 minutes away. We're going to just got to do a quick double check, make sure everything is in order. But if everything is in order, referee Abbott will say green flag on the race course, and we will see some action on the Ohio River.
The U11 FLAV-R-PAC is in the water with Jamie Nilsen. The U6 Goodman presents Royer Miss Madison. Brandon Kennedy is in the water. Last year's champion here at Madison with a new name in 2026, Andrew Tate boat in the water, the U1 BWR Racing. On the slings is the red, white, and blue patriotic U27 Miss Apollo. Jimmy Shane, the native of Hallett Grace, Maryland, returns to the H1 board. He'll be in the red, white, and blue.
Of these hulls. And, you know, another good example, the U3, I believe, you know, that's one of the original Coors Dry boat. And I'm curious on if there's actually any parts and pieces left of the original Coors Dry in that boat. But, yeah, I mean, the boats are completely stripped down in the off season and changed and cut and modified and you know, adapted to the rules that change in the race courses and the engines. So that boat, although it's old, I wouldn't say they have any disadvantage over any other team here because that thing has been updated several times and it's a top-notch piece.
You're looking at Andrew Tate standing on the deck of the U1, the BWR Racing. I can tell you that right behind him on the dock, in fact, you can barely see it there on the left underneath the horizontal stabilizer. You saw the front end of the U-27, the Miss Apollo, get dipped in the water. So now we got 5 of our boats laying there. We've still got Corey Peabody's Tahoe Miss sitting on a sling right below us. I think they might hold because we can only run 3 at a time here. I think once a couple of them leave the dock, you'll see the Tahoe Miss come off of the trailer and get set in. But we've been waiting a day and a half for this. Everybody's ready. And on my watch, let's see what we've got. We've told, as I said, the course would open at 11:30. I got 11:26. I think we're tight.
We're getting pretty close. And they just lowered, like you said, the Apollo in the water. And that's one of the newest holes on the entire circuit, built by Wiggins Racing just a few years ago. And Bruce and his team purchased it. And what a beautiful boat. And although, for the fans at home, you look at these things and they say, well, they all look the same. They're all the same. I can tell you from firsthand that U-27 is different. They built different things into the boat. And that's where Jimmy Shane comes into the picture, because Jimmy is a master at boat setup, and he gives wonderful feedback, and he's not willing to get in there, get dirty, and change what needs to be changed for the boat. And I really believe that's why he chose that boat for this river. Light on its feet, it's fast.
Yeah, that's a discussion we need to have, because there was a lot of question after the test session about which boat of the Miss Apollos, which boat he would choose, Jimmy Shane, to compete with on the 2026 circuit. The boat you are looking at on the screen when we show it to you, as you're looking at Jimmy Shane come down the dock and walking down toward his mount, the Apollo boat that is here is not the same hull that was here a year ago. But if you remember our first race of the season last year, Guntersville, Alabama, unfortunately Dave Vilwalk was driving this particular U-27 Miss Apollo. The boat got up in the air and had a rather spectacular crash in Guntersville, Alabama. That was the last we ever saw of this particular hull. They went to the backup boat, the boat that we refer to as Sharky, and that's the boat that was run the remainder of the 2026 season by Bruce Rashford and the Apollo Racing team. But Jimmy Shane, as you said, he came out, tested both boats at the test session a month ago, and he has chosen the newer boat, the boat that we only saw one race last year. That was the U-27 Miss Apollo, and that's what Jimmy will be driving. And we were talking about boats wanting to get in the water and get going. Now we got slings on our last 2 boats right in front of us, because the sling is now on the U-40, Bucket List Racing right below us, and it still remains on Corey Peabody's ride, the Tahoe Miss. So we're going to get them all out here pretty quick.
Yeah, the Bucket List looks like they're actually taking some weight off the trailer, and it's going in as we speak. I know Dylan, I spoke with him again this morning just a little bit, and he really wants to get some more laps in this thing. The testing is one thing. You're out there by yourself, and you're on a beautiful course. The Tri-Cities course is just as good as it gets. But this is a whole different animal out here, so he really needs to get some experience. He's such an accomplished driver. He's so capable of getting this thing to the front. But you need to put it in different situations right now with several boats on the race course. Go into that turn number 1 wide open and see what it's going to do, because here's where you're going to learn. And this boat was set up, basically the way that I liked it, but he's going to have a whole different way of driving. So he's going to make some changes as the day goes on, as the weekend goes on, and this thing's going to get faster and faster and more comfortable, most importantly for him.
So you're looking at that beautiful, bright Tennessee orange, black, and silver U-40. Dylan Runne returns to the unlimited ranks, and I look for some big things, and I think our first boat is coming away from the dock. That is going to be the U6 Royer. Miss Madison is coming away from the dock. Madison, Indiana, give it up. Here comes your hydroplane, and finally Dustin Eccles. The 2026 APBA Gold Cup is underway.
We have a boat on the water, and the crowd behind us is just as excited as we are, because I can hear all the clapping and yelling, and how fitting for it to be the U6 Miss Madison Royer. It's so cool to get that boat on the water first.
Yep, they were the first boat away. They were the first boat away from the dock a year ago, and I'm not sure if he is having an issue, because he is spinning the boat around. Dustin?
They ran the boat a couple of weeks ago up in Salina, and they had some issues. they got it dialed in, but I'm wondering if he's having a similar issue right now. They changed a bunch with the boat, but those guys are so capable. Whatever Brandon felt right there, that's a good sign that he's aware of an issue, and he's going to get it right back into the pits so they can still utilize their session and get it fixed.
Yeah, he certainly figured it out really quick because he got started and was still plowing water, hadn't got it up on a plane at all, and he immediately hung a left-hand turn.
Yeah, a lot of times when the boats are trailer firing, they'll tell the driver, hit the throttle just a little bit. And basically you want to see if the engine accepts the throttle. And there's a lot of different things that go into these turbine engines that make it not accept throttle. And that might be one of the things that they need to work on just before you shut it off after your warm-up session. You want to just put a little bit of throttle into it, make sure that the turbine winds up and accepts it, and then, they have what it's called, not to get too complicated, but a bleed band. And basically that lets the air out of the turbine, and they have to do some adjustments on there to make it keep all the air inside of it so they can get it up on plane.
That might be the world's fastest black flag on the race course because they have hung the black flag out there 2 hour left, and it's because of where the Miss Madison has come to rest, and he's right in front of the dock. He's probably 100 feet off the dock, but every boat that would come out of the pit area would be aiming right at him. So it's not going to take but just a minute or two to get him out of the way. But right now, we finally got going, and we didn't get going. It was a bit of a false start.
This is going to be a short black flag, though. I think the boat's already almost to them. They'll get it turned around. The other tricky part about running here, compared to some of the other places, it's a river. It's there's current, and so coming back into the dock, you've really got to time it just right to shut everything down. And unfortunately, Brandon, when he was coming back in, he was already having a few issues, so he had to shut it off a little bit early. But the push boat is right there to him. They're going to get a line to him and get him out of the way. So we'll be underway here shortly.
Well, and in about another 10 or 15 seconds, we are going to have all 7 of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the water because Corey Peabody's mount, the Tahoe Miss, the U3, has come off the trailer. They've been on the sling for a while, and they're going to set that boat in the water between the Bucket List Racing and Corey's teammate, J. Michael Kelly, in the Maverick.
I love the colors on that boat. It looks so nice and so professional, and in the sun here hanging right in front of us, it just looks gorgeous.
And I love on the side of that boat, on the side we are looking at, you're looking at the name Miroslavac on one side of the boat. On the other side, you will see the name Chuck Thompson, 2 very, very, very famous drivers in H1 Unlimited history. We'll probably be talking about them a couple of times this weekend.
Absolutely legendary. And, David Williams wrote a fantastic book on Miroslavac, and I was able to read it, and I learned so much about his story and how cool that is. And it's definitely worth the read.
He was, and that was the big part of his entire life, was his whole escape from behind the Iron Curtain back in the day and commandeering, what was it, a DC-3 or whatever, and flew across the Iron Curtain and so forth, and claimed asylum in the United States where it was granted to him. He ended up becoming a private pilot for a guy named Bill Boeing. Pretty good stuff.
What a story.
And his goal in life was to drive the Wahoo hydroplane and win the President's Cup, because at that time, the President's Cup was awarded to the winner by the President of the United States, which at the time was Dwight Eisenhower. And he really wanted to meet the President, so he really wanted to win that race so he could thank the President personally for granting him asylum in the great country that we live in, the United States of America. And then, of course, because he came from behind the Iron Curtain, they weren't going to let that happen. They weren't going to let him go to the White House because of security reasons. And Senator Jackson from the state of Washington stepped up and said, no, this is a good guy. You got to do it.
He has earned it.
He has earned it, and he got his audience with the President of the United States, and he received the trophy from him. But Miroslavac, in boat racing, forget that whole part of the story. In boat racing, he was bigger than life.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely bigger than life.
Doesn't come any better. And it looks like J. Michael Kelly is just ready to get in his boat. He's got the umbrella over him. He's just waiting for the course to go green, and we're going green.
We are green, and I think the 11 is ready as well. We can run up to 3 boats at a time during a test session, and I think the lid's just about down on Jamie Nilsen.
Yeah, Jamie is getting ready to pull away the 40 and the 3.
It's going to be the one. I think it's going to be the one come out first. I think Andrew says, you know what, I'm ready to go. We're gonna head out. Fans, you and I are trying to look over the trucks and see it, and we got a great view on the live stream. We could see all of a sudden the nose of BWR Racing, the U1, our defending national high points champion, and Andrew Tate. So now I think we're underway, Mr. Eccles.
Absolutely. That's an absolutely beautiful boat. Also one of the newest boats. Dale Van Weergen put this boat together years ago, and it's great to see it on the water. And when this thing was debuted a few years back, it doesn't come any faster. And Andrew will tell you, this is the best thing he's ever driven. So on this race course, with these tight turns, trying to get through the rough stuff, I don't think Andrew would trade anyone here for this boat.
Well, and when we spoke to him yesterday, he kind of alluded to that, because I was talking to him about the marriage, if you will, between him and this hull, and he kind of got that sly grin that Andrew can put on, and you could tell he loves this hydroplane.
Yeah, the team that he has behind him, you know, you start out with a great boat. They've got a great engine package. The propellers are top-notch. And then the knowledge that comes with it, with Mike Hansen and all the people. They've got Danny Walters on their team. They've got some of the most talented people around. So, you know, he's feeling pretty confident coming into this weekend, and that's what you need. You got to start the weekend off like that.
And for the first time in a couple of years, he gets to go underneath the Milton Madison Bridge.
How cool of a sight is that? That brings you right back, and we're back on the race course that really, you know, it should be here in Madison to see the boats coming full song under the bridge, side by side. And with this new format, we're going to see some boats side by side coming down to make the start.
Do you ever worry about the piling on the bridge when you're going up the back chute? Do you ever get on an outside lane and go, you know, I am kind of close?
You know, a few times I did think about that. My first time going under the bridge, I asked somebody, I said, do you know which side of the pilings you need to go on? And they said, you'll figure it out, trust me. And right away you do.
Well, you know, we used to run boats outside piling.
Yeah, they've got more guts than I do.
So across the start-finish line, Andrew Tate just getting reacquainted with the big race course. He goes, I remember this. I know how this works, and I would expect we will see Andrew find a little bit of throttle when he comes off the lower end this time.
Yeah, just keeping it nice and tame, just checking all of his gauges, making sure everything's looking good, and then he can get the feel for the course, get some landmarks, and just know exactly where he needs to be.
And again, he is on the water, he being Andrew Tate, but he can be joined by two other boats. So if somebody else wanted to get ready and come out, they could do so, and I fully expect we're going to have a couple boats come out and join him shortly. I'm still looking down at the FLAV-R-PAC. I think they may be next up. But meanwhile, Andrew proving me wrong, not finding a whole lot of extra throttle and just having a nice joyride, enjoying the Ohio River.
And a lot of times what a driver will do, and they'll use this for the first time out, is they will go a certain mile an hour around the race course in a certain lane. And then they know exactly how long it takes to go around the race course at that speed. So when it comes time to making a start in that lane, they know exactly where they need to be at a certain point in the race course. So this might be a little homework that he's doing before it really matters.
And I don't want to try and think for these guys, but it was interesting to note he ran that on a very outside lane, to your point. This time you hear the boat coming by. He's coming by much quicker. Andrew Tate in the BWR Racing.
Boat ride looks absolutely perfect.
Entering field Billy Treats, turn number 1, cranks it to the
And
left.
he is down there now. They're from the overhead. You can kind of get an idea what lane he might be running in, and he's staying outside. But remember, that's a very, very tight turn down there, so he's going to take it wherever he likes. That first lap, that was the the warm-up lap at 104 miles per hour for Andrew Tate. This one's substantially quicker.
By my ear up here with the earphones on, it's a little hard to tell, but it sounded like he was lifting his foot at about half track, and that just shows you they are set up for all acceleration here. I'll be curious to see if he changes that as the day goes on.
Yeah, look how wide he comes off the top end of the race course. Gets hidden by the piling there a little bit, and he's going to come down fairly close to the outside course markers, and we'll get a time on this lap for Andrew Tate. Knows this river extremely well, but boy, talk about boat ride. Looks pretty good to me, Dustin Eccles.
It looks absolutely perfect. And you can hear him, he'll get the engine RPMs to a certain point, and then it just maintains. And that's him bouncing his foot on the throttle, making sure not to overspeed the engine, and they're going to find out exactly what point in the race course that happens, and they can adjust accordingly.
Got that first lap at 151, 151.062 miles per hour.
Not bad right out of the box this morning.
No.
Looks like the Royer is going back onto the trailer, so not a quick adjustment in the water. They're going to get it back on the trailer and see what's going on with that boat.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted. They were hoping that was going to be something real simple and a quick adjustment and spin it and send it right back out.
You and me both. We were on the same thought process. Oh, it looks beautiful coming down the front straightaway. Just a nice boat ride. You can see a little bit of air underneath it, but it's stable.
First lap at speed was 151. He's definitely taking a different line down to the corner this time. He was wide into that turn last time around. He's staying much tighter to the buoy row this time.
He's in that treacherous lane number 1 through there, and it's different when you're the only boat out there. But he's looking like a professional and getting it through there, and he accelerated really, really hard at the exit buoy.
Kicked it up a notch to 152.3. 152.340. He's already up and underneath the bridge. A big wall of water come off that left side skid fin at the trailing edge of that sponson.
Yeah, he's running a really tight line. I think that's the gearing they have set up for this run. So if he keeps his foot in it here past the start-finish line, this speed should be a little faster.
Dustin thinks it should be and could be a quicker one. The last one, 152.3. We'll see if he was able to step that up a bit. And he's down to the lower corner. This time he's wider than he was last time, but not wide as he was. And 153, you called it, Dustin, 153.1.
And he's consistent, too. You look at those lap times, and that's just consistency from lane 1 to lane 4. He ran, a mile an hour or two different. That just shows you how good that boat and how good Andrew is.
So he's pulled his foot now as he goes up the backstretch. He does not have to come in. He can stay on the water. I'm kind of surprised we haven't had another boat on the water to join Andrew.
I'm blown away. I see J. Michael climbing into his boat right now. The lid is down on Corey's, but I don't think I haven't seen him step into it yet. I did see Dylan Runne climb into the 40 just a little while ago, and I know Jamie's ready. I mean, he's been in there for a while.
They've got the umbrella hanging over him, trying to keep him cool here. We got boats on the water. It must be a good day because we haven't yet talked about the high heat and the humidity and all that good stuff. We've been talking boats today.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. And here comes Andrew. He's got the boat back up and running hard again.
And this is going to be his timing run for the start. So he's going to figure out how long it takes at a certain speed from the exit buoy to the start-finish line. And as we alluded to earlier, starts are going to be so important this weekend. With us, basically, what lane you're going to be in by the time you go out there to make the start. So from that lane how long it should take you to get around the race course, and you cannot mess it up. The pressure's on.
And your lane is going to be there. Even if you trail the field up the backstretch during the 1 minute period, you could still put your foot in it off a timing mark that maybe is much earlier because that lane is there for you, or it's supposed to be there. That guy down here to our left, he'll be watching that kind of stuff. But
it should be there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's one of those things in boat racing that you always say, you can't count on your lane being there. You can't count on your lane being there. This is the first weekend for the new format, so we're going to see these drivers are all fantastic. They all have a lot of respect for each other. I think you're right. I think the lanes will be there, but you definitely don't want to be late to the party because if you are, you're the only one. Everyone else is going to be on time.
When Andrew comes back to the dock here, I think it's going to look a little bit like Black Friday.
The Apollo looks like they're going to be the next boat out. The 27, Jimmy Shane leaving the dock right now.
I say Black Friday because the parking lot's going to look a little full when he comes back to the dock here. But thankfully, teammate Jimmy Shane is away from the dock. That's going to open up a little bit bigger parking space here. As you're looking at the U-27, the Miss Apollo, Jimmy Shane getting reacquainted with the Ohio River. And I would expect Dustin, he will take a lap very similar to what we saw right out of the box from Andrew Tate. He's got to go out and get himself reacquainted with the Ohio River.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm a little curious. You know, I don't know how this is going to work with the two BWR boats because the boats are so different. So I don't know if they can really change data, you know, between the two boats, where they can try two different setups early and then kind of combine them to have a fast setup, or if they're running these you know, as two separate race programs. So I'm kind of curious to see what Jimmy says. This boat, like we said, is set up totally different, so we'll see what kind of changes he makes.
And we talked about Andrew Tate coming back to the dock with a crowded parking lot. I don't know that you can parallel park one of these things, but he did a pretty good job. He hit the spot perfectly. He is back at the dock and up the backstretch. Jimmy Shane, U-27, a Miss Apollo.
Jimmy's going a little bit faster on this first lap than Andrew was, but you know, he's got a set of goals in his head that he wants to accomplish here, and he's going right after it. It looks like he's keeping it tight.
Yeah, he's rolling up there at the top end and getting reacquainted with the Ohio River. He has had some tremendous luck on this particular body of water. He is Jimmy Shane, U-27 Miss Apollo. Good to have him back too.
Looks like that boat has a little bit of a porpoise to it, and that boat is set up to get a little lighter on the water quicker. So it's going to help him down here in turn number 1 where he's coming out of right now, but it might be a handful in the straightaways.
The U-40 is away from the dock. You talked a little bit about Dylan Runne. You know an awful lot about that bright orange hydroplane. They are away from the dock. They will come out and join Jimmy Shane, who's halfway up the backstretch right now.
The fans can see the rooster tail of Jimmy Shane's and how it's jagged, it's going up and down. What that tells you is the boat is actually coming out of the water, and sometimes that's from him putting input into the canard to get the boat settled down, and sometimes it's a rear wing adjustment or propeller change, but I can promise you they're going to change that because that is not fast what they're doing right there.
And there you see exactly what Dustin Eccles is talking about. You don't see a low, long, smooth rooster tail like we saw coming out of Andrew Tate. And there you see him bounce a little bit as he gets down there toward the corner. So if your fans are wondering why we have Dustin Eccles with us, that's it right there. He knows all that good stuff. So keep it coming, young man.
Oh, this is great. I love watching Dylan, you know, get on the race course, get some time under his belt in this boat. What a great boat. He's taking it nice and easy. He's going to get a feel for the track this first lap out.
And Jimmy pulls his foot as he gets about halfway up the backstretch. Look at that first lap, however, a $1:53. So that was quicker than Andrew Tate. So this is when you as fans forget everything Dustin and I talked about.
Well, if they can get that boat ride to settle down to where it is that nice, long rooster tail, smooth, it's going to be so fast, and that's why Jimmy picked that boat. It's because he knows the potential's there. I promise you, you know, if Danny goes down there and talks to Jimmy when he gets off the boat, he's going to say, "Yep, we're going to make some changes. It's great. We're going to make some changes." So that thing's going to get really fast as the weekend goes on.
The translation of all that is that was really impressive for Jimmy Shane in that boat. And here comes Jimmy Shane across. You're looking at Dylan Runne. Jimmy Shane is coming very slowly across the start-finish line. He does so right now. Got a couple of boats out on the water.
I'm expecting Dylan to pick it up a little bit here, as he does at the exit pin of turn number 1, and he's gonna get the feel for this thing. I don't know if he's actually putting some timing marks down quite yet, but he's gonna run this course a full song and see how the boat feels.
Dylan Runne. Last drove on our circuit, 2023.
And the last boat he drove, correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, was the BWR boat that Andrew Tate is currently driving. So
that is correct.
These boats are set up, you know, quite a bit different, but he's going to make some adjustments to this and make it comfortable for him, and he looks good right out of the box.
Yeah, that BWR Racing was powder blue and white when Dylan Runne was behind the wheel of that one. But now it's Tennessee orange.
Nice line through turn number 1. Started out about lane 3, kept it on the apex buoy, and then drifts out a little bit wide. And he's got his foot to the floor. He's going to see what this thing will do.
Running up the backstretch, speaking of foot to the floor, here comes Jimmy Shane in the U-27. You're going to see his rooster tail cross underneath the camera. There it was. He came down with a good hard run across start finish line off the top end. Dylan's first lap at 128.2.
What a great view from the far end of the race course. You know, my hat's off to the drone operators. I've never seen this before, so I'm watching on the monitor here next to Brad thinking, how crazy is that? It really gives the fans a good view of that far turn, which no one ever really gets to see.
Here comes Dylan. This should be a pretty hot lap. He's running on the outside lane. Dylan Runne. He's up the front of the 40 just as he crossed start finish line a little bit, settled it right back down.
Jimmy Shane's pulled his foot once again out of the throttle. He is going under the bridge though, so I wouldn't doubt that he's going to go for another timing run, maybe in a different lane, just to see what it takes to get to the start.
Dylan Runne turned that lap at a buck 48.5. 148.5. Dylan running still pretty hard up the backstretch. There's one of your favorite views there, young man. You like that view.
Absolutely. It shows you, the current working against the boat, Dylan working the wing, doing a fantastic job, and getting ready to settle. Oh, boy, keep her down, Dylan.
That's the view we need when we want to explain the concept of a three-point hydroplane to somebody, because it's only touching the water at 3 points. Here comes Jimmy Shane hard across start-finish line. I think Jimmy's having a good time out there.
He is. And, he doesn't have a lot of seat time in this boat either. So although he has a ton of time in Unlimiteds and all boats, he's going to learn where that canard wants to be. And he said one of the biggest changes they made in testing was just finding where he wants to keep his foot on the canard to keep the boat ride, perfect. And so that first lap, it might have been him just kind of finding out where it wants to be. But they do have the adjustability with that to make a permanent change with the rear wing and the canard, and then he can adjust it in the cockpit while he's going to get the ride dialed in just for him.
You're going to see Dylan Runne go by Jimmy Shane, and radio guys have radioed to Jimmy to let him know where Dylan is, and that was that orange flash that just went past him on the left-hand side.
Dylan still has his foot to the floor. He's just trying to get some good, valuable seat time, and it's hard-earned in these Unlimiteds. The amount of effort that goes into getting some laps is it's incredible. So Dylan's using every bit of time that he has. Drifting way wide here.
See what Jimmy Shane does up there behind him. You'll see him pass by the camera view there. He's up in the corner, and he started to put his foot in it a little bit. Meanwhile, Dylan has pulled his foot as he will come down. It's the 2026 APBA Gold Cup from Madison, Indiana. It's the 116th running for the Golden Goblet, as they used to say back in the day. Got a couple of boats out on the water right now. Dylan Runne pulled his foot, but he's still going to stick out there a little bit longer.
The lid looks like it's just going down on the 0-0, the Maverick, J. Michael Kelly.
We'll look for him to be next out. Looks like Jimmy Shane is going to return to the pit area. As you look at Dylan Runne one more time, he will come off the lower corner. And maybe to your point, Dustin, just start timing a little bit how long it takes to get him from point A to point B, and those points can be anywhere he wants.
Yeah, this is a really long front straightaway, the run down to the start-finish line. Some of the race courses that we have, it's a shorter run where you really need to pick up speed at the apex or even the entrance of the turn coming down to the start, and it's so important to hit the start in full song at 0 to get out ahead of everyone. This race course, really, at the exit pin, as long as you are already at a decent clip, you can accelerate all the way to top speed by the time you hit the start-finish line. So you're seeing Dylan get a good run here.
Yeah, let's see if Dylan comes down hard. He's got to be a little careful, doesn't he? Because you just had Jimmy Shane return to the pit area, so he laid a big roller right here on the front straightaway.
You are exactly right, Brad. Hopefully a spotter reminded him of that, but he's going to cross it here.
Yeah, it's right at the start-finish line when he goes past that buoy. And he blew right across it without any issue whatsoever.
I guess the waves don't really matter when you're hanging the whole thing in the air, so he's doing a great job of...
You would have to touch the water to react to it, is what you're saying. I got you. Turn that lap at 106, but again, that was slow up the backstretch. That was a timing run, and the reason we do that for our new fans who might be watching or somebody who new to hydroplane racing, and with this entire new race format that we keep talking about, the one thing that remains unchanged is the start procedure from the standpoint it is still a clock start. The idea is to put your boat on the start-finish line right in front of Dustin Eccles and myself. When the clock strikes 0 and the boat at full song, that's J. Michael Kelly comes out on the race course in the U00, the Maverick.
Yeah, the starting procedure with hydroplane racing is a lot different than most other forms of racing. And basically, they call it the 5-minute gun or the 5-minute clock. And when they say, this is the gun, bang, or they fire the cannon, it starts counting down backwards from 5 minutes to 0. And so once the clock hits 0, that's when the actual race starts. So you'll see jockeying around, you see all the boats going all different directions, and you're looking at the race course saying, what in the world are they doing? They're all over the place. But before the start happens, you'll see them all bunch up, and they've got clocks in the cockpit, and they know what they're doing, and they got to time it down to 100th a second at 200 miles an hour.
I think we're going to get an opportunity to hear some first-hand reporting on what the water conditions are like out there. I think our Danny Rogers is standing by with Andrew Tate in the dock. Let's send it down to Danny in the pit area.
Andrew, you get one round of testing here today. What can you possibly learn in just that one round?
As much as possible, I hope. I'm a bit of a slow learner, so hopefully we got it all down there. But ran a couple laps on the outside, ran one hard one on the inside. Didn't really want to do more than that, testing. It's going to get snotty in there, the corners are tight, so low risk stuff. But a couple timing marks, and I tried out a couple different lanes, and feel the boat out, look at the gear ratio, the lights, all that stuff. Fun stuff.
How does familiarity with a course like this help when you've got a jam-packed schedule today?
It's a little bit different out here in the Midwest and the East Coast. We're used to running on rough, tight, little river courses, so I think it's awesome. The guys from out west might not like it too much. They're used to bigger bodies of water. There's a little bit of a milk pond there with some smooth stuff, so I'm looking forward to it. It's always a challenge fighting the river, just like fighting your competitors. It kind of goes hand in hand. It's both twofold, but I'm looking forward to see what Dylan and Brandon do out here. It's going to be an interesting experience for the new guys.
Speaking of competitors, Jimmy Shane got on the water just after you. He's coming back after 4 seasons. What have you seen out of him and his boat so far?
Well, I know what the AWR racing has. It's all going to be good stuff. It's all going to be competitive. And Jimmy's a shoe. He knows how to drive a boat. I've raced against him for a long time now, but I kind of told the guys yesterday, I got an open mind going into it. I have high expectations for not only myself, but for the 27, Jimmy, and the Apollo teams. We'll leave it all out on the water here today and tomorrow and see how it goes.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to thank our Danny Rogers for that report from the pit area, and kind of what you and I saw on the water. Andrew was alluding to there. He made some hard runs on an inside lane and on an outside lane, so they're going to have to run more than likely in numerous lanes, and so they want to know how the boat will respond. Finally, I was predicting the U11 might be the first boat out. They weren't, but they are on the water now. The U11 to Miss FLAV-R-PAC as they go by. Meanwhile, off the top end of the race course and underneath the bridge comes J. Michael Kelly driving the U00, the Maverick. J. Michael Kelly.
Watching J. Michael so far in his first session here, he went out fast, and he's been fast every single lap that he's been on the water. So he hasn't done any trolling laps that I've seen. He hasn't done many timing runs. So I'm looking for him to learn what he needs to learn, and then you might see him do a few slow laps and try to get some timing marks. Jamie's picking it up as we speak right now, heading under the bridge, and he's one of the best starters you'll ever see. So Jamie is going to do some timing marks. Absolutely, he's going to get some good feedback for Scott and Shannon Rainey here.
And I thought I was really going to watch the corner for J. Michael Kelly up at the top end, but now he has pulled his foot. He's moved to an inside lane, probably do a timing thing. And meanwhile, underneath the bridge, Jamie Nilsen, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC.
Jamie's off the buoys a ways. He's out there in lane 3 or 4. He's gonna run some different laps around here and see what the boat likes. And he might find himself on the outside lanes this weekend. He doesn't know right now because it all depends on qualifying and previous heat finishes. So he's one of the guys that's usually on the inside, but he might be in a different position this weekend.
That's right. And here comes J. Michael Kelly down the front straightaway with a strong run as you keep an eye on Jamie Nilsen. You see the rooster tail of JMK go by in the Maverick, but we watch Jamie Nilsen up the backstretch.
Yeah, Jamie's got a good solid boat under him, and Scott and Shannon, they've got a lot of different setups that they like to run on this river. They're very experienced about running this course and changes. And I know Scott wanted to try a few things this morning to see if they work. And we'll see what Jamie's feedback is when he gets back and see if he liked it.
First lap on the clock, buck 38. Expect Jamie will pick it up from there. Jamie Nilsen with a hard run across the start and finish line. Nice light boat ride, just dancing on the trailing edge of the spots. We were talking yesterday, Dustin Eccles, about Scott and Shannon Rainey. We were talking about the other owners, certainly Sharon and Kelly Stockland, and how exciting it would be for them to get their first win. And you and I want to make sure we're part of that party that happens. I want to be there when Scott and Shannon get one too, because that's going to be a party I don't want to miss either. And I know our fans are going, well, there goes Luce. It only took him the first day of boats on the water to say that, but one of these days it's going to happen.
I don't think you're going to find some, when they win one, you will not find anyone not at that party, because they are going to include everyone, and we know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
There's going to be a lot of tears when it happens too. There'll be tears of joy as J. Michael Kelly comes by. You hear him in the background. Here comes Jamie Nilsen one more time.
You watch J. Michael, he'll pick it up for a straightaway. Now he's currently off the throttle again, so he's finding out how long it's going to take to get from A to B. It might not be the front straightaway. He might be finding out, exit in halfway down the back straightaway, because you find yourself in a weird position where you have a certain amount of time left on the clock. You don't have enough time to go back around again, before the score up. So he needs to know exactly where he needs to be on the race course to make a good start.
So Jamie Nilsen, fast lap at 1:44.108. I'm pretty well impressed with that time, given where he ran those last two laps. He was up against the outside course marker, so he was running a pretty good sized race course.
J. Michael Kelly cutting the course right now. It looks like he might be coming back into the pit area, and Jamie Nilsen is working his way up the back straightaway as we speak. We'll see if he does any time he runs without another boat on the race course. I fully expect Corey Peabody to be getting ready to use the water time. It looks like he's in the boat, the umbrella's over him, and they're strapping him in as we speak.
And watch him pull the Tahoe Mist down a little bit, because Mike's coming in. We don't want to run boat into boat here.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit tight on the dock.
It's tricky even for an old veteran like J. Michael, but he did the smart thing.
Yep.
He went left, and he's just going to go right by Corey and say, I'll take the spot in front of you, everybody.
Yeah, he was going to come in right behind, and there was going to be some contact there, but Mike pulled the boat to the left and was able to miss it. Meanwhile, Jamie Nilsen, one more time, as Dustin said, might enjoy a little bit of time having the water to himself. See what that lap was. So far, his fastest lap has been a 1:44.
And I can pretty much tell you that there's not a boat on the leaderboard right now that is happy with that speed. They're not going to say that's good enough. They're all going to come back in, look at the data, get some downloads, get some driver feedback, and they've already got their other setup that they want to put in the boat to go out there and see what that does.
So, hold it a minute. Yesterday, you explained to me that when the GPs were testing, that was music and not noise. Now I'm going to correct you. You were a driver. You're never happy. You could run a course record 168 out there. You'd be going, okay, we got to get a little more speed through the corner. You guys, that's just the way you guys are, and that's why you're the best, and that's why you drive these things. If you don't feel that way, you probably shouldn't be in one, right?
You are exactly correct. Yeah, there's always something that you think, oh, we could change this, we could change this, and make the boat better, make it faster and stronger. But a lot of times you make that change that you know the boat needs, and it's wrong. So, you need the time to go out there and run it and try things. Looks like he's doing a timing run right down lane number 1 here, where he hopes to be.
Well, I had a very official timing system there that I know you saw as I was throwing my fingers out left and right. But since I've been coming to Madison, Indiana, and they've been going underneath that bridge, when I see the shadow go across the rooster tail, to me it's 12 seconds. So that looked very unofficial, but I had 12 seconds off the shadow of the bridge. I'll get my stopwatch out here, and I forgot to grab it. And Jamie cut the race course, went through the GP turn down there, which is, again, fully legal, and they will be able to do that during the milling period. when we come out and go racing, but we're just not going to be fighting for the lanes. That's the only difference in the start procedure, really, is that your lane is assigned. You have chosen your lane. When you leave the dock to go out for the heat racing, you know what lane you're going to be in. That's the only difference. It's still put your boat on the line when the clock strikes 0.
And what that's going to do, it's going to make the starts, it's way more important, and the drivers should be closer on the starts, but it also takes some of the stress off of the referees making a pre-race call. So you can go out there, you have some guys run the guts out of their boats, they have a finish, and then after the race is over, the referees say, well, unfortunately, this rule were broken before the start, and that changes the whole outcome. So when we are done with the race, we know what it is because, you know, if they made a good legal start, obviously didn't do anything stupid before that was obvious and against the rules, you know, we just let them race and get to watch a great boat race in front of us. So I think it's a smart thing, and we'll try it out.
And I think we can step away for just a moment because I understand Danny Rogers has an update on the Miss Madison. Maybe we can find out what happened to Brendan Kennedy and the U6 when they left the dock. Let's send it down to Danny.
The Miss Madison crew is hard at work after that failed attempt at testing. I spoke with H1 Inspector John Walters, who got into the cockpit. He told me the plan of attack is to pull the engine right now, which is what they're doing. They're going to put a new one in. Walters told me there's about a half a dozen things that could be wrong right now. They're not entirely sure what it could be. He said in testing, the engine started, there was no throttle. However, Miss Madison, that crew is optimistic that this can be fixed by the qualifying round, and that in that case, they just use the first qualifying round as testing. They're hard at work trying to get that new engine in right now.
Well, Dustin Eccles, we want to thank Danny Rogers for that report, but that didn't sound like real good news to me. We were hoping that they could, A, identify it very quickly and maybe go right back out. It sounds like there may be a little bit of an issue with identifying it.
Well, the good thing that I got out of it was they have some other parts and pieces to put towards it, though. And, you know, for a younger team that's basically getting the equipment together, it's great to hear that they're not deterred. They're going to get this thing, the engine, out of it and find the problem, and they'll put some other equipment in it, and they'll get it back on the water. So I think it's great news. You know, I'm looking at the bright side. I can't imagine any other venue that has more turbine experts on the beach than right here in front of us in Madison, Indiana. So they'll get it figured out.
And away from the dock now, you see the nose of the Tahoe Miss. I can tell you as a kid growing up, the names Maverick and Tahoe Miss were very, very big to me in my childhood as I learned to watch unlimited hydroplane racing and fall in love with the sport. I never for the life of me, when I started broadcasting in 1998, thought I would ever be talking about the Tahoe Miss and the Maverick actually on the water and racing. But there it is, the Tahoe Miss, the U3 with Corey Peabody.
Yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, it was before my time, but my dad has told me so many stories about both boats, and I love the history of it. But seeing him in front of us, and you know the way that Jimmy LeGree and all the guys who made these boats made them look, they're just fantastic. They're great on the water, and they perform great. So it's really cool to see him out here running.
So this boat had a ton of work done to it during the off season because in the final race of the season last year in San Diego on Mission Bay, Corey Peabody unfortunately got this boat upside down, and as he has said over and over and over, he got reminded of that mistake on his behalf every day when he got to go down and grind on it and work on it. He was the one who had to put the thing back together.
Unfortunately, when you fix these things, there's not a clean way to do it. So you're in your coveralls and your safety stuff, and you are grinding on itchy fiberglass and carbon the whole time. And I'm like he said, every day when he comes home, he's reminded, don't tip it over, don't tip it over. So, but you know, Corey's a warrior. He's going to be out here. He's going to put some of that behind him. He's going to make smart decisions, but he's going to run that boat as hard as possible and try to get it to the front and win another Gold Cup.
Yeah, he's got a couple of those, and so he would love to have another one, and he'll take one here on the Ohio River. So Corey's going to come slowly across start and finish line of the beautiful Tahoe Miss.
And going back to a little bit of what we spoke about at testing, you know, both of of the strong boats, they might not have been the top speeds at testing, but they had a plan under their hat, and they were testing for this event. So they're starting off this weekend with the setup that they ran in Tri-Cities in testing, and they think it's going to be fast out of the box, to where if they're close to their goal, they can just do some fine tweaks and get it, race ready, instead of having to just, throw darts at the wall and hope that something gets them in the ballpark.
Corey's giving it a little more juice up the backstretch this time. Boat is owned by Daryl and Vanessa Strong out of the Tri-Cities, Washington. Strong Racing was formed in 2020 when Daryl and Vanessa purchased two boats. And this year they run with a brand new relationship with Tahoe Unlimited. The museum operated by Stephen Hayden, and he is the one responsible for coming up with a good idea of making these boats the Tahoe Miss and the Maverick. And of course, Stephen Hayden of Tahoe Unlimited has both the Tahoe Miss and the Maverick vintage hydroplanes. He's also the sponsor of these two boats for Daryl and Vanessa.
What a beautiful boat ride. The first lap that Corey's had this thing wound up, and the boat ride looks absolutely perfect. You like to see that big, tall rooster tail turn spray in the corners, but in the straightaway where he's at right now, you want it low and long, and he's got it. So that thing is looking perfect. Also watch him go into the corner, you'll see how smooth this turn spray is. Every time the turn spray goes up and down in a big miss, the boat's either leaving the water or he's putting input with his hands into the steering wheel. And you want to go in there and put as little input in as possible. Not only does it not wear you out, but you're also not scrubbing speed with the boat. So he's looking really good right now out of the box.
Yeah, it looks really solid. We'll get a speed on him here. His first lap, that warm-up lap was at $1:35. That one's going to step it up substantially, I would think. Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington. It's south of Seattle, for those of you that don't know the geography down there. I don't know if it's down there, out there. How about that? And how about a 150.9? So that sounds a lot like 151 to me. 150.9. I think they got to be happy with that lap, but you guys are never happy. But I would think that's a pretty good run right out of the box.
Yeah, and it's hard to say right now if they're running a race setup in the boat or a qualifying setup, because you really can't drive these boats the same on a qualifying run as you can in race conditions. Although qualifying is so important to get a good foothold in the weekend, you really need to be able to race it all weekend long. So I'm curious about what setup they have.
I can tell you what setup they've got in it. They've got a pretty darn good one from a boat ride perspective. It looks really solid on the water. His first hot lap was 150.943. See if Corey might step it up just a little bit. And it steps backwards just a little bit, 150.7, so very consistent.
I know the Unlimited teams are trying to get every bit of water time that they can possibly get, but so are these other classes. Right now we're seeing the Grand Prix getting lowered into the water, so everyone is just going to be ready as the day progresses here, and they want, as soon as the officials say, hey, the water's yours, they're going to go. So it's going to be a day full of boats on the water.
Yeah, we're looking at our live view leaderboard on the left side of our screen. We're seeing there's only 17 minutes left in the Unlimited test session, which is why we've got our Grand Prix boats headed onto the river, and it's not looking like we're going to get any other Unlimiteds back out, which maybe explains the quantity of laps that some of these boats were turning while they were out here. It looks like that might be the only opportunity they're going to get.
That's going to be tough. That's going to shake up some of this the qualifying stuff, because only getting to run the boat one time, you have to learn a lot in a short amount of time. So
right.
I'm curious to see how they're going to work this out. I think my goal, if I was in this situation here, I would like to go out and run 2 or 3 laps max, get it back, make whatever changes, still have a little bit of time to, turn that thing back around, get out of the water, and go see if the changes were beneficial or if they went against us.
And the slings are not moving toward any of our H1 Unlimited, so with only 16 minutes yet to go in this opening test session, I think Corey Peabody's going to bring the curtain down on this particular session. And now he can go out and play with some timing marks. Again, for these guys, it's been 2 years since they ran on this bigger course.
It's a whole different ball game. You know, you've got that far turn down there. I had a hard time figuring it out. It's different. You know, even when you try to stay on it as tight as you possibly can, you have the current working against you. You know, it's pushing you to the inside of the course, and you're fighting a lot of different factors. So it's the more times you can go around that turn down there and figure out your marks, the better. It's a tough one.
Want to remind our fans, this is testing. We are going to go qualifying later in the day, but this is testing only, so these speeds are just going to get tossed out. These speeds are just showing you, relative to each other and to the race course, what the boat ran, but these will not stand as qualifying times. This is simply testing. We're going to go qualifying later in the day, and then it's those qualification speeds that are going to determine who runs in our heats 1A and 1B, which are going to come at us later on in the day. So, Dustin, we've got one of those rare days in unlimited hydroplane racing where we're going to have testing, qualifying, and racing all in the same day.
Doesn't get much better than that.
Doesn't get much better. Buckle up. We're going to have some fun.
Yeah, the caliber of equipment here and, you know, just these teams is incredible. So I would love to be a fly on the wall listening to some of the conversations that are going on with, you know, the feedback they're getting. And I think, you know, we're going to have Danny throughout the day down there talking to some of these guys and maybe getting some information from them. It'll be great to hear just how it progresses.
So we'll watch Corey as he goes up to the top end, and he's got plenty of time on the clock. He can stay out there as long as he wants. He can run as many timing runs as he would want, which is what I would assume he's doing now.
Yeah, he's going to do one from the far inside as he gets that dreaded lane number one, you know, draw here, and he might prefer it also. So every driver's different, but looks like he's going slow down the front straightaway. He has a buoy.
Now he goes.
Yep, he's picking a buoy and see how fast he can accelerate to the start-finish line, so he knows how wound up he needs to be to hit full side.
Well, he was a victim of that lower corner last year in the final heat. He went down there in lane number 2, and he ended up just about going inside the turn buoy down there, right about where he is about right now, and he jumped in front of Jamie Nilsen. Unfortunately, picked up a penalty, but fortunately Jamie wasn't right there, where you could have had a couple of boats collide with one another. So he knows what's down there in the corner. They all do.
Well, and my favorite angle that they were showing earlier, that drone angle of the boats coming at you going down the back straightaway, you can really see how the boats crab. You know, watching online, you say, oh, it's a straight line. That's not true. These things are crabbing, you know, 20-degree angle all the way down the straightaway. So you can really see how they track, and there's a lot of adjustment that goes into that. The skid fin, different types of fins, all that stuff.
So we just got word that J. Michael Kelly and the 00, U00, the Maverick, they were hit with an N2 violation. It really doesn't mean a whole lot to them, but that's just more information, correct? It's not bad news. It doesn't cost them, and they learned something.
This is the best time to have a violation is to learn right now. It doesn't matter. And what that is basically the weather change. You know, Brad and I have been talking all morning about how the weather's different right now. Well, what that does to the engine tuners, they have to either increase or decrease the amount of fuel going into the engine and make sure that you're not getting too much fuel to the engine, so or overspeeding the propeller. So as the weather changes, the crews are making constant adjustments to stay within the rules. The referees do a great job of keeping an eye on all that stuff and make sure everybody's playing by the same rule.
So we're going to rack some film here, I think, and we're going to go back and take a look at a pretty good-sized hop that Dylan Runne encountered. Turn number 2, we saw it and called it, and there it is right there. Looks like there was a wake right there, too, Dustin. What caused that?
Well, yeah, obviously, at the end of the chute, it's as fast as that boat's going to go, and you're changing the direction of the, you know, the boat going in. So as he's putting input into it, going left, he's changing the attitude of the boat, and he's going to learn where the boat wants wing, where it wants this and that, and he hit that wave. The scariest part about that is when he came back down and got the boat settled down, he was still crossed up on the wave. So that can upset the boat all in a whole nother way. So he did a great job, though, and that's just part of learning the boat.
We always say, and now I can ask you about this because I always make the comment when I'm broadcasting up here, boy, you got to settle that boat down before you turn it left. True statement?
Very true. Yeah, it's very easy to get ahead of yourself, and you're already thinking 2 steps ahead of, okay, I need to do this to get to this point where I want to be. But if the boat's not happy, it's not going to listen to what you're trying to have it do. So you've got to settle it down. You see the drivers use the canard going into the corners. Get the boat settled down, get it to where you can turn a little bit left, get it to lean on that skid fin, and once you got the fin hooked up in the corner, that's kind of a crutch. Then you're having the boat help you do the job. But before that happens, you got to make sure that you and the boat are on the same page.
Well, many, many years ago, the legendary Bill Muncy used to make the comment that he says, when you get good and you get good with a particular boat, you operate as one. And he used to talk about a loving relationship between the boat and the driver. He kind of romanticized the thing, but there's truth to that.
There absolutely is. I mean, you can run a boat so often that you know what that boat's going to do, before it even thinks about it. But the one thing to keep in mind is, although you and the boat can have a great relationship, you always want to have respect. You never want to think, I know what it's going to do. I've seen this a million times because that's when you get bit, and that's when most of these accidents happen or something crazy happens. But absolutely, sea time, there's no replacement for it. You need to lap after lap and see what the boat wants and make sure you just keep it happy.
Saw the H1 cameras there pick up Corey Peabody as he walked down the dock after climbing out of the Tahoe mess. He stopped at the far end of the dock, and they're going to let him drift, tow him down a bit closer to his trailer. Meanwhile, how many we got in the water from a Grand Prix perspective? I know there's 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 that I can see.
I don't see the 35 from my angle yet of Brandon Kennedy, but they might be just focusing their efforts on the U6. I'm not sure. It's tough to see from our angle. We've got a crane in the way, but I can tell you that any GP that can run right now, they're going to be on the water here shortly.
Yeah, we've got still 9 minutes left in the unlimited test session, but I think we're going to use water whenever we can because Brent Hall has got the nose pointed out on the GP 235. I think we're going to run down to the pit area, Dustin, because I think our Danny Rogers is standing by with Corey Peabody. Danny, take it away.
Corey, first time you're able to get out here on the water, it's Saturday. What could you possibly learn from that one round of testing?
Well, we'll learn a lot. We're going to learn where our fuel is. We're going to learn the changes that we made to come to this river were effective. So far they are. So we're happy with that. We'll get in, see where the fuel is at and from the tech truck, and we'll go from there.
What kind of strategy is there in terms of testing out the lanes in this water right now?
Well, a lot of it is just your timing runs. We're assigned lanes now, so it's just getting timing marks from lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. So really, that's it. But right now, it's see where we're at, see if we can turn the wake up a little bit, and we'll see what we can do.
2 consistent final laps from you. How are you gauging how the boat's running right now?
Well, what we're trying to do is just make sure that the boat's steering correctly, going through the corner correctly, the wedge on the fin's right, all that stuff. So this first test session, I wasn't really too worried about the consistency. I was more worried about the boat setup and the boat ride, and then just hearing in my ears that there's logs everywhere, log here, log there. So I'm trying to see that and avoid it. So there's more in it, and if we can get out another time, we'll see what we can do.
We'll let you cool down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny Rogers. A great discussion with Corey Peabody. Did you pick up anything interesting out of there? Pretty much what you'd expect.
No, I think he said a lot right there. He talked about the wedge, and for those that don't understand, how these boats are set up, but the skid fin, on the left side of the boat, there's a big giant piece of steel that hangs down. They can actually change the canter, the angle of the skid fin, and so you put a wedge in it. And in the corner, if you see that left sponson hiking way up in the air, you don't want that. So they'll put a little bit more angle in it, and they'll get that left side sucked back down. And that might be one of the changes that Corey's going to make here.
Well, for years, I've made a comment about that and said they would adjust the skid fin to address that, but I never knew which way they adjusted that. So good stuff.
It's tricky too, and you want the boat to be loose on the water, so you don't want to suck that left side down too much, and then it gets tough to drive also. So there's a very happy medium there, and you want to start with it not angled too much, and you want to creep up to it. But those guys have a lot of different setup and a lot of adjustability, so I wouldn't be surprised if they throw a little bit. looks like John Shaw leaving the dock right now. First GP out of the water, and his teammate Brent Hall right behind him.
I can tell you for a fact this is a very exciting moment for our Brent Hall, and I say our Brent Hall because if he's not wearing his Cool Camp Motorsports shirt, he's wearing an H1 Unlimited shirt. He does a lot of work for H1 Unlimited. I saw him down in the pit area this morning doing a lot of stuff on the social media side for us. He told us last year after San Diego, we were talking about next year already and what we were going to do, and he said, look, you guys know I'll be there in a heartbeat to help the live stream and H1 Unlimited anywhere I can, but I want to drive, and you guys got to know it. And so he's behind the wheel. He is very excited. Both of the boats on the water right now, this Cool Cat Motorsports thing, owned by Ed and Andrea Thompson. They are out of Street, Maryland. John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland. Two boats together at the top end of the race course. They look very similar. Now this is great. The colorblind guy is going to explain to you the difference. And to our fans, there is a turquoise cowling on the GP235. That's Brent Hall. And it will be the all dark blue boat that will be driven by John Shaw. Shaw's going to be the first one across the line. Then it's going to be followed by teammate Brent Hall.
Very beautiful. Both those boats are just so gorgeous. The boat that John Shaw is driving is the boat formerly owned by Mike Riddell, and that thing is fast. I mean, it's just been blazing fast. Jeff Bernard was the driver in the past, and that thing was hard to beat, so I'm really excited to see what John Shaw can do. And the boat that Brent Hall's in right now, he's trying to get some seat time in. They made some skid fin changes, and he ran it once this season already, but that thing is fast. It's no slouch, so this entire field, and when we're talking about fast boats right now, if you look slightly behind those two boats, you're going to see Greg Hopp in this pesky yellow boat, who's one of the fastest GPs ever, and I think they still hold some straightaway records, and Greg is a very accomplished driver, and he's tough to beat.
So this time, coming across the start-finish line on the outside, it is a GP235 Brent Hall. And as you said, John Shaw driving a boat that last year was that GP79, that Bad Influence driven by Jeff Bernard. That boat changed hands during the off-season and got the camera right there on Brent.
One of the big differences about the Grand Prix and the Unlimited is the Unlimited, as soon as they light and they get on plane, you don't need to get oil temps up, anything. They're ready to go. But these Grand Prix, these things are methanol-breathing monsters to where you need to get the oil temp up. So you see these guys leave the beach, and they're going to go out there, and they're going to go slow for a lap or so, maybe even 2 laps. They want to get the temps up, they want to get everything happy in the engine, and then you're going to see them start getting into it. They're on a shorter course also, Brad. I think they're running a 1 2/3 course. It's inside of the 2.5-mile legendary Madison race course.
I can tell you, we can't see it, but there is a smile on the face. There is a big smile on the face of our Brent Hall as he comes off the exit. He's moving pretty quick, and as you said earlier, that boat's fast.
It's very fast, yeah. And the more comfortable he gets in it, he's going to really show his competitiveness and his talent, because he's a very talented guy. Like you said earlier, he does all forms of it, whether it's social media, he's out meeting with kids, and he's meeting with different charities and stuff, making things happen. He's a great driver, so I'm just glad to see him get the opportunity to get out here and get a boat and showcase it in front of everybody.
Watching him again, we're keeping the camera on our Brent Hall. We're going to call him our Brent Hall.
Yeah, they made some skid fin changes. Last night they were waiting on a few parts and pieces to come in, and I talked to him this morning. I said, Brent, did the parts come in? And I was kind of a little apprehensive to bring it up in case that they hadn't. And he had a big smile. He says, no, they're here and we're ready to go. But unfortunately, his teammate John Shaw, he shut it off down at the entrance of turn number 2. He's got the lid open. So something he didn't like seeing down there. And John's a very, very smart driver. So we spoke about it in the test session. The first sign of a problem with these Grand Prix boats, you have to shut it off. I mean, you've got to shut it off because these supercharged engines will tear themselves apart if you don't. So John's a very smart driver.
Our drone guys getting a great shot there. And here comes Brent coming across the race course right now.
I would ask Greg Hopp, we'll see what Brent does here, but Greg Hopp arguably has more laps in a Grand Prix than anybody I can think of. So he'll be watching for Brent here. I'm sure his spotter's talking to him about Brent coming down across the race course and into the front straightaway, but hopefully Greg sees him.
Greg, oh boy. Yeah, and Greg got the word right there, and he pulled his foot because Brent Hall is coming right across the front straightaway and has now shut it off, and he's sitting in about lane 3 right now.
Yeah, not a good spot to be in, but
no.
You know, that's we have radio guys and radio personnel, and they can say, hey, watch out for the debris here, watch out for this. And, you know, Brent coming across the race course, he might have not known Greg was out there, but not a big deal. Greg's a very aware, conscious driver, and he's going to bring it back in.
Brent Hall in that GT235 we want to mention is got local sponsorship this weekend from H&B Tree Service. Again, the boat owned by Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Maryland. And it got quiet there for just a moment as our GP15 found its way back. That name Happy Go Lucky has been around for a long, long time, and GP15, Jerry and Greg Hopp, they are the kings of getting local sponsorship.
Absolutely.
They've always got a boat, and I wrote some of them down. They got Super Shine Detail and Tent. Bardall's on board again. The Mid-Ohio Shockers and East Central Indiana Risk Management. I was talking to Greg a couple days ago, and I said, you know, all these sponsors you got, if you want me to name them all, you got to get way out in front.
Yeah, no kidding. But, you know, they give everybody their money's worth, because if there's a chance to show that boat, put it on display, they tow it around. I mean, Jerry has been a school bus driver for years. I mean, he's great about showing the kids. You know, he'll bring the boat by and let everybody climb on it. And what a great spokesperson for the sport. He likes to get it out there.
And just a great guy.
He is.
He is a great guy. Papa Jerry, as you look right down on top.
I'm going to talk about it all weekend because I haven't been able to see these angles, and I'm just amazed at how the drones can get into these different angles from where Brad and I are. That boat that they're looking at right now is a long ways away, and what a great angle you can really see and see what he's working on and what he's got going.
That's John Shaw in the GP 135. The two boats from Cool Cat Motorsports.
On that boat, you see the Racing to Read. That's another great program that they do. They basically, all across the country, you bring boats around to different schools, and you make different challenges, and you let the students, basically, they read a certain amount, and they get different rewards, and we bring the boats by and let them check them out, let them crawl on them, let them, introduce them to hydroplane racing, and a lot of times they've never seen anything like this, and so you give the young people something to check out, something new, and get involved with this. It's really Caitlin Fanaris, I think, kind of spearheaded that. She does a great job of it.
And that's something we always talk about, but it is so very true. I always make the comment, and I will a couple of times this year, the downside of hydroplane racing, and I'm talking specifically about the Unlimiteds and Grand Prix, the downside about it is we're not as big as NASCAR. But the upside is we're not as big as NASCAR. And thus, as you were just explaining, all of these drivers, teams, owners, crews, crew chiefs, everybody is so approachable. I mean, if you could get to these kids at the autograph session, the drivers will be down on one knee having photo ops with the kids. They'll have their hero cards and get autographs on them. And I'm living proof that those things from when you were a kid can be framed and on your wall. And I have a couple of them in my office from when I was very young, and my heroes were driving a boat. I could get up to them, and I have Ron Musson on that 1962 Ms. Bardall sitting on my wall, and I'll never forget that day. So it's really a good part of our boat racing. We get to play that up, and our fans can get close to the boats, get close to the people involved. So we had an N2 violation on the U00. We got a fuel flow violation on the U3. So both of our boats from Strong Racing have heard from the officials with, I don't want to call it negative information because you're still learning.
You got to find where the line is, so you don't cross it during qualifying and racing where it really matters. So yeah, the fuel flow violation, that's a terrible one, as a tuner. The N2, overspeeding the propeller, it's not as bad. I mean, they're going to make some adjustments, maybe some gearing. They have plenty of gearboxes, but they're going to dial that fuel down just a little bit. They're going to make some changes, and I mean, it's pretty easy to go over on both of those. So they want to be well within the limits. You know, as we're looking out at the weather right now, it's cooler than yesterday. They're making a little bit more horsepower, and as you know, if we get different weather tomorrow or later in the day, that's all going to change. So they're going to set the baseline so they know what adjustments they need to make as the weekend goes on.
Yeah, and you were talking earlier about how all of that gets affected by temperature. And it's not just temperature, correct me while I'm wrong. We were cooler out in the Tri-Cities. We're obviously much warmer here, but also that humidity. It affects the engines, and you lose horsepower, gain horsepower based on all that. So to your point, you're looking for that fine line. How far can you push it and have as much fuel and push that N2?
Yeah, and you know, speaking with Adam Bradfold with Whispering Turbines, he's explained to me when I was driving, and he says, well, I'm going to turn it up a little bit. And I said, well, what does that mean? You know, what do you mean turn it up? And he says, well, basically like a quarter of a turn on the fuel control, it could be as much as 200 horsepower difference. So, you know, you're down just a little bit of power. You might just be able to just give it a little tiny bit of, you know, adjustment on the fuel flow, and then your power goes right through the roof. It's almost like, you know, if you're familiar with motorcycles, a two-stroke, hitting that power band. So you want to get it right in the middle of the power band where you're making all that power, but you don't want to spend too much fuel. Back when these engines were new, you know, you didn't worry about blowing them up because there was a surplus of them and they were everywhere. But these are older engines, and we got to keep them alive. We're trying to keep the cost down and everything, so they do limit some of the stuff. Try to keep these things living for as long as we can.
So our Brent Hall has made it back to the pit area on the GP235, the GP135 not yet. John Shaw with a long tow. He is still on the backstretch, but he is at least inside the top end of the race course, so he will come across and come through to the pit area. We've got still a couple of GP boats sitting in the water. The two boats from Richards Racing, boat owner Brian Richards, both of his boats are in the water. The GP17, the Miss Runne, and my favorite name of any boat race or any boat most anytime, anywhere, the GP10, the Freak.
Yeah.
And that's a great race team. I love Kevin Ekert. He has as much fun as anybody when you're out racing, and it's just a great race team. He's happy to be here, and the boat just has a very distinct kind of mean look when we see it on the water.
Absolutely. You know, Kevin's got so much personality, and the whole team has so much personality. You've got the crew chief, Jimmy James, getting ready to put the lid down on the capsule, and he's the guy in the top hat. You know, it's 100 degrees out here, and we're all sweating like crazy, but it looks like the 35 right now with Brandon Kennedy is going to be actually the next GP on the water. This boat is fast.
It is very fast, and he is up and away.
A lot of the Grand Prix teams and a lot of hydroplane teams try to accomplish everything with horsepower. And one thing that I really admire about the TM35 is they have a lot of aero in the boat. And you look at the different aero stuff that they're doing and making the boat ride right. And they put so much homework into this thing to get it dialed in. It's pretty impressive to me.
Talk about Brandon Kennedy and this boat being very fast. This guy has 3 Valleyfield victories to his credit. He's also won the last 3 Grand Prix events here on the Ohio River and 4 of the last 5. So if you're putting a couple of bucks down on a bet, that's not a bad one.
I have a lot of respect for Brandon and his entire family. You know, they do all aspects of it, from making the hardware to making the boats. I mean, they do it all. So I have, you know, I have to say, though, one of my favorites, obviously the GP17. It's a boat that I've driven 2 separate times. I drove it for Brian Richards. I also drove it for Rick and Sean Bridgman back in the day with Shockwave Racing. So that one is near and dear to my heart. That's a fantastic boat, and it's fast. You know, Austin won Seafair last year, and now we've got Josh Culver in it this year getting some seat time.
I am very excited to watch Josh Culver drive. Known Josh and the Culver family for many years. They're from the Tri-Cities area in Washington State. Josh is a very accomplished driver in the smaller classes. This is the big step up for him, but it's not too big for him. I think he'll be just fine.
No, very deserving. We spoke earlier about getting these younger drivers that have the skills and the want to keep moving up in the classes. I'm so glad that Josh got a shot to showcase his talent in the Grand Prix class, because this class is exciting. He loves it. You know, you see the grin when he gets out of the boat, and when he starts winning, because you know what's going to happen. It's just going to show how good of a driver he is.
Looking at Brandon Kennedy in the GP35. Prior to that, you got to look at that GP10, the Freak, and you kind of got to see that aggressive look of that hull, and it's the cowling on it. It kind of comes back and then it scoops and scallops way back underneath. It looks like it's really sharp on the back end. Just a good look as Josh Culver's going to come across, but we're still looking at Brandon Kennedy as he's running smartly up at the top end of the race course.
The Freak was originally built for the Rojas family, and Jimmy Tate actually had a hand in building that boat originally also. He was one of the first drivers for it, so a lot of his skills went into putting that thing to the front.
Got Brandon one more time.
I just love the sound of all the Grand Prix. It's great to see. Get 3 of them on the race course right now, and later on in the weekend we're going to have a full field of them out there at the same time. So how cool is that? And they're all fast boats. I mean, they're just top-notch fleet here this weekend.
Here you're going to get a good look at that Freak. There's the cowling I was talking about on that GP10. The big wool, we're going to go down and visit the bottom end of the race course, and now I think he realizes he was going a little deep. He was going, I like that other entrance smoothie down there.
Yeah, it's easier to see. It's a lot bigger, but unfortunately that is not the GP course. So he's going to stick out on the mile and 2/3. Here comes Josh Culver in the 17 lap right now. And, you know, one great thing about Richards Racing that they do is they make almost everything in-house. So when I was working with that team, we could say, you know, we need some motor mounts with a different angle, or we need this or that, and Ryan would say, yeah, no problem. And he's the owner of JJR Aerospace back in Woodinville, and they can make everything, and it's amazing. Just with a couple of clicks, he says, nah, it's not a problem. I got some people on it. So that's a team to watch in the future here.
Brandon Kennedy returns to the pit area in the GP35. I think we're going to see the same from Kevin Ekert in the GP10, which means Josh will have a little time out there by himself on the water if he wants it.
You know, Brad, the Grand Prix this weekend, I believe are they assigned lanes, or how are they going to work this out?
My understanding is they will run assigned lanes as well. And it'll be assigned lanes earned by your finish order, your qualifying speed. We will have the entire matrix that we can lay out and explain it, but that's my understanding. They will run that format, different from the H1 format in that the H1 drivers will select their lane based on points and performance. GPs will have their lanes assigned based on points and performance throughout the weekend.
Then I believe the Jersey Speed Skiffs and the H350s, I believe, are going to be fighting for lanes like the old style. We'll double check on that and make sure that we're correct. But a lot of different procedures this weekend, a lot of different classes. I mean, it's about as excited as it can get, and a lot for Brad and I to stay up on to make sure that we're bringing you all the correct information. There's going to be quite a bit coming down the pipe.
Let me explain something to you about your job here. My job is to call what's going on. You're the expert who's got to know all this stuff. We'll just throw that and deflect it. That's a good question for Dustin.
Well, I will get all the answers, and you know, I've been focused on the H1 stuff so long that I could the H1 stuff, and then, you know, my daughter back home runs a lot of the outboard stuff, and there's all different rules for all different classes, so you got to stay up on all that stuff. But, you know, for the fans at home, it's a lot to take in. So hopefully by the end of the weekend, you'll be an expert also.
I was talking to Jonathan Abbott about that, and he's just down to our left. He's the H1 chief referee, but he's also very involved with HRL, the Grand Prix circuit, and so forth. And I caught him reading the rule book a little bit on Thursday when we were just setting up, and he says, I'm really good at quoting the rule book. I just got to make sure I'm reading the right one for the right class.
Well, and, you know, Jonathan does a fantastic job. What a very tough job to be, you know, up here. It's one of those things, you know, just like a basketball referee or a soccer, but
yeah.
It's one of those that it's thankless. And no matter what you do, you don't get the credit deserved. But, you know, I want to give that whole team a lot of credit because they make the calls that need to happen, and they do a great job at just keeping the level playing field.
And, you know, a referee in any sport, that's a rough job, because you're never going to make everybody happy. And if you're going to go into it thinking that's what you want to try and do, it's not going to work, and you're not going to be successful. And I was part of the interview team that interview, Jonathan, when we started talking, and it was a great discussion. I've made the comment a couple of times. I don't know that I've interviewed many people in my career, but for that particular discussion, I don't know that I ever researched anything as hard as I did for that one. And I thought I had some tough questions, but man, he answered them. He didn't have to really stop and think. He was very clear, concise. And I remember coming away from that interview going, if he referees a race the way he answered those questions, this is our guy. And he's an impressive guy, and he's done nothing but good things for this sport.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. And one thing that makes unlimited racing so challenging to referee is the size of the course. You know, we have a 2.5-mile race course in front of us where it's hard to see the buoys at the other end of the course. And you're trying to tell if a boat changed lanes 3 feet this way, 3 feet that way. So, and it's really easy for everyone to watch online with their fantastic drone angles and the replay stuff to say, well, no, if you look right here, you can tell. But this, he's calling it as he sees it, you know, the best he can in real time and trying to get the right calls out to everybody right away. And I think he does a fantastic job. It's a very tough job, and he does it well.
He does. He does. A thankless job and handled extremely well. So we were looking at the GP 135, John Shaw. He had a rather lengthy tow across the race course. There you're getting another look at him. I'm sure it's a little toasty sitting there. He'd probably love to have a bottle of water.
I was going to say, I hope his team has a bottle of water on the dock, because he's going to be a hot one for sure.
Or I'm going to assume that those towboat drivers have got a cooler, and hopefully somebody tossed him something cool to drink for the ride back.
Looks like we have some Jersey speed skiffs being lowered under the water right now as we speak, and that's a very exciting class also. Small block V8s, you know, a rider and a passenger at the same time. It's something totally different, and they're exciting. They jump and bounce all over the place, and they're fast. They're fun to watch. It's a great group.
Yeah, they were here a year ago, and everybody, I think, fell in love with them. Have you ever driven one of those?
No, you couldn't get me one of those things.
You haven't had a ride?
No, not.
I rode in one.
No.
I rode in one, and I can tell you what the job is of that rider passenger. It is to hang on and keep your mouth shut.
They look exciting. You know, it's just, they look out of control. The guys driving them do such a great job of keeping them in control, but they look out of control. So you won't see me in one of those.
This was a long, long time ago. I was on the Ohio River. Wheeling, West Virginia. I was at Wheeling, West Virginia. Bill DeGlopper of the DeGlopper family walked. I was announcing the race, and they took a traffic girl from the local radio station out for a ride, and they told me, Brad, you got to go interview her. So I interview her, and she goes, oh, it was really exciting. She goes, I know you know all that because you've had a lot of rides in these. I said, I've never had a ride in those. Well, as soon as I got off the air with her, they came down with some paperwork and said, get ready, you're going. They didn't ask if I wanted to go, but it was fun. It was fun, and it's wild.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I guess if they don't ask you, then you don't have time to think about it. You just put the helmet on and life jacket and you get in there. But no, I've seen some incredible races, and like I said, they'll roll all the way up on their sides in the corner, and they're bouncing out of control, but they still hold their lanes. They do a great job.
They do.
They're all so even. You don't see a runaway. They're all out there, you know, running the same speed. I believe it's a 305 Chevrolet, and they just keep them the same. Small little carburetor, and they run and run and run.
And they're fast.
Oh, very fast.
They're fast. We were discussing last year in the broadcast the reasoning behind the roll cage on the Jersey speed skiffs, and we finally determined before we looked it up and got the straight answer, with a tongue-in-cheek, we decided that was to keep the passenger in the boat.
I think that's just as accurate as the real reason.
I don't think we were too far off. Oh, gosh.
No, it's a definitely fun, exciting class to watch, and I think everyone here on the shoreline and home is going to enjoy watching them. We've got a bunch of heats this weekend for them, and we're just going to keep the action going. So I see, I think, 4 in the water right now, and so we're making some good progress as we get John Shaw back to the dock, and they're going to, hopefully we can find out some updates on what's going on with all these guys. They make little changes, and hopefully his stuff was minor. And all the teams, all the drivers that are getting ready to go into the water, into the boats, they don't want to get in there any sooner than they need to, because although Brad and I keep saying how it's cooled down a little bit, it's still really, really hot. So it's all relative.
You walk forward about 8 feet, my friend, and you'll be in the sun and out of the shade, and it's going to get much hotter. So I think, Dustin, while they get these speed skiffs into the water, I think you and I are going to take this opportunity to take a quick break. We are at Madison, Indiana, overlooking the Ohio River. You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 APBA Gold Cup from Madison, Indiana. It's the 76th running of the Madison Regatta. And Dustin Eccles, it's the 250th birthday of the United States of America. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday as well because you're part of this great country of ours. So we're going to take a break and step away. Don't go away. We won't be gone very long.
Attention on the shoreline door in the pit area. We have a James Graham Brown Cancer Center wallet with some cash and credit cards belonging to Tammy Gillen. Tammy Gillen, if that is you. But again, we have it here at the judge stand. Just come up and see Jeff and I, and we'll have it for you. But again, Tammy Gillen, your wallet, your credit card, and cash are up here at the judge stand. Again, please come see Jeff and I if you have lost that. If here's you have, and see if you can get it from us. Here, we're just simply waiting for the judgment ships to be put into the water with slowly but surely being lowered in. Comes up to see. E50 radio spotter to the corral, to the radio corral, please. E350 spotter to the radio corral. E350 spotter to the radio corral, please. Thank you. Attention, electricians to the FLAV-R-PAC boat, please. Electricians to the FLAV-R-PAC boats. Electricians to the FLAV-R-PAC boat, please. Thank you. So we're expecting one of the five to come up here in just a moment. Stand by.
Attention to pit. Attention to pit. Skipper, stand by for your clock countdown. The 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 1 to the 5. Skip. Heat number 1.
Back here in Madison, Indiana, on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles. We're at the 2026 APBA Gold Cup from Madison, and right now the Jersey Speed Skiffs are on the water. They are getting ready to go racing. We are coming up on 3 minutes. 3 minutes to the start. Dustin, our boats are going to go 4 times around. I've got a roster here. You're the one with the good set of eyes. We'll let you pick them out on the water.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. So yeah, this whole class is a different starting procedure again than what we've seen before. So this is a fight for lanes class. So what they're doing right now, we're coming up on 2 minutes and 40 seconds to the start of the race, and there's no assigned lanes. So they're going to be out there jockeying for position. You're seeing the JS45 cut through the infield right now, legal maneuver back to front. And he's trying to put himself in a good position so he can get around and secure whatever lane he's looking to have.
We should be running with 8 of our Jersey Speed Skiffs out here. We've got the boat number 45, the 135, 22, the 11, 10, the 23, 72, and the 8.
Very competitive field out here today between your front runners and the boat's going to be in the back of the pack. I mean, they're all within a mile an hour of each other, so I'm very excited to see how this first heat plays out. Basically the first heat race of the weekend, and this is a good one.
So coming up on 140 to the start, and we see them crawling at the bottom end of the race course, so clearly the next time they come by, we will be racing. You got the good set of eyes, but that's unfair to sell to you. Go ahead and pick them out. Look how crowded it gets coming. And look, you talk about fight for lanes. Check this out.
So a lot to think about here. I believe that's the JS45 out front, but all the boats changing lanes, fighting for a position. I mean, one thing to keep in mind here also, these are automotive-powered engines. They need cooling. The only way to get cooling in these engines is to go fast enough to get the water sucked up through the pickup and forced through the engine. So they've really got to think ahead. You know, coming up on a minute, can these things run with no cooling for a minute?
Boy, and talk about fighting for lanes. That boat that's out there just inside the boat on the outside, he's been trying to sit in that lane, but he can't get over that wake. And if he's not careful, it's going to go away. He may throw in the towel and just move to the outside. No, now he's back going to stick his nose in. It's that mark. There's the 1 minute mark.
Trying to get a flying start. They've got it timed out. And these guys didn't get a test session earlier, so they're just doing their best guess of how long they need to take to get around this 1 2/3 course and get around to make a good start. Definitely don't want to be in the back with all these boats making the rough water, but out front, you've got a few people really fighting for that inside.
If you've never seen Jersey Speed Skiff racing, don't miss turn 1. These boats are wild on the water. There's 8 of them out there. There's 6 of them bunched together. And they're going to come down here. We're inside 15 seconds, coming up on 10 seconds until the start. They square up and start to come down to the line. We're inside 10. We're inside 5 seconds. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. The clock strikes 0, and let's go racing. Jersey Speed Skiff style on the Ohio.
Looks like Courtney Truelove in the second place. This is JS 721. 3 wide. Get the 45 in the middle. Couldn't tell who exactly was out front, but what a great start.
And see if everybody gets through clean. They might get through clean, but they may not get through dry. That's something that you don't necessarily do in this particular class of boat. Well, we got a good race coming off the corner. Got a leader out front, and he's got a pretty good lead, but the race for second is a close one. But now we've got speed coming up behind those boats. And anything can happen in this class, Dustin, as you well know. So the positions they're in now, that may change before we get across to complete lap number 1.
And look at how rough it is out there. These boats, you've got a boat in 4th place right now on the outside. Definitely has boat speed, but they were in a bad position for the start. We'll see if they can find some clean water and work their way around the outside. Work their way all the way up to 3rd place right now. Got the neon roll cage, easy to pick out.
Let's see if we can pick out this boat number as they come across. And it's a big lead right now. I believe that's like the JS45.
I think that was actually Jimmy Stewart in the JS10. The JS45 in second. The JS22, Jay Hardy in third.
And the Silver Fox.
Courtney Truelove in 4th. I think for these the boats towards the back, it's kind of a survival right now. I mean, what an aggressive, competitive class, and you really need to get a good start to get out front. You can see them just hopping all over the place in this rough water.
Yeah, you definitely want to be the lead dog in this pack.
That's probably why we saw all those guys so bunched up before the start, fighting for that inside position. And, you know, from this point on, now they have something to gauge their starts off of. I think as this weekend goes on, you're going to see the starts get more and more aggressive, which is even tough to say. So you've got Jimmy Stewart out front right now, and he's a seasoned veteran in this class. He's got a lot of laps and doing a great job finding that clean water and just getting away from everybody.
I also like the name of the boat, the Yumpanimini. And these things live up to that name, and he's got a big lead right now, but the race is for second place. And in second place currently is Sam Iwancio in the JS45. Whoa, we got big hops on the front straightaway. Boat was completely out of the water as he gets to the entrance pin. And you've had a spin on our boat in 3rd place. Is that the 22?
That was the 22, I believe, of Jay Hardy, who was one of the fastest boats in the race course, and somehow was able to keep that thing upright. There's a hole right there in the same spot all the boats are hitting. We talk about the hole in turn number 1 for the Unlimiteds, but the Speed Skiffs have found the exact same hole right in front on the front straightaway. Everyone's hitting the same spot and doing an incredible job of keeping these things upright.
We still got 2 more laps to go.
I don't know if I can take it. Talk about, testing the integrity of the hulls of these things. They look like they've got a little bit of a V bottom, but these things are not designed for rough water. So they're taking a beating. And the other thing taking a beating is the drivers. They got a whole weekend of this.
And we certainly have some family members going at it here. We got the JS10, Jimmy Stewart out front in the Up and Yemen. He's got Peg Awancio in the boat with him. And the JS45 running in second place, that's Sam Awancio and Jerry Awancio, so they're well represented in first and second place.
No kidding. Boy, what a good run for Jimmy Stewart. Just getting out in front, getting away from everybody, staying in the clean water, minding his own business. And I think that's going to be the trick to this weekend, is just keeping these things going in the right position. You get some of these numbers are a little hard to read from up on the scoring tower, but we're going to do the best we can. And 721, True Love.
Oh, and we're going to lose a boat on the front straightaway. And the JS22, Jay Hardy, who had that big hop down here and went to the inside, has moved up one spot due to attrition on the race course and working hard now to still move up another spot. I would have been in the infield to shut it off.
Yeah, I'm sure his co-pilot there, the co-driver, is saying, let's go, let's get this thing going. So definitely one of the fastest boats out there if they can get a good start in this next heat and get some clean water.
Well, the way we've got it right now, this should be our winner at Checkered Flag Flies on the inside of the race course. It is our Jersey Speed Skip, boat number 10, the Up and Yemeni, Jimmy Stewart and Peg Awancio. Second place will go to the JS45 as they come across. Good-looking boat there. Sam Awancio behind the wheel. Something with to be Jerry Awancio riding along.
Something to be said for that 45. They didn't lose any ground being behind in the rough water, so that's another really good fast boat. If they can get out front, then that might be one to watch here this next heat.
Courtney Truelove comes across in third place. They did not get the number on our fourth place boat.
It's a beautiful boat. Just the numbers are a little tricky to read. I love the metal flake green and pearl white on it. It's beautiful.
Fifth place was Mike Probola in the 11. And then the 22, they get my award, Jay Hardy and Charlie Kurz in the Silver Fox after that wild ride on lap number 2 going down toward turn 1.
I didn't know we were going to have an air show here in Madison, but they're definitely doing a good job of attempting one. Yeah, just a bunch of beautiful boats. What a cool class. I mean, it's so competitive, so fast. And when you see these guys on the beach and they're talking back and forth across each other, they're having fun. They're getting along and putting on a great show. So I love to see a class like this come together, and especially with a co-driver, because you guys give each other a hard time back and forth, and you can come back in and chat and talk about the great times that you had together. So very cool. And Jimmy Stewart, watched him race for a long time, a ton of laps in this class, and really a fun one to watch. And it showed him in that start because, that start was so aggressive, and everybody lined up and kind of driving, almost over the top of each other, but staying legal. From what I hear, I haven't heard anything different from the referees, but very exciting. If that's how this weekend's going to go, that's setting the bar pretty high, for that class. So glad to see him back in Madison this year. See, next class up we're going to have is going to be the E350s. They are in the water, getting all strapped in as we speak, and talk about another exciting class. That's going to be a fun one to watch. You've got people from all over the country here, representing and here to race on the Ohio River. The Jersey Speed Skiffs are a small block. I believe they can run a 283 or a 350, a small carburetor, and the engine rules are...
It's our E350 class. We're going to go 4 times around the race course.
Brad, one nice thing about watching this class right now is I can tell who the boats are. All the boats look a little different. The Speed Skiffs, they all have the same silhouette, the same look to them, other than boat color. But you can look out here at the different boat builders and the different designs and everything. They definitely have a different style to them. So it makes it a little easier, and the fans can pick them out a little easier.
Coming off the top end of the race course there, you've got Bobby King, I believe, on the outside.
Grant Liddycoat on the inside. Really airing that thing out, spilling the air out underneath it. I guess you got to find the limit to keep it there. I can almost hear his dad yelling out of the radio right now. We still have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, don't take yourself out of this before we get there. but all our boats are up and running.
Yeah, a good mix and variety of different boat builders on the race course and different ages. And, you know, these are just like the Unlimiteds, where you might have a boat that's 20 years old, but they will rebuild it and update it, change sponsons, widen it, do whatever to make it good. But you got Grant Liddicoat, he's up there, and basically he's protecting the inside lane. He is not going to let Bobby King get around him and get the overlap. You can tell. If he's there, nobody else can be there. So I'm anxious to see. But where's Jeff Bernard? Because look at him. He's cutting across the infield right now. I told you.
And he'll go set himself right in lane one.
One of the best. He says, you guys go down to that other end and do whatever you're going to do. I'll be right here in lane one waiting for you.
Yep. And the spotters are going to tell him right where he is. So you guys better give him an inch.
So now technically,
yeah,
Bobby King does not have to move over. But because he's a gentleman, it looks like he is going to leave Grant some room there.
And they can get around and move to the left on Jeff. Jeff is still down there slowly, but we still got 2 minutes to go. So they're going to run around again or cut somewhere, and Jeff's just going to stay down there and own lane one.
Yeah, different strategies here. We'll see which one pays off, and I'm sure they will adjust as the weekend goes by. But it looks like Grant is going to relinquish that to Bobby King, and he's going to cut through the infield.
Now here comes Grant across from back to front. This is a legal maneuver. Bobby King's going to stay up at the top end of the race course. We still got Jeff Bernard down at the bottom, and he's just crawling down there. He's to the apex buoy right now as we approach 130 to our start. There you're looking at Jeff Bernard. He's just crawling down that lower corner, and everybody knows he's there. That's the magic of motorsports now in boat racing, Dustin. All these radios. There's no secrets out here to what you're doing.
No, not at all. And I think, you know, Jeff's
good tight maneuver there.
No kidding. Jeff is smart enough to use the river current to his advantage too, to help him slow down if he wants to slow down. He knows he's got. So what you're seeing there's not a lot of room in there, and Grant doesn't really have to move over. He does now because there's not enough overlap, but once you've established yourself on the race course, you don't need to move for a boat coming up behind you. So we'll see. Boy, this could be a tight one.
It sure is. It's a tight group up the backstretch. Inside 50 seconds, coming up on 40 seconds now until our start. There's a great shot of our boats coming up the backstretch. You said not a lot of room. There's not a lot.
No, and Bobby King being on the outside, not used to that. Look at how rough the water is for these guys. But as soon as he gets overlap, he's going to try to move over if he can get a good start.
Well, he was in lane 5 coming up there, and then he was able to get overlap, and he was able to move himself into lane number 4. We'll see how they are when they come to the line. We're inside 20 seconds. 20 seconds until the start. We're going to go 4 times around. It's our E350 class. It's the 76th Madison Regatta at the 2026 APBA Gold Cup. Time to go racing. We're inside 5 seconds. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark appears to be good from here, and Bobby King was second across in lane number 4 as they go down to the bottom end of the race course. Who's going to stick there?
Looks like Liddicoat's out front.
Liddicoat is out front, but here comes Bobby King. He is on the far outside, I believe. Is that Bobby in third?
That is Bobby in second, I believe. Slight different cowling. Hard to pick up the 2 white boats. But yeah, Bobby's in second, Bernard in fourth. And
well, if King's in third, he is coming hard. Coming hard in third place.
So it looks like there's 2 red boats, but I'm hearing on the radio that's actually Patrick Howard, so I don't see
out front. So Howarth is your lead boat down to the bottom end of the race course, but he's got company on the outside. He's been passed that quick, as now it is Bobby King all by himself with the lead as they come off the corner. And he's going to start opening up a little bit of water. He's got clean water, Dustin. He's going to be able to do it.
And Bernard's coming hot on the inside, lane number 1. The E1 Let's see if he can get there before the entrance pin.
That's Bernard on the right side of your screen as they get up to the top end. There goes Bobby King. He went by it first. There's a good look at our race for second place. And it's Jeff Bernard running in third place, but he's on an inside lane. We'll see if he is able to get an advantage out of that coming off of the corner. Meanwhile, our leader, Bobby King, is going to come down the front straightaway, and he will complete lap number 2.
That's a good boat ride he's got. He's out in clean water, and he's just trying to stay ahead of everybody, stay clean. It's a long weekend. We might have a hole in Patrick Hall. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Had some weird spray coming off the sponsor. Out front. Boy, this water's rough. These guys are doing a great job of just holding on to these things. What a tremendous drive right now for Bobby.
Jeff Bernard, who was making a strong charge for second place, has now dropped off the pace a little bit. That's him on the right side of your screen there. He's on the right side of the screen. He's dropped back a little bit, but he's still in the mix. Now he's closing ground as they get up to the top end of the race course here. See if that inside lane will pay him a couple of dividends and he can make up some ground. Meanwhile, Bobby King will come down in the 242 LDC Construction. Boat riding beautifully. Our race is a little tighter for second place this time, Dustin.
Absolutely, yeah. Jeff's doing a great job. He's just waiting for his time. He's not gonna rush it. He knows it's a long weekend, but he's right there in case second place does not, he just burps a little bit, and Jeff's gonna be there.
Yeah, Jeff's right there.
There he is.
That's Dylan Goodell on the outside, boat number 40. Bernard on the inside. So there's your race right there on the screen. It's Bernard on the inside, Goodell on the outside. Bobby King is out front, but the race is for second, and there it is. And it's almost a bow, and now it is. A bow duel up the backstretch. Dustin, great racing here in our E350 class on lap number 4. This is the final time around.
This is it. Deck to deck, side by side as they enter the final turn. Bernard on the buoy line. You can see that he's holding it as tight as he possibly can, just trying to eke out every little bit of speed out of that boat. He drifts out a little bit wide to make sure he can push Goodell just out a little bit.
Yes, he did. Here comes our leader and our apparent winner. It is Bobby King, second place. Going to go to Jeff Bernard. He will come by with a lane change, a position change on the final lap at the lower end of the race course. Dylan Goodell will come home in third place in the E-Rad Racing. That's the E40.
And you've got Tony Black in fourth. I think Tony's going to be happy with that. They started, finished, and they're going to take a lot back to the trailer and learn. That's a fast boat, but just surviving the first heat on the Ohio River here, it's saying something. I think hopefully Patrick doesn't have a hole in that boat, but it did have some weird spray coming off of it. It's sitting pretty low, so you have to keep an eye on that.
Well, a couple of good races in the books for our Jersey Speed Skiffs and our E350s. And you said it. You said that Bobby King had a mighty good-looking race boat, but it's also a fast race boat. He did not break the clock. He was not first place coming out of the lower corner. In fact, I believe he was third. But he took his time. He got his opportunity. He made his move, made the most of it, came home with the victory. And then it was Jeff Bernard with a great job driving in the slop on an inside lane. But he was able to hold it together and come home with a solid second place finish.
Yeah, Jeff wasn't trying to force anything. He was just trying to let the race come to him and not trying to put the boat in a bad position. That shows you his, the years of racing he has under his belt. And Dylan did a fantastic job also. He didn't push the boat beyond its boundaries. That race wasn't his to win. It's a long weekend. So, all these guys did a great job, but those three, just putting those boats in a good position, clean water, that's smart. That's going to pay dividends in the future here. Kind of hearing that there is a hole in Patrick Hallworth's boat, so that's probably why he slowed. They're pulling him in as fast as they can. They're going to get him to the crane, get the slings ready, and they got some of the best in the business here on the dock, making sure the engine doesn't get wet, and they'll have that boat fixed for the next heat.
Yeah, they've got to be a little bit careful here. They want to bring him back as fast as humanly possible, but we've still got race boats on the water returning to the pit area, so I think now we've got it set up where our boats will stay up at the top end and they can bring him straight in. The crew, I believe, is calling for their boat. However, they're going to want him to get this damaged boat back to the pit area. Pardon?
This is tricky, Brad. In the river,
Yep.
You've got this current, and so when the boats are under power and they're coming back into the dock, you can really plan ahead. But that poor tow driver trying to pull a boat that is full of water, not balanced, and it's trying to pull you every which way but straight, and everyone's yelling at him saying, over here, over here. My hat's off to that guy, because he's keeping us cool and he's getting the boat back in a timely manner, and he's doing a great job trying to save Patrick's equipment and get him dry. He's doing a great job. That's a tough one. You can see the damage there. That's a great shot.
Yeah. You had the good eyes on that one. You picked it up. You picked up the not so good looking spray or splash coming off of that boat on the trailing edge of the right side. In fact, that's more than just the trailing edge. That's a big chunk of the deck is off of that as well.
I didn't see him make contact with anybody. I might have missed it, but that might just be rough water. We'll have to find out later and see if it's just rough water or, wow, there is a lot of boats.
Yeah. You could see some other damage there back from the sponson where the deck is lifted up.
Yeah, I feel terrible for Patrick and his team, Bruno. You know, they do such a great job in getting that boat here from quite a ways away, and it's a beautiful piece. But I'm even though it looks bad from right here, from what we're seeing, they're probably already figuring out how they can get it fixed.
Because they're racers, and that's what you do.
That's it.
You didn't come here to pack it up and head home.
There's going to be a beautiful fireworks show illuminating everything tonight. So while they're
There you
still
go.
grinding, they can see what they're doing.
I think what we're going to fold into the program here coming up next is going to be a rather brief half-hour lunch break and let our safety and rescue personnel come in and get a break. A much-deserved break, I might add. We are at 1:36. Looks like coming up at 1:45 will be that lunch break. So I believe that will be next. I'm starting to see some of our patrol boats are starting to make their way back toward the pit area.
63.
I would like to add too. Right now, the water conditions are looking great. You know, it's pretty rough for the smaller boats, but the river is holding up great, and everyone's doing a good job keeping the debris out of it. We're looking pretty good, Brad.
Yeah, it does. As our patrol boats are coming in, we're going to have a short half-hour break here for lunch. And that means, Dustin, you and I are going to get a little break here as well. We can step away from the microphones, grab something quick to eat, get another cold drink, and then we've got a real busy afternoon coming up. Let's take a quick look at that schedule. We're going to have the lunch break coming up at 1:45, which is right around the corner. Then at 2:15, we are going to go unlimited qualifying, round number 1. At 3:15, we're going to go Grand Prix qualifying. At 3:45, the Unlimiteds will take back to the water for their qualifying round 2. At 4:45, the Speed Skiffs are going to be back out for their Heat 2, followed by Grand Prix Heat 1A at 5. At 5:20, it'll be Grand Prix Heat 1B. At 5:50, the 350s will hit the water again. And then coming up at 6:10, H1 Unlimited, Heat 1A. And at 6:40, H1 Heat 1B. That is all Eastern Daylight Time. We'll keep the ticker running across the bottom of our live stream, but that's the schedule as it stands right now. Dustin, you and I get to take a little bit of a break. Let's turn off the microphones. Fans, don't go away. We will be back shortly in about a half an hour maximum, and we'll be ready to go qualify with our H1 Unlimiteds in round 1. We'll be back.
It's a little different from what you're doing. It's just slightly different. You look at this so far. You're going to be here tomorrow as well. How long you guys going to be in Madison for? Well, there's so many things to do. You know, you're going to be looking forward to it. You're going to see some more racing. And we'll tell you what, you've got a good year to watch some hydroplane racing. Both of you, welcome to Madison, Indiana, and thank you so much for being here, okay? Thank you so much to Danny here from 700 ladies. Thank you both for the fans. Welcome to Madison, Indiana.
birthday, my best Amir. Amir, happy birthday to Amir. Enjoy, okay? All right, Tate, back on the shorelines here at the 2026 Mortgage Madison Regatta, the 116th running of the APBA Gold Cup. Well, one straight right now, our favorite people, we got to the coming to the ball. Joining us here at the judges' team, we have the 2026 Mortgage Regatta. What's your name? What's a good night so far? We're going to be local to it. So far. Young ladies that are on your board this week? Yes. So are you enjoying the boat races as well? Yeah. Awesome. Did you enjoy the parade? Yes. Awesome. Did you say how you're going to the parade? No. There you go. That's what I would have done. So are you going to keep doing pageants as you get over now that you've done this? Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Well, now are you looking forward to another photo race tomorrow? Are you going to go to fireworks tonight? Yeah. Awesome. Well, now congratulations, okay? Thank you. You got it. There you go. Let's go. We have our first runner-up college boys. College, how are you? Good. Have you enjoyed this week so far? Yeah. What's your favorite college? Helping out with the college. Helping out with the pageant? Okay, that's great. Are you enjoying the hydroplane racing? Yeah. Who's your favorite boat? Miss Madison? That's a good answer, Miss Madison. That's always a great answer. So, you are spending time with fellow members of the court this week? Yeah. Awesome. Are you going to keep doing pageants as you get over? Yeah. Awesome. Well, Colin, congratulations and enjoy the rest of the weekend, okay? Thank you. Awesome. There you go. You got a regatta. Then they do a train. Okay, nice to meet you. Well, what was it like? What's it been like being on the court this week? Well, we had it kind of hot. Was it hot? Yeah, I'm not a fan of hot weather. I'm really not. What's been your favorite part so far? Probably the boat races. Have you been to the boat races before? Oh, so this is the first time you've been to boat races. So you've enjoyed them so far? Are you going to root for Miss Madison tomorrow? Yeah. Awesome. We got a few more boat races up. You're going to be down there watching all the rest of the day? Yeah. You want to buy one stuff? Yeah. So you've now got a taste of pageant where you're going to keep doing more pageants as you get over? Yeah. Awesome. Well, congratulations, okay? There you go. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. We have this princess for guys. What's your name, young lady? Taylor. Taylor, nice to meet you. So, what's it about this year being this princess? What's in your favorite part? Probably the hydroplane racing. Hydroplane racing? Did you enjoy the waterfall fight on That was not fun. That's all water. That's at school, right? The hot weather, it didn't have to hurt anything, but still having fun. Still having fun. Have you ever been to racing before this year? Yeah, this is my fifth year. This is your fifth year? Okay. So, you enjoy the hydroplane racing. You get your roots in this Madison here tomorrow? Oh, you're wearing a strong racing coat. What was in your report, Corey? You like Corey Peabody? He just ran really well. A little bit ago, we're going to see him for so late. So this is Corey Peabody, and he was ready to stop on this. So you're going to need to get over that to get over as well? Awesome. Congratulations, okay? Thank you. You got it again? There you go. Next up, we have Dora and Land 2, who is the set for our first time. So that's what we're doing, all right? What's your favorite part? The water ball fight? I was there for that. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it? So, are you ever into the relations before this year? Okay. So, you were at the play as well? Yes. How's the play? I get that. I really do. So, you have the races coming up here a little later. What are you going to be rooting for? That's fine. So, there you go. So, you're going to do that. You're going to win fireworks tonight? Awesome. Well, Nora, congratulations, and I look forward to really talking to you as we get over and be a part of the bigger package, okay? Awesome. There you go. Gabrielle, now before we start after this pre-team, and I know how are you?
Well, I did last year, and my first year.
You know, you look at the race of all, we're not the racing on the water so far. Oh, okay. So this is a good experience for you. So you can see all this stuff all around from the level of this so you did. You're going to help you get on the World Cup tomorrow. And I'm going to have you, you're not going to do that by yourself. Yeah. Oh, we'll do that? All right, well, congratulations, okay? Well, it's been a good week for us, so we're set up with Madison Regatta. So, what's it been like this week for you so far? So we got the week one. So what are
In Miami, they call it a regatta. In Washington, D.C., it's referred to as the President's Cup. And in Seattle, it's the Seafair Trophy Race. But no matter what the name of the course or the race, the men in the cockpits call it by one name. Thunderboating. This is unlimited hydroplane racing, the biggest, fastest racing boats on water anywhere in the world. Each year, they meet on race courses throughout the country to see who has the courage, the stamina, and the skills to put it all together. The size of the engines is unlimited, and the speeds hover precariously close to 200 miles per hour. Behind the wheel of the Atlas Van Line's hydroplane is one man who's been successful at putting it all together more often than any other. During the past 20 years, Bill Munsey has been in the winner's circle more than any other driver in the history of the sport. To win just one race, sometimes a hydroplane has to race in 3 or 4 heats in one day.
These heats narrow the field from 10 to 15 boats down to 4 to 6 qualifiers for the engines. There's the ever-present danger of mechanical failure stopping a driver from entering a race, even after he is qualified. A good driver with a first-class boat and a top crew stands a good chance of making it to the finals.
So we're going very fast against our face. You can imagine 150 to 200 mile an hour. It's a formidable force. We're on water that has a testing strength of 450 pounds per square inch at 150 miles an hour. All this noise and all the competition around you, you're like, well, it's really like being engulfed in a vacuum. You're not aware of the wind against your face. You're not aware of the noise. How many decibels? I couldn't imagine. It's an incredible thing.
The design and engineering of an unlimited hydroplane is all important to the man who has to drive it. Every aspect of material, shape, and size must be carefully considered.
And we turned that propeller sometimes 14,000 revolutions per minute. You know, an unlimited hydroplane is certainly a unique racing vehicle involving unique and sometimes mysterious design. Aerodynamically, it's amazing. It's designed to run with minimum friction areas, but they also have to have excellent directional stability so that they won't take off and fly over a bridge rather than under.
The dangers in hydroplane racing are numerous. Some courses are tougher than others. Never is the water forgiving of mistakes. A driver going into a Even this year's national champion couldn't escape the treachery of the Detroit River. Okay, Bill, we saw the Miss Budweiser go over in an accident that really did a lot of damage to the boat, pretty well totaled it out. But you had a surprise in the Miss Atlas van lines when you pulled back into the pit area.
And though we try to read each race course, that we go around the country as accurately as we can, where the good water is and where the bad water is, when you're getting, when you get tied up in competition, there's just nothing like it. And you're trying to go as fast as you can, measure the limits of your machine as accurately as you can, and drive within those limits. But in the Detroit River, where the water is always just absolutely the most difficult of any race course in the country, we always have serious damage to boats and frequently to drivers. I came in after the Budweiser incident, and we found out that we had lost our tail section, that it was destroying itself virtually, and that we had a big hole in the bottom of the boat. We only had 30 minutes before the restart. We didn't know what we were going to do, whether we could frankly get the technical inspector to approve the boat so that we were going to the final heat, repair it fast enough and safe enough so that I could even complete, the balance of the race. So it was a frightening thing in our pit area where Jim Lucero, who became king, grabbed a couple of guys at Craftsman right out of the audience, stuffed them under our boat, and we all went to work to try and glue it all back together and make it seaworthy. I think they really did that. And of course the wing has a tremendous effect on the aerodynamics of the boat. When we had to run without it, I think she ran pretty darn good.
This is the important thing. A lot of people wonder. They see a spoiler-type wing on the back. What are you trying to accomplish with a wing like that?
Well, the idea is you can change the angle of attack on the whole hull as far as its attachment to the water is concerned, or the way it rides. If you want to lift the bow up a little bit and maybe get or displace more air underneath the boat, you change the angle of the wing. If you're maybe in a little rougher water and you'd like the boat to run maybe a little more glued in or have more friction area, you can change the angle of the wing in that interest. So it's a very flexible machine.
Two boats side by side, racing on a rough water course. Are you aware of the other boat at all times, or are you simply sticking to your own pattern, Bill Muncie's way of driving?
The speed that we're dealing with. Not only that, but I find out, too, that, hey, if you try to do that, you jeopardize your opportunity to win, and that's not in the interest of the whole objective.
How much do you actually feel in the boat? Do you have the illusion when you're coming through the turns, you're crashing high out of the water, the fans are getting a thrill? Do you know actually that you are airborne at that point?
Oh, yes. When it's riding in attitude, it's probably a symphony, a very understanding, warm, strong, almost a musical feeling to have everything performing beautifully in good attitude. When it's out of attitude, you measure it very, very accurately, and I'm going to tell you, you measure it by the seat of your pants. If you've been measuring it a long time, of course, the guy who can measure it most accurately will do an awful lot of winning. And as I say, when it gets out of attitude, you feel it, you see it, you understand it, and you hopefully make the right, the right corrections.
But in '76, the win certainly overshadowed the disappointment.
We've been experimenting for 3 long years. Now we're back to where the strength really is. A Jim Lucero crew and Rolls-Royce engine.
Every driver knows you have to have all the elements in the right place to be a winner. That includes everyone from the crew members to the sponsor.
It just absolutely wouldn't be possible any other way. And we couldn't ask for a better, more supportive sponsor than Atlas Van Lines. But anytime a boat wins 4 out of 6 races, you've got to give tremendous credit to the crew chief and his team. Besides being a genius at his job, Jim Lucero is one of the finest young men I've ever been associated with. He played a major role in designing our boat, and throughout the season he was as good a confidant as any driver could ask for he absolutely has to have one. He's still the youngest crew chief in the business, and from my point of view, he's the best.
It's easy to see that Bill Munsey believes in surrounding himself with excellence, and the 1976 season record shows the results. May 23rd, 1976, Miami, Florida, the inaugural race for this new marriage, and what an auspicious beginning it was. The Atlas Van Lines took the checkered flag before 10,000 screaming fans. It was a hard-fought race against gusting winds and fast-charging competition. For the rest of the season, Atlas was the team to beat as they stormed the circuit from coast to coast.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the boats are going into the waters now as we get ready for this heat. Coming out onto the course first out will be the Atlas Van Lines, Bill Munsey. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, in Thunderbolt racing, it's a flying start. The boats are going as fast as they can as they come up to the starting line. The white flag is flying.
Any Thunderbolt pilot has ever qualified on any course in the history of unlimited racing. Out of 28 starts, the Atlas had 18 wins, 7 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes.
All in all, it was just a great year. We were up against some stiff competition, but our boat performed beautifully. I still don't think we've seen all she can do. But aside from the winning, there's another bonus we get from hydroplane racing, and that's the opportunity to meet so many great people from all parts of the country. I guess you know I'm an official Navy recruiter. Working with the United States Navy has been one of the delights of my life. From the size of the crowds at our races, we know we're giving a lot of entertainment to a lot of people at, well, very minimal expense, which I feel is one of the best things about our sport.
If you're near a town or city that's planning a Thunderboat race this year, give yourself a treat and attend one of the most colorful and exciting spectacles you'll ever witness. Bill Munsey and the Atlas Van Lines crew will be looking for you.
Okay, I like this one already. All right, well, so you've seen that so far. You have the fireworks tonight. Are you looking forward to helping hand out trophies tomorrow? Awesome. Are you going to keep doing passes going forward? Ooh, okay, she said a goal. I like it. Congratulations, okay? All right, and so we have Team Regatta. Waylon Driscoll on this Team Regatta. Waylon, how are you, okay? I'm good. Not too bad. Are you from Madison? Yes, I'm from Southern Britain County. All right, so you've been to Regatta before, Nilsen? Yes, no, I was over. So you're over, so this is still something about a while. Yeah. What are your thoughts so far, then? It's fun. I think all the friendships and the same whole time Madison come together. What's looking better than this so far? Definitely the parade. It was fun, like, seeing everybody just removing the way to smile. There you go. When you're in the front out, you just practice, right? Yeah. There you go. So, you work with the hydroplane racing. What are your thoughts on that so far? I think it's cool. I can never do it, but the guys are getting there to do that. We need more females in hydroplane racing. Come on, man. Don't you do that, right? So you're a team regatta now. Are you looking ahead to when you're eligible for this Madison Regatta, or is that something you want to look forward to? Awesome. Well, Waylon, I wish you nothing but the best luck for the next 4 days. I know you're going to have a lot more fun with the young ladies on your court and all the courts, and look forward to seeing you all on the trophies tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your Bristol of 2026 Christine Regatta. Jeff Taylor, I'm going to be in the microphone again because I know there's someone that you want to talk to. Hey, Brad, you know where you're ready? All right, folks, we had another cell phone that was found on the beach on the east side of kind of Pond Valley. So if you've lost the phone, we'll have it up here at the judges. So please do that.
It's day number 2 of 3 of activity here on the Ohio River for the Morgan Foods Madison Regatta Gold Cup 2026 version of 76 Madison Regatta. I'm Jeff Baylor, joined by my good friend, the voice of H1 Unlimited. You can hear his voice on the YouTube channel with H1 Unlimited. Brad, please welcome back to Madison. Good afternoon. Qualifying coming up.
It is always good to be in Madison, Indiana. I said during your opening ceremonies this morning that we are glad to be here, and we look forward to our annual visit on the 4th of July weekend in Madison. And that's a true statement. It really is. We love coming here. But even forgetting the ones that I love coming. This is just a great place. I'll never forget my first trip here in 1998. And that was the first time I saw this venue after watching it for hundreds of years on TV. And it's just a great place. I look forward to it all year.
And before we get into qualifying, your cohort this year is Dustin Evans. What did you two have lunch at today? Or what did you have for lunch?
Your pizza. Your Melrose Pizza, right here.
You know the line.
I do. I know the number. 612-265-4288.
And that's on East Main Street in downtown Madison on the south side.
Is that the south side?
You are correct.
Because I know it.
Well, we get down to business here with H1 Unlimited qualifying. We have 7 boats vying for the 116th Gold Cup. This is the first race of the season. I'm assuming this ladder was chosen via a draw.
Well, the ladder was chosen in an inverse order of national high points last year. So if you look at our ladder, our first boat up is the 4th Bucket List Racing. They're in the water, they'll be the first row up because they didn't run last year, so they got 0 points. Madison should be second on the ladder, as they came up with 225 points earned here on the Ohio River a year ago.
I just heard from my neighbor Runne in Copeland. Runne, good afternoon. We're going to start back up here at 2:15. When your neighbor texts us, and it's Runne in Copeland, he needs to know.
He doesn't need to know, and apparently we stop over it because that's important. And speaking of how important this is, I really want to get back to the qualifying line. But we've got 3 very famous Gold Cup winners that are just kind of hanging around on the telly. You've got John Peter right behind me over here. This character over here, Mr. Zolak, we heard of that name a lot. We were talking earlier with Tommy D. Now, it must be a big event.
It is a big event, and great to see the former Gold Cup pilots here at the 115th Gold Cup. And Brad coming up at 2:15. It's a 1-hour session for H1 Unlimited qualifying. We do have to complete that 1 hour, correct?
We do. We have to give everybody 1 opportunity. Now, Normally, our boats have 2 opportunities to qualify, and they are going to have 2 opportunities to qualify, but they're going to do it in 2 separate sections. That's the Guarantee America activity. The thought process to that was, and I believe that was the idea of one time through the qualifying process, we're going to change that to make the other changes to go to that second round. So let's go to the Grand Prix there, and then we'll come back to the other 2. So that's still going to be it's going to be in 2 separate sections. And that's better yet for our fans.
It's the 2023 Indiana Governor's Cup for H1 Unlimited, presented by Morgan Foods.
10,
Race fans,
9,
the lids
8,
are locked.
7,
Fuel pump
6,
on.
5,
Lines
4,
loose.
3, 2, 1.
5-minute period in session. Drivers, light up the Lycomings.
We'll take a quick look, Jeff Ayler, see who comes out first. It's going to be J. Michael Kelly. He comes away from the dock. Right behind him is going to be Jamie Nilsen in the Legend Yacht Transport. Then it's going to be Dustin Eccles in the bucket list. And sitting at the dock, not yet moving, Dylan Runne in the Miss Home Street. He did this in the last heat. He hung around and let everybody run, let everybody get ahead of him, and now I see it beginning to move. He is doing exactly what you said, Jeff Ayler. He's lighting up the Lycoming, and he is going to come away from the dock. We're going to have all 4 boats out on the water here momentarily, but off the lower end of the race course on very, very solid water conditions right now. It is J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric, the bright red boat, and then it is Legend Yacht Transport right outside his left side window. They're 1-2 going up the backstretch, Jeff.
Race before the race right now. Each driver does not know what lane they will be in. We're 3:55 until the start. The world's fastest racing boats, the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane, 28-foot length, 14-foot width, 6,700-pound racing vessel. Shoot speeds here in Madison, 190. Brad, there's our first strategy. Nilsen cutting through.
Yeah, Jamie Nilsen employed a start procedure very similar to what he did the last time. He went up toward the bridge. I thought he was going to go all the way up. He did not. He cut the course. As long as he cuts it on the GP course or up above, but not up above the bridge, he's fine. Dylan Runne did the same thing. So now Runne comes down the front straightaway in the home street, trailing Jamie Nilsen. Still a lot to be decided. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 3:10 till the start of our final heat.
Most aggressive we've seen Dylan Runne in the warm-up period. I believe that's the first time he has cut through the infield. Now Kelly makes a cut. Now, Brad, the boat right away will go to the Legend Yacht Transport. This is going to be tight.
Now, Mike decided to just go on and go through and not chance it. Probably a good maneuver. And look at Dylan Runne come off the corner hard. And Runne's going to run up here. Uh-oh, this could get tight in there. Watch Runne on the home street. He's going to stick right between the 2 of them.
2 minutes and 30 seconds until the start. Fans, that's what's the excitement of H1 Unlimited. Race before the race. You're fighting for your lane. You need it established prior to the entrance pin of turn number 2, prior to the start, that position right now. Brad, 2:15 until the start. Still lots to decide who gets lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Well, I think our boat's off the top end of the race course. Looking at the clock at 2:07, I think they're going to have to come all the way down, and I'm not expecting a whole lot of change from where those boats are sitting right now. And if they were to start like this, now we're seeing Runne for the first time put that home street on an inside lane. He's right now sitting at number 2. Nilsen's in 1, Runne's in 2. Kelly is on the outside of these 3 boats, but going to come up on the outside of him is going to be Dustin Eccles.
Does Eccles go with them to turn number 1, then maybe leapfrog and swing to lane 1, or does he cut through? I think he'll have to go down with the rest of them by the timing I see on the watch, 1:30 until the start. Winner take all, Morgan Foods, Indiana Governor's Cup Championship here at the Madison Regatta. Down in turn number 1, Jamie Nilsen looks like he will get lane number 1, but still lots to decide. Right now it would be 15. Nilsen in 1, Runne in 2, Kelly in 3, Eccles to the outside. 10, We're coming up 9, on the 1 minute period.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, white flag.
1 minute period is come and gone, and Brad, right now, each driver hopes their timing marks are perfect. 50 seconds away. I think the front two might be a tick early.
Yeah, I think so too. Jamie Nilsen sitting in lane number 1 in the Legend Yacht Transport. I think he's a little early, but he's got Dylan Runne in the home street right with him, right outside the right side window. They are in lanes 1 and 2. Then lane 3 goes to J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. That's the bright red U8. And on the outside is going to be Dustin Eccles in the U40, the Bucket List Racing. They're at the top end of the race course, Jeff. Still 23 seconds until the start. Let's start our 2023 Indiana Governor's Cup.
But my timing marks everyone early. You need to breathe at the bridge at 12 seconds. Here comes Eccles. He looks ideal. Morgan Foods, Indiana Governor's Cup Championship, winner take all. It's a 5-lapper. They are coming to the Madison Ford start-finish line. We are racing the final heat of the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup Championship at the Madison Regatta. Start was good. Dustin Eccles leads them down into turn number 1 in lane number 4. We got a quadruple decker at the apex off the turn. What a remarkable sight. Runne, your leader.
Coming off the corner, Dylan Runne, but he's only got about a half a boat length on J. Michael Kelly. And then on the far outside is Dustin Eccles. 1, 2, 3. They are tied together up the backstretch. You could throw a blanket across the 3 of them as they head up underneath the bridge. And now J. Michael Kelly sticks his nose out just a little bit further as they enter the top end of the race course. All 4 boats at the top end. Jeff Ayler, remember, we're going to go around 5 times, and it's a winner take all.
Runne has the advantage. He's tightened it up on the inside. Spectacular action in the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup Championship. Kelly, your leader. Runne not giving up on the inside. 1 complete, 4 to go. Kelly in front by a boat length. We got a blow
He's blown over.
Dustin Eccles is blown over, and oh my. He's still going, but procedure needs to shut that boat off. We'll see what happens.
They'll shut it down.
Oh my, the final heat of the winner-take-all Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup Championship has been red flagged due to a spectacular blowover by Dustin Eccles in the Bucket List Racing. This race has been red flagged.
Jeff, that is really, doggone it, that is really unfortunate. We had what I think was going to be a Donnybrook out front. J. Michael Kelly and Dylan Runne were going to go at it. But right now, our thoughts are with Dustin Eccles.
The enclosed capsule, the lid is already up on the Bucket List Racing. Safety and rescue personnel making their way there. We have a beautiful shot from our drone team with H1 Unlimited. And right now, we're hoping to see Dustin Eccles exit on his own power. We'll keep you abreast here with our guest race fans along the shoreline. Our watchers on H1 Unlimited through YouTube, you can see the scene. Safety and rescue team there. They are on the deck of the craft. After 5 elimination heats, the Indiana Governor's Cup will be awarded by point total after the heat races. Your winner of the 2023 Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup in Madison, Indiana, J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric with 1,395 points.
Brad, as always, love you to death. Thank you for visiting with us. I know you got to get to work with Dustin Eccles, and go to YouTube, click on H1 Unlimited for all the live streaming coverage all year long of H1 Unlimited. You know what we say with the big boys, these guys light up the lights on. Jordan is like our entertainment tonight cohort.
I hope you realize how fortunate you are to have these two guys on the field. They're interesting things, and you're better than this. Jordan, I'm going to hand you the ball to the Lord. Yes, sir. As we turn over the H1 radio, we should be looking at less than 5 minutes until we are at the green flag on the race course. It looks like all the H1 unlimited are in for you, and I think they all. It's like trying to look there. I see Buckless Racing in there. That is the UC Tahoe List. I see Roy represents the Goodman presents Roy Madison. FLAV-R-PAC. The U11 is out there. Don't be the strong racing boats. I think those will be some of the later qualifiers as well. Again, we'll have 2 rounds of qualifying. After the first round, we'll do GP qualifying, then we'll have a second round of qualifying, and then we'll get back to more racing until about 6:45 tonight. I just get an announcement, have a couple of announcements today, Jeff, before we go on here. Sarah Jo Neal, Sarah Jo Neal, and that's in case this isn't a particular person. Sarah Jo Neal, if you are missing your card and keys, we have it for you here at the judges stand. Sarah Jo Neal, if you need your car and keys, we have it here at the judges stand. Green flag on the course for Runne. H1 qualifying round number 1. First boat out will be Nilsen running. Number 40. Next boat out is Buckless. Goodman presents Roy Madison. Followed by Corey Peabody in the Tahoe net. Nilsen in the FLAV-R-PAC.
Hello again, race fans, and welcome back to Madison, Indiana, on the banks of the Ohio River. Brad Luce here along with Dustin Eccles, and as you're seeing on the screen, we are ready to go qualifying for the H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes. This will be our first our first boat to come out and attempt to qualify. They will get 2 opportunities, Dustin, to qualify, but they're only going to get 1 opportunity in this particular session. And then we're going to come out with the Grand Prix hydroplanes, and then we're going to go back to the H1 Unlimiteds for their session 2. The thinking behind that decision was to give the teams more time to change things and get ready for that second session. I like it.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some of these teams use this first qualifying session. I mean, most importantly as a qualifying session, but also as testing, because we didn't get a lot of testing this morning. So especially Dylan here, you know, he ran really well. He's getting the feel for the boat, but he's going to try everything he can do to learn as much as he can in these 3 laps.
All right, so we have a different twist on our qualifying right now. Our boats are going to come out and run 3 laps. They must run 3 laps to qualify. But instead of taking their fastest lap as their qualification speed, we will take a 2-lap average between the fastest 2 consecutive laps. So we'll either average lap 1 and lap 2, or lap 2 and lap 3, and that will be the qualification time. They get 3 shots around the race course here. We start the clock when Dylan Runne crosses the start-finish line. He's coming hard on the front straightaway. We will put him on a clock. Dylan Runne to start qualifying for the Gold Cup.
Beautiful boat ride. He heads down into turn number 1. The water is looking ideal. Look for a fast lap here.
So Dylan's down to the bottom end of the race course. He will go 3 times around. And as I said, we will average his 2 quickest consecutive laps. He's off the turn. Acceleration looks good. Dustin was talking earlier about a long, low, lean rooster tail. Looks pretty good to me.
That's about as good as you can get right now. Dylan is really smooth, had a wonderful turn number 1, and he is perfect heading up the back straightaway under the bridge. This is going to be a good one.
And you are correct. The water conditions here right now are absolutely outstanding. There is a little bit of a breeze. The operative word there is a little bit. Just enough to put a little tiny chop on the water. It is very good. Dylan is already off the top end of the race course, slid out to about lane number 2, maybe 3. Dylan Runne driving for Sharon and Kelly Stockland, the U40 Bucket List Racing, and he's got 1 in the books already right now.
Yeah, beautiful boat ride. He's almost dead even on the canard. He's going to set it up right here going into this tight turn number 1. The hole shouldn't be there because he's the only boat out there, but you got to be ready for it.
Got through everything clean. He's off the corner. First lap, 152.866 miles per hour. That is lap number 1. Now, that's not his qualifying speed yet. We might average that, but it would be with the second lap. So we got to watch all 3 laps here as far as the speed. Meanwhile, he's all the way back up the backstretch and under the bridge.
He's really cooking. Yeah, usually your second, your third lap are the fastest. Once you get momentum going, get in a rhythm. But that first lap, that's nothing to be upset about. That's a really respectable lap.
He slid out just about the same distance this time from my eyes, and he's underneath the bridge. You see the shadow go on the rooster tail. Dylan Runne going to come up and put 2 down with 1 more to go. Driving the Bucket List Racing. Boy, what a boat ride. It's perfect.
Absolutely perfect. It's not beating the sponsons. You can see a little bit of air underneath it. Absolutely perfect as he heads into this tight turn. Nice turn. You can see he's on the buoy line. Going to hold it nice and tight at the exit. See if he can get up the back straightaway as fast as he can.
153.397. So he's got, if you average those 2 laps right now, it's 153.1. But we could average a 3rd lap into that depending on how quick this one is. Remember, it's the fastest 2 consecutive laps. Underneath the Milton Madison Bridge, Dylan Runne. Been away from racing for a couple of years, but he's back and he's driving a rocket ship. It's mighty quick.
And he's nice and smooth. I can tell right now he's going to have a smile on his face when he gets back because he looks so much more comfortable in the boat right now than he did during the testing session this morning. So maybe he gave some input, maybe it's seat time, but he's looking good.
So here he comes, and our first boat to attempt qualifying for the 2026 Gold Cup is in the books. It is Dylan Runne.
The rear wing was really flexing on that. I don't know if anybody at home caught it, but it almost looked like it was broken. We'll have to keep an eye on that. The horizontal stabilizer on the back of the boat was bent like a U. Now, this boat does have a lot of downforce in the back. But
wow, 152.824. His first lap, 152.866. So the fastest 2 consecutive laps are 1 and 2, so his qualifying speed unofficially is 153.131 miles per hour. Again, we got to remind our fans. I see that wing now as he's heading up, that there is a little bow to that But our speed that we list now is unofficial. The boats still do have to go through tech inspection. We've got people down around the tech truck and the officials right on our left who will monitor that and keep us up to speed when a boat clears tech.
And that looked like a beautiful run. I mean, picture perfect. I couldn't think of a better run for him. He wasn't hopping out of the water. He wasn't all over the place. He wasn't correcting a lot. If anything, it looks like, like I said, something might be going on with that horizontal stabilizer, but they run, all the parts and pieces on this boat are extremely light, very functional, and so I know that rear wing is pretty light also, and it has a lot of downforce, so we'll see if that's by design or something that maybe start breaking on them.
So an unofficial speed for Dylan Runne, a 2-lap average, 153.131, and you were talking about I think you said a broken throttle linkage on a Madison. That was the issue this morning when they went out?
Well, from what I heard was the linkages were slightly different from engine to engine, and it wasn't working with this engine setup. So they swapped engines. So the other setup, he's got throttle now, it looks like.
Yeah, he certainly does. He is away from the dock. So Madison, folks, Madison, Indiana, Goodman presents Royer. Miss Madison is away from the dock. Brandon Kennedy became a qualified H1. And he popped it right there. And now he's losing power. Looks like he's picking it back up. Dustin, what happens? We see that every once in a while. What happens when you get that puff of smoke? The fire go out?
You get a little bit of, the fire goes out. A little bit of water goes out in the wrong spot, and it's just enough to get the fire put out. When these things are trying to ignite, trying to get on plane, you're asking an awful lot out of the engine itself, because you're compressing air, you're putting fuel in there, and you're saying, hey, come on, burn, get going. And you introduce a little bit of water in there, and they can put the fire out at the wrong time.
And my understanding was this was part of the issue they had in Salina when they first went out. They were ingesting too much water over the front. It was getting into the motor and not allowing them to get up and running. This is a tough break for them. Come on, Brandon, you can get it up. Let's go.
We're all pulling for them. There's a few tricks you can do to try to get these things up a little bit easier, and one of them is using the skid fin to get the boat up. And you'll see a lot of it in the salt water, because you want to obviously keep the salt water out of the engines. You'll turn slight left or slight right and use that skid fin to kind of push that left sponson up, and then you jerk the boat to the left, and it's just enough to kind of slingshot it up on plane. But if somebody can do it, Brandon's your guy. He's going to get it up and going, which he does.
And I think he's got it up now. He's definitely got it up and running. So Brandon Kennedy up in the U6. The Goodman presents Royer. Miss Madison coming up the backstretch. You can almost feel the fans on the beach with a sigh of relief as their boat is up and running. Turn around and look behind us here. Everybody on the beach in Madison, Indiana is standing up. They all own a chunk of this boat. They'll tell you about it.
One thing I'm a little concerned of, and I'm sure his spotter is one step ahead of us, but him trying to get up on plane down there in turn number 1, there's a big roller down there now. And it's not the same roller that he's going to be getting every other time he's on the water, because he had to run a different line. So depending on the current, I hope he remembers that heading down to turn number 1.
All right, he is at the top end of the race course, he being Brandon Kennedy. He's being Brandon Kennedy, driver of Goodman, presents Royer. Miss Madison, he'll come underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. There you see the shadow, and we will put Brandon Kennedy in the locally owned Miss Madison hydroplane. The tradition continues. Brandon Kennedy is on the clock right now. Now he's going down to where that roller is that you were talking about, Dustin.
Yeah, I'm sure they've reminded him about it, and he's a seasoned veteran in all the other classes, so he knows. And he made it through there unscathed. But it's just something you have to keep in mind here on the river. That roller can travel, and it'll find you when you least expect it.
So he is already off the corner, got good acceleration, and that former Miss Budweiser T3 last raced as degree men here on the Ohio River in 2012.
Beautiful boat ride as he heads up the back straightaway there under the bridge. It's just perfect. It's not doing anything weird, out of shape. He looks comfortable in it. We'll see what this first lap's going to show us.
You got to remember, this is his first lap, really, on the Ohio River since a year ago. They did not get to run this morning, and we were short on testing time, and he didn't get to do any of it, but he will come down here, the boat looking good, as Dustin says, getting a fine boat ride on the front straightaway. We will come down and put the first of 3 in the books. It is Brandon Kennedy.
Yeah, it doesn't look too light on its feet, but it's not pounding the sponsons too heavy. They're probably going to make a few slight changes, and part of it might just be Brandon getting comfortable with it and feeling the boat out. You don't want to overdo it early.
See what kind of a speed we get on lap number 1. 139.534 miles per hour. 139.534. I actually liked his speed through the lower corner this last time through better than I did the first time, but we'll see if that makes any difference. You're getting a good look there underneath the U6 Royer Miss Madison.
Yeah, this team doesn't have a lot of data, especially on the big course here, of what this boat's going to do and what they need to do. So they're going to go back and learn a ton from the input that he's giving them right now. And hopefully the second lap is going to be a little faster, because they're just trying to creep up on it as the day goes on so they can get the final to be in the front row.
We should mention that the minimum qualifying speed on a 2-lap average is 130 miles per hour. It's kind of a non-issue right here. The boat's certainly capable of doing that. First lap at 139.5. We'll get the second lap and the average here momentarily.
Yeah, Brandon's looking very comfortable in the boat. You can see him set up in that tight turn, and he really throws it into the corner. The boat handles it great.
Second lap at a buck 38.828, so he's got a qualifying average of 139.180. That is averaging the first and the second lap. Now, it's critical that he finish the third lap, however, because you do have to turn 3 laps to qualify. Granted, you only have to have a 2-lap average north of a buck 30. But you still have to turn all 3 laps. So this is important that he finishes. He's strong up at the top end of the race course. Pretty much running a similar line to what I saw in lap 1 and 2, Dustin, and he'll come underneath the bridge and he will be officially qualified.
I can almost feel the crowd here pulling him across the line too. So excited to see this boat in the water.
Absolutely. I think this is really good. So he is across. There it is, Brandon Kennedy.
Nice job.
His quickest lap so far was 139.5. That was the first one. Second lap at 138.8. We'll see where the third one comes in. 141.072. So you're going to average the second and the third lap. And when you do that, your answer is 139.941 miles per hour. When I went to school, we call that 140.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. Going this morning, having a hard time. They're obviously not going to forget about the problem they just had, though, getting up on plane. You want to remedy that because you get a few more boats on the race course with the water a little choppier, and that water is going to get ingested even easier. So they might have to change something.
So that was their first test session. Except for them, it was a qualifier.
You can tell how happy Brandon is right now. He's giving the crowd a wave, a thumbs up, thanking them for all their support, and he's pretty happy right now.
And he's also thanking America and celebrating America's 250th birthday on the top of the lid. He popped it up so everybody could see it.
Yeah, he's very happy coming back in. Great job parking the boat at the dock here. As he pops the lid, you'll see a big smile.
Yeah, and there's that America 250 years. And I think, Dustin, we can go down to the pit area. I think our Danny Rogers is standing by with Dylan Runne. Danny, take it away.
Dylan, a noticeable improvement since the testing labs. What kind of changes did you make here in the first round of qualifying?
Yeah, it's a new team right now, so just getting used to the boat every time we get out there. Made a couple adjustments since testing, just some boat attitude adjustments, some prop changes, just to kind of work for the course we're on here this weekend. But yeah, much better boat ride this time around. Super happy with the progress we're making. Our goal is to get better every time we go out, and I think we're on the right trajectory right now. So I think we'll go back out for the next qualifying session and hopefully keep improving.
You were in the boat for testing about a month ago, but this is the first time in a few seasons that you're here racing. How are you acclimating to all of it?
Yeah, it's good to be back for sure. Just getting back into the groove of the whole thing, getting used to what the day looks like. And, we've had a couple challenges here with the river this week. So, getting focused, getting unfocused back into it is always challenging. But, yeah, I think we're acclimating well. Team's coming together really well. Kelly and Sharon Stockton have put together such a great team here. So super thankful for these guys. They put a great boat together. And just looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
What is the condition of the river right now from what you could see?
Yeah, I thought it was beautiful right now. Obviously, we had some debris earlier in the weekend. That seems to have gone away. So, nice little breeze, carrying the boat well. We're super pleased with the conditions.
Appreciate it. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Danny Rogers with Dylan Runne. He seemed pretty pleased with things, but he's anxious already to get back out and go faster. There you guys are again. You always want to go faster.
Yeah, you just begging for that seat time. Just get more laps, and keep learning. And a lot of the guys on the team are seasoned veterans on different teams too. But just building the team up and seeing what changes they need to make.
So next up on our ladder should be the U3. The U3 of Corey Peabody. It would be the Tahoe Miss. Both boats from the Strong Racing stable are in the water. Representing Tahoe Unlimited, Stephen Hayden's museum in the state of Washington, where he has both the Tahoe Miss and the Maverick vintage boats restored. And these boats, they are just absolutely gorgeous. I know you know Jimmy Labrie, as do I. What an outstanding job he did painting these things.
Yeah, I heard kind of their idea, their scheme of what they're going with, and it takes a great mind like Jimmy to actually be able to put that onto a boat, because I couldn't picture it, but he outdid himself, and I think everybody's very pleased with how these things turned out.
Well, and if you haven't yet seen it, you're about to, because he's coming away from the dock right now. Corey Peabody in the U3, the Tahoe Miss.
I don't know about you, Brad, but when we talk about the U3, it's always hard to when we say that and we hear a turbine fire up, because we're so used to seeing Mr. Cooper's 3 out here, but these guys are doing great honor to that number and keeping it going.
Yes, they certainly are, and a lot of people have asked about that. Why could they do that? How could they take that number? Well, Ed's not continuing to register that number if he's not running the boat, so it's out there, it's available. It was the former number of the Tahoe Miss back in the day in 1965 when it was driven by Chuck Thompson, 1965, and then in 1966, driven by Miroslav. But right now it's Corey Peabody up the backstretch of the U3, the Tahoe Miss.
We're going to have a little bit of wind down the front straightaway. It's holding steady, nothing too crazy, but the guys are going to keep that in mind. It's I'm going to guess 5 to 7 miles an hour, nothing crazy, but the wind is there, and but at least it's coming right up the straightaway, nothing crazy crosswind. So
can you feel it coming down?
You really can, yeah, and you can see on the water. You can read the water, see the dark spots, and that's really where the wind's hitting the water. You can plan ahead for that.
All right, here comes Corey off the top end of the race course, driving for Strong Racing. That would be Darrell and Vanessa Strong out of the Tri-Cities of Washington. Corey Peabody, last time we raced, he unfortunately got this thing upside down. He's rebuilt it. He's on the clock right now for the 2026 APBA Gold Cup. This boat's a quick one, and Corey wants to have a good year, and it all starts right now, Dustin.
Yeah, perfect line going in. You can see how he went in about lane 3, waited to square up his turn, then he can hit the exit with a full head of steam and accelerate down that back straightaway. So he's a perfect line so far.
Yeah, he is in and out quick, and we've been talking about boat ride. Dustin's been talking about that long, low, lean rooster tail. Looks pretty good to me as he is halfway up the backstretch, about to go underneath the Milton-Madison Bridge. This boat's a quick one. We'll be curious to see the time that they put on the clock.
Yeah, there's that drone angle again. We just saw a boat coming right at you down the Kentucky side of the river, and it is impressive. He can turn this thing on a dime, so this should be a good time.
Corey Peabody driving a Tahoe Miss. Boat looking really nice and solid on the water. He's just barely touching that left spot, and boy, that's a pretty boat ride.
That's about as good as it gets right there. His teammate Jay Michael is one of the best at hanging a boat, and Corey says, hey, I can do it too, and he's showing us right now as he throws that thing into the turn. And he's getting out quick. That's a great line he's picking.
Turn that first lap at 152.019. 152.019. I'm sure you fans are looking at it there on the screen. You're seeing them when I see those speeds. So 152. Just for a point of comparison, keep in mind Dylan Runne had a 2-lap average of $1:53, so he's right there with Dylan right now up at the top end of the race course.
Corey is not going to want to settle for second here, so he's going to definitely want to up it and get every bit of speed out of that boat that he possibly can right now.
So here he comes. He will put his second lap in the books. Man, that is pretty. I mean, that's just beautiful. Combination of boat and water conditions, but it's all adding up to an outstanding boat ride.
And it looks like, they're just sitting in there keeping their hands on the wheel straight, but not at all. He's controlling that front canard with his left foot, and he's doing an awful lot. As he exits the corner right there, he's on the up pedal. There's 3 pedals, so he's trying to get the bow up in the air, get it loose, get it free from the water, and accelerate fast. And right there, about halfway down the straightaway, he's putting a little down pedal into it. He's trying to keep the boat on the water, just like he's doing. He's doing a great job.
So he's got a 2-lap average there, a 151.9. The second lap was just a tick slower than the first lap. We'll see if Corey can pick it up here a little bit on lap number 3. I like his line through the corner. It's a little bit tighter than I think he was the time before. Will that help him? We'll find out very, very quickly. It is Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington, coming down the front straightaway. And Darrell and Vanessa's strong. Tahoe missed. The boat looks good. So does Corey. And he's in the books with 3 up and 3 down. For a very successful qualifying attempt. We'll get the speed here. It will be unofficial.
Whatever it is, he's got to be happy, though. Because, the boat ride looks great. They can keep building on it.
And it's his quickest one. It's 152.178. That will add up to a 152.038. And again, that is unofficial. That is an unofficial qualifying speed until such time as the boat goes through tech inspection. However, our first tech of good news, Dylan Runne, passed tech inspection. So that 153.131 is official.
That's a great run for those guys. Right out of the box. To be on the top of the leaderboard right now in qualifying, even though there's still some boats left to run, they got to be happy and very proud of it. I can tell you right now that people in the strong camp are already figuring out what they need to change because they don't like being second to anyone. So that's what makes this sport so cool, is they're going to keep trying to better themselves and get that boat faster and faster.
It's what it is all about. We are at the end of the day. We're racing. And it's who can go the fastest and get around a race course. At the end of the day, that's what it all boils down to. U11, Jamie Nilsen and the FLAV-R-PAC should be next.
I expect some great things out of Jamie. Those guys, you don't hear a lot out of them, but what a hard-working team. Scott has so much time on this river. He knows the boat setup. Jamie has a lot of time in this boat, and he does a fantastic job driving the boat. And, they're not always on the top of the leaderboard in qualifying, but they get great results. They're always there in the final. They're always in the front row. And you can never count these guys out because the entire team does such a great job. So we'll see what they can pull together here in qualifying. I know they're going to want to up their time from testing this morning. They made some changes and it's a propeller setup. But, we're going to hopefully see those guys on the water here momentarily and expect great things.
You can see Tahoe Unlimited on the canard wing up front there on the boat. That's what we were talking about with Stephen Hayden and his museum in Eastern Washington. And I think Dustin, our Danny Rogers, is standing by with Brandon Kennedy of Miss Madison Racing. Let's send it down to Danny Rogers on the dock. Danny?
You're able to get the boat off for the first round of qualifying laps, but not able to get out there for testing. What kind of issues was Miss Madison running into there?
We had a new motor in it, and they said something with the fuel control. Basically, when I told the motor I wanted some fuel, it said, no, I don't have the fuel to give it. So I wouldn't get up and go. Kind of had no throttle response to get it up on plane. The crew worked tirelessly in the seat to switch motors and get us back out there. That qualifying round was pretty much our test session, so we'll tune it up for this next one.
What's the number one improvement you want to make here for the second qualifying round?
Honestly, probably just my driving. I haven't driven the long course here in Madison. I was leaving the boat a little tight and probably not as tight to buoys as it can be, so I know there's improvement there, and I'm sure they'll make some improvements in the hull.
Was it surprising to you how different a 2.5 mile track feels compared to a 2 miler that you raced last year?
Yeah, it definitely was different. Just you're in the straightaway for a lot longer that you almost not forget you have to turn, but the turn kind of catches you at more of a surprise than when you're flicking it off a little quicker on the 2 mile course. So that'll be something to get used to, but I did like how the boat aired out a little bit more this year than last year, so I'm excited to keep getting more reps at it.
An entire city is rooting for you in the Miss Madison boat. What kind of expectations do you put on yourself for this weekend?
Mainly just make the city proud, whether that's on the water or off the water. Just make sure they know that I'm trying to be an ambassador for the city. I fell in love with the city running Grand Prix here, so to be able to drive the boat and have a local sponsor in Royer, a Seattle sponsor in Goodman Real Estate, it's just amazing to be able to be the one pushing the sticks and pushing the pedals.
luck. We appreciate it.
Dustin Eccles, an interesting comment there from Brandon Kennedy, and honestly, it's something I didn't think of. Yeah, he's never been on a big course before, so that was his first time last year being his rookie year. He was on the short course here, so yeah, he was just trying to get his bearings.
I didn't realize that either, but he's doing a great job. He's picking it up quick. He's got a lot of seat time in all the other classes, so he'll pick it up quick. And he just showed us right there that's where he deserves to be.
Yep. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's a rookie, but he's a rookie in an H1 Unlimited hydroplane, and these are the best best hydroplane drivers in the world. That's why they drive these 7 boats. Jamie Nilsen in the backstretch, up the backstretch, and the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC boat is owned by Unlimited Racing Group, Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cle Elum, Washington, and I've said this 1,000 times. For those of you who have no idea where Cle Elum, Washington might be, if you look on I-90 and put a pin in the center of the state, you'll be pretty close.
Yeah, beautiful place they have over there. He's got a nice shop that can work on this thing, and he's got a great group of people coming to help him work on it. They picked up FLAV-R-PAC a couple years ago, and I know he appreciates the support. He's doing a great job of just showing their support and getting around the country. It's good to see.
Yeah, they do a terrific job of representing their wonderful sponsor with FLAV-R-PAC. As I mentioned, they got the brand new corporate building there in the Tri-Cities. This is really a good thing. Jamie staying tight to the buoy row. Time to put the hammer down, young man, and let's go, because we're going to put him on the clock. He comes underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. You see the shadow go by. Dustin Eccles, time to put him on a clock.
Here he comes. Yeah, he's got it aired out pretty good. It looks like a good boat ride. I didn't see a lot of acceleration there, but this is where it matters. Now he's on the clock, so we'll see what he can drum up. Got a good line so far. Entering lane 3 is right about where you want to be. Hit the apex, then drift a little bit wide in the exit. Keep the engine spooled up a little bit. Accelerate down this back straightaway.
Jamie Nilsen, young man out of Central Washington University, where he was an all-star baseball player. This guy was something special on a baseball diamond. Actually spent a year with the Kansas City Royals and their farm system, but that didn't work out. He loves driving hydroplanes, and he wanted to come back and race, and now he drives one of the fastest race boats in the world, the U11 FLAV-R-PAC, and he's at the top end of the race course.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at that turn spray through the corner. Nice and smooth. Jamie doing a great job of just hanging it on the hook, getting through that corner, and accelerating down to the end of his first lap of qualifying.
So here he comes. We will come down and put one in the book, the first of 3. Jamie Nilsen. Boy, I like that boat ride, too. Those sponsons are barely touching the water. He was hanging that right one.
He's doing a great job. He's got a lot of years in the outboards, and he knows how to hang a boat like anybody else. So if there's somebody who can get this boat around the course quick, it's going to be Jamie.
So let's see that first lap, 147.994. 147.994. That's just a small, quick tick under 148 miles per hour.
And it's tough, these guys are doing everything they can to qualify well and get a good position, get where they want to be, but it really matters for race day. Later on in the day today, they actually get to run heats. That's where it all matters. So I expect these guys are going to be a lot quicker as the day goes on and be in the final in the front row.
Well, you talk about that, and it's really true, because I make the comment, J. Michael Kelly, with as much success as he has had, he's never been a top qualifier at an H1 event. He would love to do it, but he's never had it. So it's not all about who can qualify fast at Jamie Nilsen. With 2 up and 2 down in the FLAV-R-PAC. First lap, 147.9.
He's getting every mile an hour out of that boat as he possibly can. He's got a perfect line. He's hanging it just I couldn't give him any tips on anything to do better. So they're going to go back, and the team's going to say, let's look at the data, and what can we do differently to get this thing around the course.
So we turned it up just a little bit to 148.33, 8 miles an hour, 2-lap average, 148.166.
Yeah, very nice. Jamie's doing just a great job.
Well, we got very good news for our Miss Madison Racing Team people that Brandon Kennedy has cleared tech inspection, and thus that is the first time he has ever earned qualifying points for H1 Unlimited. He qualified himself as a driver, but he didn't qualify the boat last year because he was not a qualified driver yet, and you got to be a qualified driver before you can qualify a boat. But right now it is all about Jamie Nilsen looking for something better than 148, 166, and he's across picking up that right spot. So he's flying it as best he can. To your point, he's trying to get everything he can out of that U11, Miss FLAV-R-PAC.
And he exiting turn number 2, he got on the up pedal a long ways, and the boat got out of shape a little bit on him. When it slammed the sponsons back down, that scrubs a little bit of speed, and you give up just a little bit. You got to run it on the ragged edge to get as fast as you can.
I didn't think he could get closer to 148 than that first lap, which was 147.994, but he proved me wrong on that last lap, 147.997. So, man, that's called just a tick, but 148.167 is the average speed between laps 2 and 3. Again, unofficial until the boat goes through technical inspection. They've got to take the black box, which I always like to say, the black box, which isn't black, and they take it up to partial in the H1 Unlimited truck, which is right down below us, and they will check the fuel flow and the N2 rotation, and they will give thumbs up or thumbs down. Let's hope it's good. We know Dylan Runne has cleared tech inspection. We know that Brandon Kennedy has cleared tech inspection. We'll get the...
Sometimes, when we say go back to the truck and go through tech, it's not always a bad thing. The guys are saying, oh, no, I don't know it's legal. They might go back and say, wow, we have a lot to order this thing up. That's happened several times to us where you go back in and say, wow, we're 10 slow. Let's straighten this thing up, and we've got 400 more horsepower. So they might learn something here, and we'll see after they pass tech, we're hoping if they got all the miles, and they say, hey, we have something else for the second round of qualifying.
I'm anxious to see this next run, because next up on our list is Jimmy Shane in the U-27 of Miss Apollo. Boat was quick this morning.
Yeah, Jimmy's going to keep getting this boat faster and faster. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Dave Villwack had a big hand in putting this thing together, and the Wiggins team, they did a great job of building it, but it hasn't been proven yet. It doesn't have hardly any time on the water, and Jimmy's one of the best in the business and taking a boat and saying, well, I think we need to do this. He's got enough history, enough experience where he can back it up, and this thing is going to keep getting better and better, and I'm giddy about it.
We have a very interested bystander down to our left. I noticed Dave Villwack is sitting right behind our scores and timers, and he wants to be the first one to get the speeds and the time. So once a driver, always a driver, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to remove yourself and walk away, completely. And I have a lot of respect for Dave. It's just great to see him here, overlooking the race course, and keeping an eye on everybody.
We just heard in our ear that the U3, Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Mist, has cleared tech inspection, so they're clear. So Runne has cleared, Kennedy has cleared, Peabody has cleared. We just got Jamie Nilsen back to the dock. He will be next up on the tech truck parade, I guess, for lack of a better term. We'll find out if they can clear. It looks like Jimmy Shane has the nose pushed out toward the center of the Ohio River.
One thing you'll see also, Jimmy gave it a little extra time in between the last boat qualifying and right now going out. That's just more experience. He says, I have a time limit. I'm going to let it go down to the last minute and let this water settle a little bit and get the best water I possibly can. He should have this thing turned up pretty good. We'll see a good time.
And that time limit is 5 minutes, if I am not correct. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah. They'll use up all that they can.
Let the waves dissipate. And that used to be a game teams would play, and they had to institute that 5-minute rule because you should have seen the way teams, well, I'm sure you did, the way teams used to, oh boy, we're just not quite ready yet. We got to do this, we got to do that. And they finally said, all right, you got 5 minutes to get out.
Yeah, there's a rule for everything, and there's a reason for those rules.
Yes, that is exactly right. So Jimmy Shane back on the Ohio River. Lord knows he knows this river. And the fans here know Jimmy Shane. That is for sure as well.
It's great seeing Jimmy back out here. He looks great. He's got a big smile on his face. And I think when he got mixed in with the fans and got to say hi to everybody, I don't think I've ever seen him happier than he was during that time. So it's great to see him back.
It is, and he looks like he came back 4 years later and 8 years younger. When he shaved that beard off, he looks a lot younger. Jimmy Shane driving for Bruce Ratchford out of the Tri-Cities, Apollo Mechanical, the boat called the Miss Apollo. And if there's a boat we got to root for sentimental reasons, I think red, white, and blue on this weekend would be a pretty good idea. Jimmy Shane coming across the start-finish line, and we will put him on a clock starting right now. Shane at the 27.
All of these boat rides are looking beautiful, and I keep thinking that's the best, but I think that one right there might have been the absolute best. Look at the speed he carries through the corner, and that just shows you the difference in that boat and the acceleration. I'm blown away.
Yeah, I am too. That was noticeably faster than anybody else through and out of that first corner. Man.
I'm absolutely speechless. I mean, he's all the way up to the bridge already. I can't wait to see a time here. He is wheeling this thing like a madman.
Wow. Jimmy Shane, mighty fast. See where he wants to go off the corner.
Yeah, didn't scrub any speed at the exit. Nice and smooth. He corrects. Oh, this is going to be a nice run. He's going to call home and tell the boys, see, Dad, this is how Dad does it.
Wow. Look at that boat ride. Jimmy Shane's got one up, 2 to go on a 3-lap qualification effort for the U-27 Miss Apollo. First time qualifying back on the Ohio River since 2022.
The thing that I just can't get over is the acceleration. I mean, he carries so much speed from the apex to exit.
156.91. There's our quickest lap of the day. And we are sniffing a $160. We're getting close. We're getting up there, 156.9 miles per hour. And I think it's safe to say Jimmy Shane might be back.
Oh, absolutely. Jimmy Shane is back, and he's showing everybody right now with authority.
Man. Nothing to it, says the man originally from Havre de Grace, Maryland, now calls home to San Antonio, Texas.
Just an absolute beautiful boat ride. I mean, it looks stable on the straightaways. They've got the porpoising problem figured out. The rooster tail, like we talked about, low and long. And then you look how smooth he is into the corners. He's doing a perfect job.
This is impressive. First lap at 156.947. Next one, 158.111. Got a 2-lap average now, 157.5. Jimmy Shane putting a show on right now up the backstretch.
Anyone that asked, how long is it going to take to knock the rust off of Jimmy Shane? I think he answered everyone's questions without saying a word.
I think he knocked it off when he drove out of the hotel parking lot this morning to come on down.
Yeah, this is impressive. This is something, I mean, you can see everybody on the beach right now. Their jaws are on the floor watching him run. And it's why he's so good.
So the second lap was a quick one at about 58.111. Here comes Jimmy Shane to complete lap number 3 of 3. The U-27 of Miss Apollo, and he has completed it. Now all eyes on the monitor. Let's see what speed pops up.
He's on his A game. He's looking for
He's going to be happy no matter what it is. The boat ride looked great.
157. He backed it off just a tick. 157.249. But still, it's enough to make lap 2 and 3 the quickest 2. He'll go with 157.679 miles per hour. And guess where that puts him? You look at the live view leaderboard. And there he is, Jimmy Shane sitting on top. Yeah, that rust has been knocked off.
Yeah, and you know, for Jay Michael and Andrew Tate, they just watch that going. They're getting the updates from their spotters. They're both thinking, wow, that is fast. And then they're thinking, all right, well, I got to put it to the floor here, and we have to one up them. We can't leave that out there. So these next 2 are going to be pretty impressive to watch.
I know he's watching back home in the Tri-Cities. Mr. Ratchford, sir, that was pretty impressive. The red, white, and blue boat and Jimmy Shane just posted a 157.679. Again, the boat has to go through tech inspection, but wow, what a sight on America's 250th birthday, that beautiful red, white, and blue.
You couldn't script it better than that. I bet you when Jimmy jumps out here, he's going to have a big smile on his face and say, oh, that wasn't nothing, quick to the next run. But yeah, they have to be very, very proud. Bringing that boat back from being crashed last year, you know, and it was beat up really bad to right now on top of the leaderboard. That's a big deal.
And I mentioned Dave Villwalk is sitting just down the row from us here behind our scorers and timers. That's got to put a little bit of a grin on his face, too. The amount of work he put into that boat. to help finish it for Charlie Wiggins and his team, and then he drove it for a little over a year. And to see that boat start to finally be able to start to understand and accept some of the potential that's in that hull. And the scary part to me is I think there's a lot left when they really dial that boat in. That boat sat on the beach an entire year last year.
Yeah.
And you got a driver that hasn't driven for 4 years, and they go out and post that. That's pretty impressive.
It is. And, you know, speaking with Dave, he really believed in this boat. And he believes in every aspect of it. All the little changes that they've made to it are ones that he knew and he was sure were going to work. And so sometimes it takes patience. You got to watch the stuff to come to fruition and just be patient. Don't rush it. You got to go through the steps. And it's hard to make a boat fast out of the box, but it's starting to show its true colors. Looks like J. Michael Kelly is getting ready to get going here. And he's, again, smart driver, giving it every bit of time for the water to settle and get the best water he possibly can. Angela's getting ready to get off the boat with the umbrella. The lid goes down. Again, water conditions absolutely perfect.
We've got a swimmer that has ventured out onto the Ohio River, and so I think that's going to hold us up just a little bit. The lid is down on J. Michael Kelly, but I think we're waiting on a swimmer. Meantime, I think we have an interesting stat from the stat man behind us. Mr. Kish, what do you got for us?
So, Brad, that 158.1 by Jimmy Shane on that last run, here's how it compares to the last 3 times we ran on this course. 2022 Shane ran a 156.157. 2023 Corey Peabody a 156.0. 2024 Andrew Tate 91. 157.08. That's the fastest time we had since COVID.
That's impressive.
Wow, that's really impressive. And away from the dock, the red, white, and gold of the Maverick.
Love the look of that boat. You know, J. Michael drives this thing so great. Like, this guy, we joke around that he can drive anything, but you put him in a good piece, and he can really show, you know, what he's capable of. Strong Racing's done that. They've given him some wonderful equipment, and he's going to make the best of it here. He's going to get slowly wound up to speed as he heads up the back straightaway. Again, water conditions are absolutely ideal. Learned anything from Corey's run that can kind of translate over to Mike's run here. Half a lap to go before he takes the green flag.
J. Michael Kelly driving Daryl and Vanessa Strong is off the top end of the race course, driving a boat called the Maverick, wearing that familiar U00 of the Maverick from back in the day. The green flag is up. J. Michael Kelly will be put on the clock. And it is ticking away now. Kelly, never been a top qualifier, and after listening to the stat man, if he's going to be the top qualifier here, he's going to have to really lay one down.
He's going to have to earn it. I think, you know, Jimmy put up a monster of a number, but Mike's up to the challenge. I know he is. He knows how important it is, how special to get that number 1 qualifier. But down the back straightaway he goes. Half lap in. It was 3-lap average. We'll see how he can finish up this first lap.
You know, we talk about him never being the fastest qualifier at an H1 event, yet Kelly has won 18 H1 Unlimited races. So if he wins one more, his 19th, he'll be alone in 8th place on the all-time H1 Unlimited driver win list. Here comes J. Michael Kelly. You're looking right underneath that boat. Nobody likes to fly a boat any better than J. Michael Kelly, and he's rocking and rolling on the front straightaway. You can see right underneath that left sponson, 1 in the books. 2 to go.
Yeah, if there's any speed to get out of that boat, J. Michael will get it.
Oh yeah, he'll find it. You're right, he'll find it if it's there.
See how smooth he is through the corner and how he exits. You don't even see the transition from turn spray to the turn spray being gone. It just slowly goes away, and that's just how smooth he is.
So 147 miles per hour. Honestly, I thought it might be a little closer, if not in excess of 150 miles per hour. but a 147.2. Chop in.
That's a tricky turn down there, Brad. I mean, you can just see how they have to adjust through the turn, and it's not the shape of the turn. I think it just has to do with the current and the way the current is pulling you to the infield, and you got to constantly adjust for it.
Man, he is solid. Solid and light. If he didn't have to slow down to bring the boat back to the dock, I'm not sure the left side runner on that sponsor would even be wet.
He hit a few holes down there entering turn number 1. You can hear it pop a little bit. He had to pull his foot. You don't want to overspool it. These are going by the same rules here, so if they overspool the engines for long enough, you can get thrown out of qualifying also, and the time won't be good. So you got to keep the things within the limits, make sure you can pass tech. Ultimately, that's what it matters, is getting through tech and being a legal qualifier.
2-lap average there between 1 and 2, 147.352 miles per hour. Second lap was a tick faster than the first by 0.3 of a mile per hour. Mike is definitely out wider this time. You heard Dustin talking about how difficult that upper corner can be. Everybody knows that. Nobody knows it any better than J. Michael Kelly as he comes across start-finish line. That left sponsor again doesn't even touch the water. And he comes by and puts the third of 3 laps in the book. Again, our qualifying speed is a 2-lap average between the fastest 2 consecutive laps, either 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. And he's got his fastest lap on number 3 at 148.8. So he's got a 2-lap average with lap number 2 of 148.185 miles per hour. I'm sure he wanted to go faster, but it was a very strong run.
Yeah, they'll get more out of it as the day goes on here. And being the third lap was faster, they'll be able to tell what changes they need to make to get it better.
So, Brad, you were also mentioning that Mike, through all of his success in H1 Unlimited, no top qualifier awards. When we were here in 2021, though, we weren't able to get on the water until late Saturday, so we wiped qualifying out of the Gold Cup in 2021. Mike ran the fastest lap of the weekend, and they honorarily gave him the top qualifier award since they needed to give it to somebody. But no official qualifying tops.
Well, definitely earned. I know how important it is to Mike. I mean, every small thing in the sport, you hear about the Gold Cup wins or whatever. There's so many accomplished people that haven't won a Gold Cup. And when we were number 1 qualifiers in Gunnersville that year, Mike was one of the first guys to come up and give me a hug. And he says, "I hope you know what this means. Like, this is really cool." And he told me, I never knew that he wasn't a top qualifier, and it really sank in. I thought, wow, that is a big deal. Nobody knows it like Mike.
So I heard rumors and stories that last year down in Gunnersville that while you were home watching qualifying and Andrew was within a whisker of that speed, you were sweating it a little bit.
I was. I actually wasn't watching on purpose because I was like a nervous mother, but my daughter Finley was coming in giving me updates all the time, and I finally had to tell her stop. And then I texted Taylor Evans, who was working on the team, and I said, "Come on, Taylor, you're killing me here, man." But those guys, they were so close, and they deserved it. They came up just a little bit short, and I can't say that I wasn't a little happy about that, but they earned it, and if they would have got it, my hat would have been off to them.
So we're definitely on schedule here. We've got an hour set aside for this qualifying session, and if Andrew gets on the water here in the next couple of minutes, which I'm sure he will, we're going to be done in that hour time frame that we had. We were a couple of minutes late getting started, about 3 minutes late. So Andrew's going to be coming on the water here momentarily, and we'll have all 7 of our boats have made a run on the clock. Still got 6 minutes hanging there on our qualifying time.
We've had a few issues with weather, water conditions, all that kind of stuff, but I can tell you with all of the volunteers here working on everything, this thing is like a well-oiled machine with how fast they're getting it in. From the crane operators, slinging boats back and forth, just doing everything smooth. The personnel in the water, moving the docks around, moving the walkways and everything for the water level that goes up and down. Everybody's working really hard, and they're just doing a great job putting this event on.
You saw the line come off the nose of the U1, the BWR Racing. You're looking right there. Andrew Tate, his name, above the glass on the canopy. And and he's away from the dock. There's a reason he carries that number 1. They are the defending national high points champion. You see the drone, a great shot from the drone. Dustin and I sitting here can see the drone. There, he just peeled away and headed toward the center of the course, but as he left the dock, he was driving right along with Andrew Tate. Therefore, so were you going for a ride on the BWR Racing. You won, Andrew Tate.
One thing you'll notice the drivers doing when they leave the pits here is they try to stay as parallel to the dock as they possibly can, because you don't want to send a roller out upriver to where you find it as you're coming down to start your qualifying run. You got to always think ahead of where that roller is going to be, where it's going to go. So Andrew did a great job thinking ahead. He's planning on laying down a fast one here, you know it.
I think that's his standard MO.
Yeah, he knows no other way to go but wide open.
This guy is a racer. And just a pure, if there's a pure racer here, and all of you are, and I include you, you guys just like you'll race anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's
grocery carts up at the Safeway store. If you guys get alongside, I'm going to beat you to the frozen foods.
Absolutely. Yeah, even walking down the aisleways, you move over on people.
To push the elevator button. Andrew Tate, you won. BWR Racing. Let's put him on a clock, and he is on it now.
Just hanging it perfectly, coming down to turn number 1. Again, perfect lane. This thing accelerates great too. Look at how much speed he carries to the turn. These BWR boats are set up very, very nice. Mike Hansen has done a wonderful job.
Yeah, acceleration off of there was very, very quick. This boat has been the quintessential unlimited hydroplane. This particular hull, since it was christened in 2018 in the Tri-Cities, this boat was a rocket right out of the box, and it still is. And Andrew Tate, as we were just talking, being a professional driver that he is, that has been a perfect marriage, him and that boat. It's going to come out pretty wide out here off the top end of the race course.
Yeah, didn't scrub much speed. He's looking, boat ride looks great. You can see all the way underneath the boat down the front straightaway. He's really trying to get these speeds up to start his 3 laps.
Just like that, he's got 1 up and 1 down. We'll get a good feel here. Right now, Jimmy Shane sits atop the qualification ladder with a 2-lap average of 157.679. Here's a 155.424 miles per hour. 155.424 miles per hour, so a mighty, mighty good run.
That's just his first lap, too. I think it's going to get faster here as he gets settled in, and that is nothing to be upset about. That's a great, respectable lap.
And remember, race fans, this qualifying ladder, the way it ends, that is going to determine our heats of competition that we're going to run this afternoon starting at 6 o'clock. So Shane is off the top end.
Tate.
I will change that. As soon as I said that, it didn't sound right. Andrew Tate, first lap at a $1:55. And let me guess, you and I are both going to say, man, what a boat ride. It's perfect. Everybody coming by looks good.
They're going to get tired of us saying it, but I don't think you can really, truly appreciate it unless you can see it. I mean, other than these camera angles are incredible.
157.378. So he's got a 2-lap average of a $1:56. Teammate, and I use the term loosely, Jimmy Shane sits there at 157.6. Has he got more?
I think he does. It's just going to keep getting faster and faster here. And again, the boat ride looks perfect, and it's not out of shape at all. He's just doing a great job keeping it under control and being smart.
He's a little tighter coming off the top end than he was last time through. Fast lap was number 2 at a $1:57. What's he got in him? He needs another 1.5 miles per hour to catch Jimmy Shane. Here he comes, Andrew Tate. You won, BWR. And he's across. It's in the books.
What a run. I mean, I just can't overstate it enough. I mean, that was a perfect setup. He's not too loose. He's just stable, and I think he can get more out of it.
And we're kind of sitting here with holding our breath, 158.632. That gives him his 2-lap average of 158.003. He is a tick ahead of Jimmy Shane's 157.6. Wow.
I think it goes without saying, Bruce Ratchford put together a fantastic team here, and I think everybody on the shoreline can see how competitive and how fast these boats are. I mean, both boats on top, that's incredible.
Yeah, and our friend Mr. Rashford is watching, I assume, back home. Bruce, they look pretty good.
To say the least. But these other teams are going to start working double time to catch up. The BWR team set the bar, and it's way high. But these other guys, they're no slouches. They're going to be right back to working. You can already tell that I saw the 40 guys already doing a wing change that we talked about earlier, and they were changing a bunch of stuff, and the strong guys are working away. And Scott, Rainey, the FLAV-R-PAC team, they're a little bit out of our line of sight, but you know as well as I do, they are working away on that boat.
Well, and this goes back to Jonathan Abbott now and what his idea was during the offseason to put this round of Grand Prix qualifying between the first and second round of H1 Unlimited qualifying. It's given those teams a little extra time to put a little tweak here, a little tweak there, and to your point, to reach way up for another bar.
Yeah.
And I know you know about, maybe you can speak to it a little bit, you're running 152 to 153. To get that up to a 155 or a 156, that's a huge step. It's only a couple miles per hour, but once you get to a certain point and start bumping up against the top, it's hard to find that extra mile per hour.
Well, and the tough thing about it is it's usually not one thing that you're going to change. You're going to put a different propeller on or a different engine or something. You got to change multiple things to keep getting a 10th here, a 10th there, a 10th here, and you don't want to change too many things at one time because you make a bunch of changes, you don't know what it affected. So that's why these crew chiefs are paid the big money, is to kind of weigh out the decisions, weigh out what they're going to get out of it, and then get the best, the best results.
So our H1 Unlimited qualifying is in the books for round one and round one only. Now we're going to finish those boats going through tech inspection, and we are going to look at our schedule, but I think memory serves me correct now. What we are going to do is go Grand Prix qualifying. It'll be a little different. I'm going to lean heavily upon you for this because I know you know exactly how this works, but I think if I remember how it goes, they come out and run 2 laps. The fastest lap is their qualifying lap, but they usually just use that first one to kind of warm everything up, and then they charge lap 2, and that becomes their qualifying speed, which is going to then determine what lane they run in their heats of competition.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really hard on these engines to leave the dock and go out there fast. So a lot of times you'll see, they'll go out there and they'll go about half, 3/4 throttle the first lap, and they'll really open it up for their final lap. And another good competitive field here, and it's important to where you qualify for the Grand Prix also. So they have a lot to gain and a lot to lose.
While we get ready for that, since yours and my assistant, oh, that's right, we don't have assistants. Remember that part? That wasn't part of the deal. So I'm going to play the role of assistant. I'm going to walk over and get us a couple cold waters. So if you can spot me about 30 seconds and handle this thing, I think you got it.
Not a problem.
There we go. I'll be right back.
Getting to sit here and talk Grand Prix with the crowd at home, that's right up my alley. So. Yeah, it's great to see the field we have here, and I think Brandon Kennedy coming back off of his unlimited qualifying run and jumping into Grand Prix. I think that's going to be a pretty fun one to watch. And the GP35 is so incredibly fast, and it's quick all the way around. So I'm anxious to see what that boat can do. But another boat that's fast, and we haven't seen its full potential yet, is the 17 and Josh Culver. So. And Kevin Ekert's getting all belted in right now, in the Freak, the GP10. Everyone is ready to go. They're going to use up, again, all the water the time they possibly can today, and we'll have some Grand Prix on the water shortly. I hear that we just went green flag on the race course for the Grand Prix, so you should be able to hear them in a short amount of time. Getting the last unlimited out of the water right now. And we've got the Kraken. That was Scotty Pierce's little boat. Driver getting all strapped in right now, the GP24. I'm really excited to see that boat back on the water. It's gorgeous. I love the lines. I believe that was started out life as Dave Bender's 6-liter, the pay and play, and it's just been a great boat all through its years. And we'll see it out shortly in a gray and yellow. Kevin Ekert's lid is down on the GP10, the Freak. Might be the first boat out on the race course as Jimmy James pushes him away from the dock. Kevin's a very smart driver. He's going to just right at that boat before he puts his foot into it. down a good one here. The mile and 2/3 course. They make their way around it really quick, so this won't take very long, but it'll be exciting for sure. Kevin started to put his foot in it just a little bit here. Try to get all of his temperatures up a little bit. It's hard to have that much horsepower under your foot. You want to put your foot to the floor where your brain's saying, no, you gotta wait, you gotta wait. We'll get on here shortly. Swinging out a little wide here, trying to get some RPMs up. Still getting his temperatures up where they want to be. The water is looking great for these Grand Prix right now, the best we've seen all weekend. We had to be patient, we had to wait a little bit, but it was worth the wait because we're seeing absolute perfect water right now, and these boats can really showcase what they're good at. All right, half a lap to go here until we get our qualifying lap. Kevin's anxious to show us what the freak has. Slowly starts picking up the speed a little bit. He's got his foot to the floor now. Here the engine RPMs go through the roof. Nice boat ride. Starts bouncing on the rev limiter a little bit as he enters the turn. He's looking fantastic, good acceleration. He's got to be happy with that so far. Sounds like the gearing, the setup's just about right. You know, he's hitting the rev limiter right before the corner, and he's carrying some good boat speed all the way through. So, oh, big hop down there in turn number 2. Boat came all the way out of the water. You hear the engine rev to the moon. Looks like he's able to correct. That's definitely going to cost him in this time here. Wow, that was a great run until the apex of turn number 2. Hit that big giant hole completely out of the water. The engine overspooled, and he was able to correct, get it settled back down. But he definitely lost a lot of time there. So I don't think this speed is going to be his best, but at least he's able to drive it back to the dock.
And they only get one pop at it.
Yeah, it's
Jeff Ayler looking over the shoulder here. Will have a speed very quickly for you, my friend.
The boat looked good though. It sounded good. I mean, there's a lot to be proud of in this run, other than one little hiccup in the corner. I don't think that was Kevin's fault. He just hit a hole. And he's driving back in under his own power. Actually, I don't want to jinx it, but he's driving back in under his own power, so everything's looking good.
Still waiting on speed, and they are down talking to the officials.
The driver of the Kraken is in, all strapped in right now, and I see Greg Hopp is in his boat.
As Kevin Egret wastes no time popping the lid. It's got to get hot down in there.
Yeah, not a lot of airflow in the cockpit.
No.
And
he's definitely waving to the fans. He's letting everybody know he's here and he's glad they're here. And the freak, the GP10, will return to the pit area. One of 2 boats out of Richards Racing from Snohomish, Washington, which is up north. There's the speed at 108.303 miles per hour.
Yeah, without that hop in the far turn, it would have been a lot higher. I mean, he lost a lot of time because of that. But like I said, he corrected, he landed it, didn't hurt anything, it looks like. So I think he'll still be happy, and it should have been a lot faster.
And I believe the word you got for us in walking through the pit area was that Dave Muszynski was going to be behind the wheel of the GP24, the Kraken, that we're looking at right there.
Yeah, that's what I saw yesterday in driver's meeting, and I believe this is his first time at least racing here, so it's great. What a great race course to come out as your first time on. So.
And we are going to confirm that with the officials here. We'll have it momentarily.
The lid is down on the GP24, just waiting to push him away from the dock. Some really unique lines on that boat. That the cowling was built at Scotty Pierce's shop back a long time ago, and Joel Batchelor and Kevin Milliken and all the guys had a hand in making that thing. With help from Scott Rainey. And,
it's a good-looking hydroplane.
It's a great boat. And away he goes from the dock.
And we are doing our best to confirm that it is Dave Muszynski. I think we're going to get an answer right now. In 1 minute, we will have it. Just making a confirmation, and I'm not sure the officials were aware. And it is indeed Dave Muszynski behind the wheel of the GP24, the Kraken.
You heard him, Brad, get off the throttle for a second there after he got on plane. And one thing about the Grand Prix that are different than the Unlimited is the throttle return springs on the supercharger on the hat on top of the blower. And they're really stiff. So a lot of times the driver will have to reposition his foot to hold it on there, right? Because there's a lot of tension working against it.
As Muszynski comes down the front straightaway, we'll let the noise get past us here for just a moment. But I understand that Andrew Tate is standing by with our Danny Rogers down in the pit area. Danny, take it away.
All right, Andrew, you knew Jimmy Shane topped out at over just 157. You go out there, you get about 158. What was your mindset heading into that first round of qualifying?
Honestly, qualifying is pretty straightforward. You know, run good lines and basically make the boat go as fast as it'll go. So I think the team should be proud. They got two boats that are real fast. There's another round, so we'll see what happens here. But good start to the official season.
Is there a downfall to setting the ceiling so high right now?
Well, we know we got a fast boat, which means the way it looks right now, we still got another round, like I said. But the downfall is you don't get to pick your lane for the first heat. So, hey, pros and cons, good and bad. We'll see how it all works out. But we know we got a good piece, and we're excited.
What kind of adjustment can you possibly make here?
We'll look at the data. Propeller for sure, potentially a fuel adjustment. But I mean, we're not going to change the rear wing of the skid bin or anything. The boat feels real good. It's driving nice. It's treating me well. Hopefully I go take care of it, and maybe we can go a little faster.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great job, Danny Rogers, talking to Andrew Tate right now. It's Dave Muszynski. Comes across the start-finish line with his hot lap in the GP24, the Kraken.
Dave looked very respectable out there. I mean, I think this is his first time running this boat, especially on this race course, but he did a great job. You can just tell he was being smart, not getting too close to the buoys, kept his foot into it, and he just did a nice, smart job of driving out there.
I just really like the lines on that boat.
It's cool. It's different. You know, I really like it also because it's not the same as everybody else, and it brings back that old Jones look, which we all love.
Turned the lap at 95.724. That was Dave Muszynski. Dave Muszynski turning that lap at 95.724. So a good run for Dave Muszynski.
I see, looks like the 235 is in the water, the GP17 is in the water. Let's see which boat's going to head out next year. Get the Kraken back to the dock. Now, we did a great job on the race course. Let's see how we can do parking this thing, because there are a lot of other boats on the dock, and it's a little tricky, so it looks like he's going to be smart and shut her down early.
And I think the next boat out is going to be our Brent Hall. And look at that. And I think he came in a little hot. He turned left to miss the GP17.
Yeah, smart move there. It's tricky on this race course. I mean, you can do such a great job on the race course, but you do something, not right off the race course, and that's what everyone remembers, unfortunately. That current just keeps pulling you. So even when you shut it down, when you think it's the right time, you need to shut it down earlier. It's really tricky to figure out. He'll get it.
I drove a vintage 5-liter. And that was my greatest fear, was bringing it back to the dock. And I think I was one of those guys that shut it off like 2 counties short.
Better that than the other way, though.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
On a Grand Prix, they run on alcohol. When you come back into the pits, you have to shut the fuel off before you shut the ignition off, and because you don't want the fuel to leak down into the crankcase. But the engine will actually rev up before you shut it down. And so you see these guys come in, and all of a sudden you hear the engine start going higher, higher, higher RPMs. The boat goes faster. So before it shuts down, it goes faster. That's
it's going to go faster.
Yeah.
So we just got a nice message in our ear that all H1 Unlimited hydroplanes have cleared the tech truck. So how about that for good news? Everybody's clean, everybody's qualified, everybody's legit. We're going to go out and try and go faster.
And we have crazy speeds on top of that. So that's really saying something. The strong guys, they had to make some adjustments in testing and after that, and they made the right ones. So they went from being illegal to very respectable and legal. Let's see if they can go chase that 158 here, this next session.
We were watching the crew here on the dock for the GP24, the Kraken, and they were very pleased with Dave Muszynski and the fact that he was able to complete his qualification attempt. Was it the fastest? No, but he did it, and he did it correctly. Brought it back. Had to make a little bit of a move to avoid a light collision here in the pit area, but that's okay. As you said, it's not easy to do.
It's not. It's really tricky. One great thing, the other river course we have is Tri-Cities in a few weeks, and that one you can actually go downriver, turn, and then go against the current, and that really slows you down, and it's a little bit easier. But this one, the current says, no, we're not stopping. We're going to keep going for a while, and that can get tricky with a dock full of boats.
So unfortunately, this is putting a little bit of a crimp in our schedule here, only because we're having to wait for Dave Muszynski to clear Brent Hall, who he was ready to go. They had the lid down on him, but they had to get a line, and now, they almost did have a line to Dave Muszynski. And I think we can move as soon as they get the line to him. And it's happening there on the left of the screen. Well, they missed a couple of times with the rope, but I think they can hand it to him now. So I think we've got him back to the dock. As soon as they pull him right up alongside the dock, I think we'll clear Brent Hall in the GP 235. And we just heard to our left, Chief Referee Jonathan Abbott said, touch off the GP 235. So Brent Hall is on the clock. And there goes the lid right now. You're watching it there on the big screen.
One thing I'm noticing, Brad, here with the Cool Cat team, their other boat, the 135, I don't see an engine in the boat. So that might be another story. We'll have to see what happens there. But it's on the trailer still, and it does not look like it has an engine in it.
No, it does not. Good catch. Very, very good catch. So the GP 235 with Brent Hall.
It's early in the year, it's early in the weekend, you can't win the Gold Cup here on Saturday afternoon and win it on Sunday afternoon.
So the GP 235, Brent Hall, Cool Cat Motorsports. Boat is owned by Ed and Andrea Thompson. Got a Street Maryland.
Oh, he's trying to get it lit up here. He's working at it. It could be a little tricky to start, but he's getting there.
Brent will make it happen. There he goes.
You'll hear it when he goes. Yeah, the crew primes these boats before they close everything down. Shoots a bunch of fuel down the engine, and sometimes you got to make a few adjustments to get it going.
Oh, thought maybe he had it there. It's rolling over.
It's so close. Gotta give him a few minutes to get the candles lit on this thing, and sometimes you crank it over enough, you get enough fuel pressure built up in the engine, and it'll start on its own even without a prime. So we've got the other boats in the fleet chomping at the bit to get out there also.
Got our chief referee on a pretty tight schedule chomping at the bit too.
We talked about packing a lot of stuff into a short period of time, so it doesn't leave a lot of room for little things happening, a boat not starting or having problems coming back to the docks. So they're going to keep rushing through everything, but we're hoping Brent can get it started.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of people up here on this tower that are really crossing their fingers here for Brent Hall. I refer to him as our Brent Hall because he is part of our H1 Unlimited broadcast team, our live stream team. Come on, Brent. Let's go, buddy.
Yeah, we're all pulling for you. I'm not seeing anything coming off the propeller right now. So
no, it's quiet. There it is. He's got a little bit. Come on.
And unlike a car, you don't have a clutch, or you have a constant load on the propeller, so it is tricky to start. You know, it's kind of like starting a car in gear. They're not super happy doing it, so it's challenging.
Come on.
If we can will that engine to get going right now, it would be running. Everyone up here is just waiting.
Oh, and he just pops the lid.
Darn it.
Doggone it. So an unfortunate beginning to the qualification attempt for Brent Hall in the GP 235.
If you don't mind, you've just done a yeoman's job all day long.
We're sending a boat over to him right now to get a tow rope out, get him moved off the course so that these other boats can get qualified. We've got 3 of the fastest boats still here to qualify, though, so this is still going to be a good one.
He's a disappointed young man climbing out of that cockpit right now, but he's not done.
No.
And Brent's not new to boat racing. He knows the ups, the downs. Nobody knows him as well as Brent Hall, the man who came 1/2 a lap short of becoming qualified as an H1 Unlimited hydroplane driver, and that's something that is still on his bucket list. It will happen at some point in time.
Yeah, you know, Kelly Stockland was really trying to help with that thing, and he put in so much time in getting that thing to work out. I mean, I think we were all felt the same way when he was so close and it didn't work. But you know, Kelly spent so many hours there trying to get those gearboxes to work and everything else. And I don't know that the fans at home really realize how hard it is to become qualified. You see these boats go out there and run 150 and think, oh, it's really easy. It is not really easy. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of people to make it happen. No one knows that more than Brent Hall. It's pretty nice to see, you know, all the teams coming together and helping each other too. And you'll see whatever problems they're having with the number 1 boat engine and Brent's, they're going to get it dialed in. These Grand Prix teams work really well together, and you'll see both those boats running later on this weekend.
One more announcement from Madison Regatta here on the shoreline. If you're using a golf cart, here on the riverfront on Bond Drive without a regatta golf cart pass. The regatta will escort you.
This is just a pleasant breeze. I don't want to say this doesn't feel hot, but compared to yesterday,
oh boy,
it feels better.
It's much better, and I was just about to make the comment that where did that little breeze go? Because it was blowing a little bit, but we look at these flags over here on our left, and there's not much movement, and you can see, looking at Brent's boat there's not much going on.
You're not going to see anyone here complain about anything, though, about the weather, because we're loving it. This is just a perfect weekend so far, and as soon as we can get this race course cleaned up and open again, we're going to see some more fast boats on it. We couldn't ask for a better weather right now.
Right now, that hall is being pulled back in. We're saying the 35 is next, and I believe is the next up.
I'm really excited to see these 350s again. Hopefully, Patrick Hallworth can get his boat fixed up, but unfortunately, that looks like a lot of work to do. So,
yeah. Hey, that didn't look good.
I'll head down later, see if I can talk to those guys.
You might get put to work.
That's true. I might keep my distance. But, that's a good point.
Yeah, because you know how to do all that kind of good stuff.
We've got a big race next weekend if you're on the West Coast out in Black Lake, Washington. Yep. And there's a big race on the East Coast with the 350s out in Valleyfield. So a lot of racing going on. And next weekend, Rob Hall out in Idaho gave my daughter a chance to run a 350. So looking forward to that.
And we just heard our chief referee say send the 35.
Perfect.
So they are not going to let that patrol boat return to the center of the race course. He is out of the way right now of the 35 coming away from the dock, and he's trying to expedite things here. These little delays are not helping him a whole lot, but they're going to get Brent Hall back to the dock, and they're going to keep that patrol boat here dockside. Meanwhile, Brandon Kennedy is away from the dock in the GP35, the TN Special. Boat is owned by Ron and Sandy Thompson. Brandon Kennedy out of Newark, Delaware. I'm sorry, young man.
No, a beautiful boat ride. You can see how when Brandon's getting up on plane, you can see him going left, right, breaking the suction on the boat. He's a pro at that, and that's why he can get that U6 up on plane so easy. You can look at the way he got it up on plane. He's a pro.
Boy, and look at the water conditions up the backstretch. And this place is really laid down from where we were H1 qualifying.
Yeah, this is perfect, especially for this size boat.
Yeah,
they're not small boats, but they're not as big as the H1 Unlimited. They like the smooth water.
All right, so the green flag flies. He will come down and start his first lap of qualifying, but that's usually the warm-up lap. And I know that because I know that boat has a whole lot more than that in it.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. You went 3 times in Valleyfield, and the last 3 times here on the Ohio River. It goes a lot quicker than that. Now you're starting to see him turn up the wick a little bit as he comes off the exit pin of turn number 1 here and run down the backstretch. He will come down next time across start-finish line, and we will put him on the clock. He is Brandon Kennedy. Yes, the same Brandon Kennedy that drives the U6 Royer Miss Madison.
Busy driver this weekend.
Pardon?
He's a busy driver this weekend.
Yes, he is. And here he comes off the top end. Brandon Kennedy, one of the very best when it comes to the Grand Prix class, and that's why he's in the Unlimiteds now. But Brandon Kennedy, GP35. Man, he carries a bunch of speed down into that lower end of the race course. And look at the line off that first buoy. I think that's the second buoy that obviously is deflated, so he knows where it is.
Listen to that thing hum. It sounds beautiful.
We've lost the second buoy down there in turn 1. But it's still there. It's just deflated. Here comes Kennedy. He'll complete his lap.
Nice job.
Wow, his first lap was 99. The first lap, his warm-up lap was 99.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, he was just showing everybody what a good fast Grand Prix looks like right there.
This might be a $1.30. $1.25 maybe. What do you think, experts? I got two of you here.
I'm going to go up there at 120 something.
125.980. I think that makes you correct at 120 something.
You got to leave it broad.
Man, who said this is your first rodeo?
Yeah, he's got to be really happy with that. And the boat looked great. It sounded great. You didn't seem to struggle at all. So that's a perfect run. So put it back on the trailer and wait for some heat racing.
That's kind of an aggressive paint scheme, color scheme on it compared to what they had a year ago. I kind of like that. That looks pretty good.
It does. I totally agree.
All right, we are going to send Hop out on the water. They just said send the GP15. We are trying to run these as quick as we can. 125.980.
Greg and the whole Hop team, they're one of the smartest teams in the Grand Prix ranks to where they know you're not going to win the race by qualifying well. So they're limited on equipment. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him go out there, see how it runs. He might stretch it out a little bit, but in the final is when they can show their true colors and really go. That boat is so fast. I'm always blown away in the straightaways how fast that thing is. I mean, it's incredible.
And I could be mistaken on this. I think the boat, this might be the 30-year anniversary of that particular boat. It's either the 30th or the 35th anniversary of that boat. So not new by any stretch, but boy, they work on it all off season. They basically rebuild this thing every year.
Just to prove how old it is, they actually tested it at a vintage event a few weeks ago, and it's a legal vintage because it's that old. But
that's right, I heard that. That's right, a legal vintage boat. Say that outside. As the Super Shine, local sponsor here, getting some good air right there. Happy-go-lucky Miss Super Shine. Great looking drone shot there on Greg Hop. Young man out of Snohomish, Washington. The boat owner listed as Jerry Hop out of Lake Stevens, Washington. Both of those communities north of the city of Seattle on the west side of the state. Super Shine detail and tent on the side of that boat, along with the Mid-Ohio Shockers and East Central Indiana Risk Management. So there's a mouthful for that one. But the Hops, they've always got some local sponsors. And to your point that you were saying earlier, they do a great job of supporting those sponsors with meet and greets. They get the boat in town early, and they go to these places, let people climb on the boat. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely, yeah, very personable, and they can actually show the boats fast. Greg is going to do that here shortly.
If this hull looks a lot different than some of the newer hulls, and you can speak to this much better than I can, but this one's really narrow. The air tunnel underneath the boat is much narrower than the others. He winds this thing up in a straightaway, and it'll go as quick as anything, but he struggles a little bit in the corner versus some of these wider designs. With Greg Hop, if there's another half a mile an hour to get out of it, he'll find it somewhere.
Yeah, it does. I think this boat originally started life as Bowshites, Alamo, and it's got some years behind it, but watch the ride. It gets it wound up, watch the transom go up in the air, and it runs downhill, and this thing can keep going faster and faster and faster. They do struggle in the corners, but if he can get to the corner before everyone else, he controls the race course.
You're going to have your hands full getting around, and the boat was also owned by the late Ned Allen. Ned just passing away a couple of weeks ago. So we pass our condolences on to that family, but the boat continues to go and continues to go fast. It is driven by Greg Hop, and he is on the clock. Now go, Greg.
Yeah, he's on it pretty good. He might not have the acceleration, but look at the top end.
Yeah, he'd like to run the big course here and just wind this thing up and let her go, because it'll fly.
He's got some big head tree power behind it. This thing runs really well.
So here comes Greg off the top end of the race course. This boat is just a fixture on the Grand Prix America circuit. They always seem to show up. Greg Hop puts That's his hot lap in the book. Hop's warm-up lap was 83 miles per hour, but that's all that was a warm-up lap.
Throw a 119 is my guess.
I haven't been doing so pretty good today. I think he's going to be, I'm going to go with a 115. I'm going to go down a little lower.
I don't know, racing against Greg, he'd always surprise me. You were
not so good.
No.
106.
It looked better than that.
It did look better than that. I really thought he was going to be stronger than that. 106.032 miles per hour. But like you said, they're not going to come out and show their hand. They may run it kind of hard, down a little bit on equipment. You're not going to win the race during qualifying.
That's very true.
Go out, get yourself in the race, show everybody you came to play. And I think they just very successfully did that. You were talking about the GP 135 and how there didn't seem to be an engine in it. There didn't seem to be anybody near that boat right now. It is very quiet in that camp down below.
I'm sure they have a plan. They have plenty of equipment, plenty of very talented crew people.
Yep.
Part of it, so they have a plan. We are not seeing it from our vantage point, but I promise you they're hard at work.
And they will execute to the plan. So we've had 4 boats come out and successfully qualify for our Grand Prix America. Brandon Kennedy posting an impressive 125.980. Kevin Eckert at 108. Greg Hopp just turned a lap at 106. And Mr. Musinski came in at 95.7 miles per hour. Brent Hall was unable to get the boat started, so he got a did not start. I'm looking to see what else we've got. Josh Culver. Josh Culver is in the water on the GP17 to Miss Renee, and just like that, he's away from the dock. Come on, Josh, let's go. As I said earlier, I like this kid. I like the family. This is a good step for him and a good hydroplane, and one that you know well.
Yeah, this boat is just a beautiful boat. The Richards family, they're making it their own here. They've upgraded some engine packages. They're running some experimental stuff. They tried a few things in testing with some electronics in there. And they had a tough time. They found out a few things that didn't work, but this morning the boat looked good, promising. And we'll see if they can step it up here for qualifying and get some of that new data and new electronics to work in their favor.
Josh Culver, I mentioned earlier, family is out of the Tri-Cities, Washington. Big John and Vonna Culver, the parents of this young man. I've been watching this guy run for a lot of years out in Region 10, and he handles a race boat pretty darn well.
He does, yeah. He's doing a great job, and again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. You don't want to get in the boat and try to show everybody how fast you are right away and then do something dumb. And Josh is doing a great job of learning the boat. We drove it a couple times last year, and he's stepping up on it, and he's going to really impress some people.
So he will come down, and we will put him on a clock for the first of 2 laps. This will be his warm-up lap. It's a warm-up lap, but he's on the clock. They get 2 times around on the clock. They take the fastest of those 2 laps as the qualifying speed, and everybody just warms up on the first one, and then as you see, he comes off the corner here. I think you'll see him start to pick the RPM up a little bit and bring some more speed up the backstretch and bring some speed to the line. Oh, it's a good-looking race boat. I like it.
It is. Yeah, it's got great lines. And, I know Austin Egret's at home probably watching this thing run, and he's put a lot of time and effort into it. And congratulations to him and his wife on a brand-new baby, Alex. They're at home watching, I'm sure.
Absolutely, they are. We wish them very well. Here comes Josh Culver. We'll come down and put him on the clock. Got a little more speed going this time. And I think what we're seeing out here, Dustin, is exactly what you said. You don't want to come out here right out of the box and show everybody how fast you can go. I think he's just going to continue to learn the boat, running strong. There's more in that boat. You know that. So does he.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This boat's fast.
Yeah, from testing, they heard a lot of equipment. You know, they had electronic injection, a bunch of different stuff they were trying at one time. They had problems. So just the fact that they're out here running is great. And they're going to keep getting this thing faster and faster. Richard's Racing Group, they're dedicated. They're going to keep learning.
So here he comes out of the Tri-Cities, Washington, Josh Culver. And he will successfully qualify the GP17 to Miss Runne, the second boat out of the stables of Richards Racing.
Yeah, nice respectable run. That's obviously not as fast as they want, but you know they started and made the laps, and they're going to bring the boat back to the dock and be able to learn from it.
The boat's in one piece, the motor's still running, he'll bring himself back. Those are all good boxes to check. I don't believe we have another GP in the water, do we?
I don't.
We do. It's down to the other end. So we...
So we get the 17 back to the dock. Josh did a great job bringing it back. Shut her down just in time, and see a smile from him because you know it's going to get better.
Dustin, there's nobody else to my knowledge sitting in the water. We are awaiting our H1 Unlimited round 2 of qualifying. And I think while we have about 3 or 4 minutes here, we're going to take a quick station break and we are going to step away, give us an opportunity to get a bottle of water. We will be right back. H1 Unlimited qualifying is on deck and we will be ready to go. So stand by. We're only going to be gone a couple of minutes. H1 Unlimiteds are next.
And then the 00 Maverick. The rest will drop down.
H1 Unlimited hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.
Right now, the games are between the 11 and the 00, looking to see who'll be number 5. Absolutely. Jonathan, I would just confirm to me that these folks will go out. They will have to once again go through technical questions, so they will have to do that once again. So obviously, just keeping track, whether you're on the shoreline or if you're listening on the H1 stream, obviously, again, the start the very technical section. But hopefully, again, Brandon said he was not able to pass earlier in the game an issue. He was able to clear off the calls on the game. Just another few chances to get some laps in. And then again, because he's going to be going racing because at 610 and 640, they're hit up early to that end, 1 being that they're going to get up and go out of focus. I might have one for out here. What's going on? After round 2, Jordan, if you don't mind, can you kind of go over the rest of the schedule for the rest of the day for our kind of customers and guests along the shoreline? Thank you. Absolutely. So, as I said, we're on two after this. The Jersey Street Championship, everyone's excited about. The Street System will hit the water coming up next, and we'll have Grand Prix Heat 1A, we'll have Grand Prix Heat 1B. We'll then have 350 Heat 2, and 610 we'll have H1 Unlimited Heat 1A. And then we'll wrap up today with H1 Unlimited Heat 1B. And we got a lot of racing left to do. There's a little bit of a slow start to the day. Right now, though, we're moving, and that's what the fans want to see. The Game 6 deadline presents Royal Miss Madison in the water with driver Brandon Kennedy. We'll see the 6 back out in the water. We'll see the Slings going over to the 11 FLAV-R-PAC, the 6 and the 11 and the 23. Down on the far west end of the pits, and the Maverick is right to our left where there was a third train, the far train. So it looks like this will be the last three. This one is looking to take a spot to qualifying here for the 116th APBA Gold Cup after Morgan Food Madison Regatta Gold Cup. And very good. He's not just racing it. Not just ready to qualify. He's down 1. And then goes to qualifiers again to America. Again, goes to actually he's qualified again here. And that young man's got a lot of energy, but he's young, so he can handle it.
Back on the start-finish line tower. That was quick. It's Dustin Eccles, man. He's a quick dude. Brad Luce and Dustin Eccles back on the start-finish line. Judges Tower here in Madison, Indiana, where we've had an absolutely glorious day here on the Ohio River, and we've still got a long way to go, young man. We are just now beginning qualification session number 2 for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. We ran the first session, then we did qualifying for Grand Prix America. That just completed, and now our H1 Unlimiteds are taking to the water. I am told that 2 boats are choosing not to go in our second round. We're going to run the second round in the same order that we did round number 1, which means leading off our second round would be the U40 Bucket List Racing, and they are not going to go. You noticed something about the wing, and I think that had something to do with their decision not to run.
Yeah, I don't know if it's specifically the wing. They had a few things. I did speak with Kelly just a few minutes ago, and a few changes they want to make. They know the direction they want to go, but they did break that horizontal stabilizer. I think the fans at home saw it in the first test session, and so they do need to make that change, and they're not going to rush it. They're going to do it smart and make sure everything's right for the heats.
The second boat on our qualifying ladder is the U6, the Royer Miss Madison. The Goodman presents Royer Miss Madison. They are in the water. You see it right there on the right side of the screen. And they are going to come out. They're going to be the first boat to come out. The next boat is the U3. That's going to be the Tahoe Miss and Corey Peabody. They are not going to come out as we understand it. The 40 and the 3 are not going to come out. And then we would have the 11, the 27, the 00, and the 1. And we'll see how that gets played depending on what the speeds are and who might run fast and move people around, because now it's very interesting. The qualifying ladder, and there you see it on the list. Right now, if that was the qualifying ladder final, the 7 boats would be Tate's in the 1 slot, Runne's in the 3 slot, Kelly's in the 4 slot, Brandon is in the 7 slot. So it would be 1, 3, 5, 7, Tate, Runne, Kelly, Kennedy, which would put Shane, Peabody, Nilsen in the second heat. But we'll see how that changes depending on what happens right now. It'll be very interesting to watch this. I think the important part is you've got Tate and Shane of BWR Racing. They're 1-2, so they're sitting right next to each other, which means they would not race against each other in the first set of heats. And Peabody and Kelly are 4 and 5. They would not race against each other. But it all could change with one hot lap here by somebody. So we'll see how it plays out, but we will keep an eye on it. We got 38 minutes to go in our second qualifying session. I expect we'll see the Goodman presents Royer Miss Madison on the water shortly. And I'm hoping for a good run here. And they'd have to run an extra 9, 10 miles an hour faster to shake up the qualifying ladder a bit. But hey, stranger things have happened. We'll see how it all plays out.
And you heard Brandon say earlier, the one thing that they needed to change right off the bat was he needed to do a few things different. He's getting comfortable, and that's obviously the easiest thing to change. So he can definitely gain 3, 4 miles an hour just by getting confident in the boat and being comfortable running these fast laps, these big long straightaways that you heard him say earlier. So that's the easiest thing to change. So I'm pretty optimistic we're going to see that speed go straight up.
And we see J. Michael Kelly's ride, the U00, the Maverick, come off the trailer right in front of us. They are heading that boat toward the water. Interesting positioning for them. They are 4 miles an hour behind teammate Corey Peabody. So if he were to run 4 or 5 miles an hour faster and leapfrog Corey Peabody, that wouldn't change who they run against. They would still not run against each other. For Kelly to suddenly have to run against Corey Peabody, he'd have to take that 148 and go up. Where does he have to go? He's got to go up basically to 153 with Dylan Runne. We'll see how these numbers play out. But remember, fans, on our first heat of racing, which we're going to run at 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time this afternoon, it is the fastest qualifier versus the 3rd fastest, 5th fastest, 7th fastest, and then 2, 4, 6. And I did confirm with the officials that Brandon Kennedy does have to start in the trailer position because he did not complete both his heats a year ago in the trailer position. He only completed one. He's still got another one to do. So he will be a trailer boat in whatever heat he winds up in. We'll watch how it plays out here. This is the first chess match, if you will, of our new racing format. We'll see how it plays out. But on the water, Brandon Kennedy, no problem getting it up this time.
No, not at all. He must have made some changes or something. He looks a lot better getting up on plane. And, hopefully.
Yeah, is he dropping down? He is.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, gosh.
He'll get it here. He's going to get it. He'll be just fine, and they'll make some changes tonight. But, you know, if the 40 and the 3, you said, are going to be not running in the second one, it's very possible for Kelly to leapfrog. And then I wonder what would happen. You know, I wonder what that would shake up, what that would change. This is a chess match now. The whole weekend is very important. It's not just, you know, a heat here and there.
Yeah, Kelly would have to leapfrog not only Peabody, but Runne to get in the third position, and then he would run against Peabody. 3 would run against 5.
Yeah. And it's doable. I mean, we know that's fast. So
we do indeed.
We'll see here. We're just waiting for Brandon to get this thing up on step, and
there we go.
He'll get it wound up and do what he knows how to do.
Yeah, we just saw in Grand Prix qualifying, I think he can handle his race boat.
Absolutely.
Now he looks good now. Come on, Brandon. Keep the candle lit, and he's going to drop back down.
They've added a spray shield to the left sponson, I noticed this morning when I went down and looked at it. They're just trying to divert the water getting up into the cowling inlet, getting up on plane, and they're doing a good job. They're going to have to add some more stuff for tomorrow, because when this boat's in competition, there's 3 other boats or more getting up on plane next to him. That water's rough, and he's going to be hitting rollers while he's trying to get up on plane. And that makes it really difficult.
We got to make sure we do everything we can to make sure that continues. Absolutely. You know, one of the things
hoping that lid stays down and he gets it lit back up again, and this will be the one that makes it work for him.
A few years ago, Pete Jackson, of course, the famous call along with Bill Muncy and Jim McCormick.
These unlimiteds are pretty tricky to get started too. You use up a lot of batteries getting them going, so they're not very happy when you have to restart them several times.
Downtown, when you heard the engines roar, everybody came down to the riverfront. And we would spend the entire weekend. I mean, it was part of our way of life, and I tell you, I remember that.
I am not seeing a whole lot of life out of the back end of that U6 right now.
Mr. Mayor, look it over.
Unfortunately, you are right. I think us, everyone on the beach here is really pulling for him to get this thing going.
Well, there's at least life out of the rear end.
Come on, baby. There we go. Come on.
You watch that water off the front. As soon as he gets to that speed
there
right there,
Yep.
You see the blue smoke coming out, and it just is enough to put that fire out right at the critical time that he needs it to stay lit. But
there he's got.
He's going. He's trying.
There. Is he clear? No, I thought. Trying to will him up.
We all are. Yeah, unfortunately.
He's trying to reach full up, but every time he does, it keeps coming. A lot of smoke keeps coming out of the back, and at that point, you have to wonder if maybe they'll pull the plug on him. Listening to the.
Nope. And unfortunately, there's the telltale sign.
Yeah.
The lid pops up. So next on our list, given the 3's not going to go, would be the 11. And they are in the water. That would be Jamie Nilsen in the FLAV-R-PAC, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. They are in the water. So as soon as we can make sure that Brandon is clear, I assume they will tow him into the center of the race course and get him off of the course. They will give a green light to Jamie Nilsen. Doc on it. Wasn't for lack of effort and not for lack of support on the beach here behind us.
No, it's sure not. I mean, they're going to have to add something or do something different to deflect that water. And, you know, some of it, Brandon can talk to some of these guys and there's some technique on turning the boat certain ways. He knows how to do it. We just saw him in the Grand Prix do it, but he'll get it figured out. He's one of the smartest drivers out here, and he'll get it going. So hopefully they can just get the batteries charged back up for this first heat.
FLAV-R-PAC is in the water. and the Maverick, and I know they want to actually
Getting a great drone shot here of the color scheme as it's laid out on the Goodman Real Estate presents Royer Miss Madison. Royer, a local manufacturer here to the Madison, Indiana area, a plastic injection molding company. And the people here in town are mighty proud to have them on board, as well they should be. We'd like to thank Royer for their participation in our sport.
Round 1 was completed. We're in round 2.
I love the look of that boat.
I do too.
Great angle looking down at it. It just shows up well in the water. It's pretty cool.
And we'll figure out 1A and 1B here.
It looks really cool right there in that view, but it looks a whole lot better at about $1.80.
That is true. Yeah, the fans here would totally agree with you on that one.
Looking forward to seeing some racing on the Ohio River. I think we all are at this point.
And we've got a patrol boat getting close to him now, as you can see on our screen.
Curious to see what changes the URG group made to the FLAV-R-PAC boat, because we know that thing's fast, and Jamie ran well, the boat looked good, but they want to be faster, and that boat is faster. So we'll see what they did here, and we'll have to find out what tweaks and tunes they did to it. Jamie, when I spoke to him yesterday, he was very happy with the boat ride itself, but the common thing is we just need more speed, so hopefully they can find some.
Talking about qualifying speeds and how they are going to affect our heat layout, Jamie Nilsen is literally less than 21 hundredths of a mile per hour behind J. Michael Kelly. If he were to go out and say run a 149, that would push Kelly down a spot, and suddenly Peabody and Kelly would be running against one another. We were looking at the wrong spot on the list here.
Yeah, 100% right.
But Kelly's going to go, so then Kelly would have to go out, and he might go out and improve and jump Peabody, but he doesn't want to jump too high and jump Runne.
Yeah.
This is going to get kind of fun to watch how this chess match goes.
That's exactly it. It turns into a chess match, and these, the crew chiefs are so good at looking at the big picture. We can sit up here all day long and talk about woulda, coulda, what would happen here, but I promise you, those guys all have it on the whiteboard.
Yeah.
They've got it all figured out of every different scenario, so they're good at it.
I'm sure we got fans at home that are going, Luce, Eccles, look a little further down the list. 2 148 sitting there right at each other.
And there's some really good boats, further down the ladder there to where they might blow us all the way and go knock Tate right off that number 1 spot.
It could happen. And if that were to happen, watch how fast the slings hit that U1.
Yeah, we've seen that before. I remember going back a few years when Dave Vilwalk and Stephen David were going back and forth.
Yep.
And the boats would be just hanging over the water, waiting for the other one to get done running. And how exciting was that? It was really cool.
Yeah, a couple times in Detroit, I remember Jimmy Shane and Andrew Tate, and literally, to your point, you got the boat hanging over the water, and we got like 10 minutes left in qualifying. And the boat that's going out first they're kind of taking their time, and they don't really hurry back to the dock. And meanwhile, that boat's just getting slammed in the water. Let's go. Yeah, it's good stuff. And I can't see from that angle. Yes, I can. They've got him in the center of the race course. So I would say we are going to be good to go here. Waiting for a signal from our chief referee. But from where I'm sitting, we're clean on the race course.
Still showing the black flag, but I think that's going to change here really quick.
I think it's...
So we're simply waiting for Brandon Kennedy to be towed and get into the infield, raise off the race course, and then we'll be ready to go.
Looks like the lid is still up on the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, so as soon as they get the go-ahead, that lid's going to go down and Jamie will hit the course.
Dustin, we've had a little bit of a breeze come up here too. I don't know if the officials are looking at that. They could be, but they've definitely got The U6 Goodman presents Royer Miss Madison off the race course. The lid is still up on the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC.
You know, the breeze is picking up a little bit, but in my opinion, it's still totally raceable.
Well, compared to what we raced in here a year ago in the final heat.
Yeah, no, I mean, it might not be quite as good of conditions as maybe an hour ago, but it's still wonderful. I mean, just a great race course. So.
The officials are taking a peek at it right now, and I think what they're taking a peek at is where Brandon Kennedy is with the towboat, and here comes Jonathan Abbott back to the tower. The black flag is being taken down. Scott Rainey is now starting to communicate with his team. He is up here on our left. He is the radio man for Jamie Nilsen, so I think it's happening pretty quick here. I think we got a green flag on the race course right now, and I think we're going to go. And the lid goes down on the FLAV-R-PAC. Crew members are just making sure that lid is secured. They will step off the boat. The line comes off the bow. They are now pushing the nose out to the center of the Ohio River. And you're going to see that drone come in, and it's going to center right on the U11 Miss FLAV-R-PAC, and you're going to see the nose is pointed out toward the center of the river. They are ready to go. And the boat is underway. Jamie Nilsen, right now our 6th fastest qualifier at 148.167, and he is just a tick behind J. Michael Kelly in the U00, the Maverick.
And he's going to do everything he can just to up it ever so slightly and just upset the ladder a little bit, and he can do it very easily.
Yeah, and then if Kelly wanted to come out, assuming they want to stay away from their teammate, if Kelly wanted to come out and just jump Corey Peabody again, or jump Jamie Nilsen, who might get in between them, he can't jump too far, because if he does, he'll jump running. There's only a mile-per-hour difference in there. You know,
yeah, that's a small window for sure.
It is a small window, and to your point, they have sat down there in the truck with the whiteboard and figured everything out, and I'm sure spotters and timers will be in their ear. But for Jamie Nilsen, I think it's just a matter of let's go. And let's go increase that 148. Let's go lay down a 150. Let's go get a 151.
I think Jamie's thinking, let's go get a 159 if he could. I mean,
well, that would work too.
he would love to upset the whole ladder, I know. But yeah, they would take any increase right now and just getting a little bit more speed every time out there. But you don't, they're limited on equipment also. You don't want to run all your good stuff, this early in the weekend. You got to save something for the final and try to capitalize.
Now, my understanding of the rules here is because all of our boats cranked out 3 laps north of 130 miles an hour to a successful run here as he goes way wide up at the top end. Jamie's going to come down with a full head of steam. He's looking to roll. He could conceivably just come out and run 2 laps. I believe that is how the rule is written for Gold Cup qualifying now. Jamie Nilsen, boy, there's that beautiful boat ride again. Looking good. He's running on the far outside.
That is beautiful.
Yes, it is.
And he, Brad, like you said, he got a full head of steam. He used up every bit of the river trying to get a run at this thing. He's trying to up this.
Yeah, that's a much quicker run. Now, there's the hard part right there, coming off the corner and going upriver. But he did it, I think, much better than he did in his earlier qualifying run where he turned in the laps of 148. I think this looks real good for Jamie Nilsen.
Yeah, the boat, it doesn't have quite the acceleration that we've seen some of the other boats have, but great corner speed, great top end speed as he heads down into the far turn.
Jamie Nilsen, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, top end of the race course, gets a little rough up there, bounced around a little bit, slides out wide. Here he comes. That's that corner that our Dustin Eccles was telling us can be so tricky up there at the top end of the race course. I think this one's going to be quicker than anything he did in his earlier qualifying run. Again, he ran a 148, 167. It takes 2 laps, and it's the average, but I think this first one is going to be much better.
Yeah, the boat ride looks great. I mean, he's not pedaling at all. Look at that turn. He is on the buoys. He's getting every bit of speed out of that thing. And as he transitions from the corner to the straightaway, look how smooth. He's on the up pedal and gone.
So we'll get a lap speed here on our first lap. It's going to pop up there in that lower third.
We're all waiting with bated breath.
So it was a 148.453. 148.453. Now the interesting part there is it is above J. Michael Kelly.
And I'll be curious to see what this lap does, because this is going to mean a whole lot.
Yeah, this will be the key right here.
He carried that right sponson a long ways out of the corner. He's really trying for that 10th of a mile an hour. Still on it, so he looks like he's going for 3 hard ones. Another perfect turn. Wow. He's getting after it. He is really putting down a good run here. Jamie doing a fantastic job with this FLAV-R-PAC. That lap 2 just came up 150.546. We'll wait to see what the average of those two is.
Either way, he is going to jump, assuming everything is cool in the tech truck. He is going to jump J. Michael Kelly, which will make things interesting. There we go. His qualifying average is 149.492.
What a run.
What a run for Jamie Nilsen.
They've got to be extremely excited about that.
At 149.7, sorry, Dustin, to step on you. So he's going to go with laps 2 and 3 there. 150.135. And just let the mayhem begin here a little bit. Now.
I look over to my left, and I'm waiting to see a smile out of Scott Rainey's face on the radio over there talking to Jamie. He holds his cards pretty close to his chest, but he's got to be smiling.
He has to be smiling down there. Now, J. Michael Kelly. What is Mr. Kelly going to do? The boat is in the water. So assuming that those 3 laps are legal for Jamie Nilsen, you just put J. Michael Kelly and Corey Peabody in the same heat together, and they would be in 1, 2, 3, 4. They would be in the second. They would be in the second. No, they'd be in the first heat. No, they would not. They'd be in the second heat. 2, 4, 6. Doesn't make any difference. They got to be happy with that.
Absolutely.
2 lap average north of $150.
And we're speculating on what everyone's strategy is here, but we'll learn more as the weekend goes on. So this being a new format, you never know what they're trying to do, but I wouldn't want to race my teammate personally in a heat race, because you want to try to gather as many points as you can. And if you're
absolutely.
So
if you don't have to do it,
we'll see what they come up with here.
Just got visited up here by a local legend, if you will. Jean Theoret came by. Always good to see him.
Absolutely.
You talk about a legend here in Madison, Indiana. I understand when you go to Valleyfield, he is a rock star. And you cannot walk down the street with that guy without him being swarmed.
No, all the hydroplane racing, he loves when we see him at the races, and it's just great to see him out here. And, you know, a legend with the unlimited stuff, but the Grand Prix stuff, I mean, he's an absolute rock star. Getting closer on the Maverick here. They still have the lid open, but they're getting close to sending them out here.
So now we are awaiting the arrival of J. Michael Kelly, and this is going to be very interesting. Up, and the lid goes down, so we're going to find out here pretty quick, Dustin.
They're not making us wait very long.
No, they are not, and it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play this.
I go back to my previous statement. They want to run a 159.
There you go. That solves everything. As they would run right now, that second heat would be Shane, Peabody, and Kelly. Kelly's got to come up a couple miles per hour to get over Jamie Nilsen. This, again, is assuming Jamie Nilsen is legal at the tech truck. So the beautiful U00 Maverick is away from the dock. I think Kelly, just in and of himself, forgetting the order of the qualifying ladder, I think he'd like to be north of $150.
Yeah, I can promise you right now, he's not setting any goals, in a certain spot. He just wants to go out there and run the boat as fast as he can, and just get this thing faster and faster so he can compete.
Now, of course, we had the U7
So he is down at the bottom end of the race course there. We're getting in a late afternoon sun. But still a beautiful day here on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana, as it passes through and in front of the communities of Madison, Indiana, and Milton, Kentucky.
Well, he's on it already. He's not wasting any time getting up to speed.
He is not wasting any time. Meanwhile, in the center of the race course, right across from us, is the Goodman Presents. Royer, Miss Madison, Brandon Kennedy. Got the best view of this qualification run of anybody.
No kidding.
He's dead center in the middle of the race course. Now, Kelly off the top end of the race course. He will come down and we'll put him on a clock. Qualified in the first session with a 2-lap average of 148.185 miles per hour. Looking for something better. Kelly's really got it up and running, tapping the left sponson on the water as he comes across. Kelly's on the clock.
Looking really good. That roller dissipated from him getting up on plane. Hopefully he gets through this corner nice and clean. See some good speed through the corner. And the acceleration, it looks better than it did in the previous run as far as I can tell.
All right, here he goes, up the backstretch. That was the lower end of the race course. Now he's now got to negotiate the top end. He comes off that lower end and he faces right into the current. Now, it's not a lot of current, but it's something that they feel. It's something they can notice, and it makes it the slowest portion of the race course. This is a quicker corner up at the top. See what kind of a line he takes through the corner, slides out to about lane number 4. J. Michael Kelly looking to improve on a 148.185. Looking underneath the boat. Wow, that was really flying the Maverick. J. Michael Kelly got the first one in the books.
You hear that slight pop, Brad, about halfway down. That's Mike pulling his foot out of it because he's at the N2 limit. So they're set up for acceleration. Look forward to hanging on the buoys here.
147.729. 147.729. Up the backstretch now. That lap at 147.729.
So not any better yet. There's also, something else going on. There's a boat on the sling that wasn't there just a few minutes ago. So.
Yeah, all of a sudden now, teammate Corey Peabody in the U3, the Tahoe Miss, is coming off the trailer. The games have definitely begun here as Kelly comes across.
Let's see what the second lap is here. He's running the boat really hard. He's running a perfect line. It's just going to come down to boat setup at this point.
147.654. That puts him at a 147.691. Bottom line is he hasn't moved the needle yet. He has not moved the needle.
So now, with the 3 going back in the water, we still need to see what J. Michael can do here, but he's got to change the ladder somehow, or else they will face each other in this first heat, or the second heat, rather.
And clearly, the 2 strong boats do not want to square off. Here comes Mike. Full head of steam looking underneath the boat. flying it like he always does. Has he got enough speed, picking up the left spots and then move? He is across. Now the question is, can he move the needle and jump Jamie Nilsen?
I just don't know if it's there. We're going to find out here shortly. He did a great job all the laps.
So now it's 148. No, he didn't get past Nilsen, who still sits there with that 150. Now what's critical now is to find out if Jamie Nilsen clears the tech truck. So J. Michael Kelly will bring his boat back to the pit area. He did not move the needle.
He did pick it.
Oh, did he pick? Yeah, I did. I just see that
lap,
now.
He had a really fast lap, but I don't think it was enough to jump up where he wanted to be. So, yeah, the 3 is going in, and that team has some work ahead of them tonight. They got to figure out what they're going to do for this heat race to get some speed. We know that thing's faster.
They would love to jump over Dylan Runne, who's only a mile per hour ahead of him.
I wonder, so if that did happen, would we see the 40 team crash? I mean, I don't know. We've only got 9 minutes there, to get this run in, but, are they where they want to be right now, or are they just not running because they're making changes? So we'll have to look into that a little bit.
So, our new race format has at least produced a little bit of drama. And I like it.
There's a lot going on right now, and as this unravels a little bit and we get more familiar with it, it's the storyline. There's going to be a few different storylines going on because there's a lot of strategy to it, not only in the heat races, but what we're seeing right now in qualifying. And it also shows us how important testing is, because if they would have had more testing this morning, would this have upset qualifying at all? So there's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on right now.
Looks like they're going to keep the U6 out on the race course, at least for now, while Corey runs down and gets strapped in. They're not in a giant rush, but only 8.5 minutes left in this session, so they are going to have to step it up. The wind is holding steady right now, nothing to be concerned about. The race course looks beautiful. Maybe a little better than it did about 20 minutes ago. I'm sure the Madison team is excited to get that boat back in so they can make whatever changes they need to make to it to enable Brandon to get up on plane, whether it's going to be some diverters or something to keep the water out of the inlet to get him up on plane. They're going to have to make some changes because what they're doing right now just isn't working. The crane's moving over to pick up the Maverick out of the water as Corey gets strapped in.
So I have some breaking news here. Talking to the officials, we have a flagrant N2 on the U11.
Wow.
That is going to change everything. And check that out right there. As we might have thought, Corey Peabody climbs out of the Tahoe miss.
Wow, I'm shocked.
I am too. I am too.
I feel terrible for the team. I mean, I know that those guys want to run the best they can, and they've got their stuff figured out. So I know that's going to be hit them pretty hard, but that's unfortunate for sure.
Yeah, it is.
I can almost hear Corey take a breath of fresh air, though, from all the way up here, that he didn't have to go out and run a certain speed so he doesn't race his teammate. And so it's going to be, in the first heat, Andrew Tate, Dylan Runne, J. Michael Kelly, and Brandon Kennedy. Kennedy will be the trailer boat in that heat. And in the second heat, it will be Jimmy Shane, Corey Peabody, Jamie Nilsen. So the ladder is set right now.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Tate, Runne, Kelly, and Kennedy. And Kennedy is going to trail the field. He needs to do that twice. He only got it. He needs to do that twice and complete the heat, and that's the key thing. He ran as a trailer boat twice last year, but he didn't complete the second heat. He had that flat spin up by the bridge. So I confirmed with Jonathan, he needs to complete his second heat in the trailer position. So we'll have 3 boats on the front row of that particular heat with Tate, Runne, Kelly, and Kennedy. And Kennedy will be the trailer boat, and then we will have Shane, Peabody, and Nilsen. Now Nilsen will have first lane choice in that heat. Peabody will have second lane choice. And this will be very interesting to see. Jimmy Shane will have third lane choice. So more than likely you'll have to assume he will be on the outside. And with some of the speed that we saw, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where the drivers are choosing the lanes. I mean, I guess it'll depend on who they're going up against, and you know that if your opponent doesn't like running on the inside, obviously that's where you want to put them. But you also want to make sure that you don't get stuck outside of somebody that you can't run down. So there's a lot that goes into the thought process here, and you got to figure it all out.
Yep. So Jamie Nilsen, the U11, and Scott Rainey, I'm sure to quote my friend Dustin Eccles here, they will, as you say, look at the data, figure out what happened, but the boat looked really good.
Yeah, I'm really stunned. It looked great, and I was really excited for those guys to see them step it up, but unfortunately, you put some more fuel, some more RPM to it, and they will look really good. So they'll get it dialed in, though. Scott's been doing this a long time, and he's going to be really dedicated and get back there and get it figured out. There's another young man that's going to be very excited to get that boat back to the pits and get it figured out, because they need to make a big change really quick in a short amount of time to get that thing up and on plane so he can get his qualification heats in.
Yep.
When we had Jimmy Shane running earlier, I thought that time would not be topped, but watching Andrew Tate run, Andrew Tate came back and he just ran an incredible speed. I mean, it was incredible.
Well, it is official now. He is our top qualifier for Gold Cup 2026. I think we have a little piece we can show on Andrew Tate. There he is right there. There's the young man. Andrew Tate, that little piece was taken there, and
that was well deserved too. Jimmy had such a respectable qualifying run. I was thinking, and we said Jimmy is back. What a great run. But Andrew said, "Hey, not so quick. I'm still here." So he's doing a great job.
Sorry, I was having a conversation here trying to figure out where this lane draw was going to take place, and it's going to take place in about 10 minutes. So I kind of got caught mid-sentence as we were trying to figure out where it was going to take place. And so at that point, they will make sure everybody understands the heats, who is going to run in the heats, and who will choose what lane. But the way it works in this new race format, the fastest boat, or the boat with the most points so far through the weekend, which will translate to the fastest boat qualifying after just simply the qualification ladder, they will get to choose last. They win the opportunity to have final choice. So it worked out perfect for BWR Racing.
It did, yeah, and they've got some crazy fast boats. We know they can be fast when they get to run the entire race course and start in lane 3, go into the apex, and then slide back out. But will they be fast when they have to hold their lane and when they have competition with them? It's rough water. That remains to be seen. I think they will, but it's definitely going to shake it up a little bit.
It is definitely going to do that. Well, let's see what's next up on our schedule. it would help if I'd look at the revised schedule. Our speed skiffs. And they are in the water. They are ready to go. We were so excited. There we go. We got a good camera look there. Maybe if I check out our own monitor, I might know what we're showing and talking about here. Speed skiffs are in the water. You got these things figured out this time? You can help me color-wise and number-wise?
Well, I can't
you
see
heard
distance,
that? That was a yes.
And you can't see color, so I think we're both working a little behind here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But they're exciting. I mean, they are so much fun to watch.
And we got a great listing here of all our boats. We got the JS45, had a solid second place finish in that first heat that we ran. Sam Ivancio was leading that particular heat. His rider was Jerry Owancio. I'm assuming that is brothers who are driving. We've got, here's the countdown to 1 to the 5 for our Jersey speed skiffs. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's have some fun. Rounding out our field, we have the JS-135 with Dave Savage behind the wheel. JS-22, Jay Hardy. Man, they had a wild ride in that first one. JS-11, Mike Probola. He will be behind the wheel. His rider, Robert, will be with him. I'm not going to touch that last name. JS-10, Jimmy Stewart. Jimmy Stewart and the Yumpin' Yemeni. They were quick. They were fast. They were the winner. JS-23, Keith Gunther. JS-721, Courtney Truelove, and then JS-8, George Sewell with Tanner Hood running. I love the name of that boat. It's the Second Offense.
Oh, that's cool. I love the names. He's very creative.
They have fun with them.
They do.
1 mark. 5 minutes. And
what do you think about the start procedure with these guys? I mean, we could almost walk across the boats their last start. They were all so close they could reach out and shake hands.
That was amazing.
Now we know why they have the roll cages, so they don't switch boats when they're ready.
That so the rider doesn't fall out. JS-11 away from the dock. We're trying to pick up these numbers. There's a JS-10. I think our son is in a better position this time for us to pick up the numbers. As the JS-721 comes away from the dock, there you're looking at boat number 45. That'll be Sam Owancio.
The one I was having a hard time was Keith Gunther, the JS-23, but I could read it as he was leaving here. But gorgeous boat, wonderful metal flake. Just a little tough to see that number.
And speaking of boat names, you got to like that one, Kryptonite. That must be a brother team there. We got Keith Gunther and Kevin Gunther.
Yeah, pretty cool to see the families racing together. And you can see, one family in one boat. You got a rider from another family in another boat. It looks like a pretty tight group.
Yeah, I know last year we had at least one husband-wife team out there. There might be some interesting conversations after the heat, depending on how it goes. So we're coming up on 3:30. 3:30, we are fighting for lanes. We're going 4 times around. If you've never seen a Jersey speed skip before, don't change the channel. This is no, it's not kind of fun. It's a lot of fun.
I think it's terrifying, but these guys have a lot of fun doing it.
And they do have a lot of fun. And here's a guy with the wildest ride of them all. That was the JS-22. Coming across there, JS-11. Boat number 11, that was Mike Probola. Next boat coming across is that boat number 8. Or is that boat number 10? I think it was 8, George Sewell. He came across. Tough to pick up these numbers on the boats, but we are doing our best. That's Courtney. 721, Courtney Truelove.
Yeah, they're already lining up at the exit in.
Yeah, this is when this start procedure gets really fun. I see they took care of the buoy that was flattened down there. The second buoy of that corner had been either hit or whatever, but it had lost air and it was just floating. It hadn't moved, but it was not sticking upright.
Yeah, coming up on 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and they're already parked there before the apex of the turn, so they're there pretty early. Wow.
Our two lead boats there, they can reach out and shake hands going through the corner here. You got a great look from the drone.
I can almost tell you how that buoy went flat previously.
Yeah, I think so. There's a couple clues.
Yeah.
Is that the 45 on the right side of the screen there? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That's how you come close to a buoy there. Just gave it a little nudge.
They are not going to have anyone sneak inside of them, I can see.
Wow. I don't think you want to trail the field and want an inside lane.
No. So it looks like they're JS10.
Yeah, that's the 10 that's sitting on that inside lane. That's that Yumpin' Yemeni, Jimmy Stewart. 721, that is Courtney Truelove in lane number 2. On the far outside is boat number 8, that's George Sewell. And 10, here comes some speed on the outside. Is that the 45?
He's going to try for the leapfrog here.
Yeah, it is indeed. That's Sam Iwancio in the 45. Is he going to be able to jump? No, but he did move over, I think.
He got a long ways over.
I think he got a bunch of them. He may have gotten all but one. Yep, he certainly did. He came all the way over to lane 2, and it's going to be tight at that entrance pin. Oh, my goodness, and we had a spin.
Wow, that was something. I couldn't tell if there was contact, and if there wasn't much room left in there.
And look how this works. Yeah, I'm not out of this thing. I'm coming back.
I go back to terrifying, like I said earlier.
And now I think it's almost a good thing. Here he comes up behind the field. Where's he going to stuff it? He's trying to get into lane number 2. He's trying to get almost to lane 1. And he's got it on the inside.
And he's still on time.
Yeah, because they had that run up the backstretch, they got up there early. We're just now inside 10 seconds. We'll get a number on these boats. Oh, my goodness.
That's the 45.
That is the 45 with the good-looking start.
Incredible.
That was pretty wild. It's that boat to his left going in the corner that had the shenanigans and the spin out up there, but ended up on an inside lane and came down on time, and he's actually got the lead coming out of the corner by a boat length, Dustin. I wouldn't have believed it.
I don't know how those guys kept them apart and didn't collide, and now they're out front again. This is incredible. It's just absolutely insane how these guys fight for lanes, how they can keep the boats together, and now look at them. They're pulling the field.
Could you imagine our Jonathan Abbott having to call H1 Unlimited with that kind of a start? Wow. I haven't got yet a number on that lead boat. It is tough to come up with.
I believe that's the 10.
It is indeed the 10. Jimmy Stewart one more time. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the boat that spun out up there. Jimmy Stewart with Peg Iwancio. He's going to come down. They're going to come down with a lead, and they've got a pretty good lead right now, and they're enjoying that clean water out front.
Followed by the JS45, the 22 making his way back up to the field on the outside, third.
Well, assuming that Peg Iwancio, who is the rider in the Yumpin' Yemeni with Jimmy Stewart, who's out front, boat in second place is Sam Iwancio and Jerry Iwancio, so I'm assuming we got a bunch of family members here running 1 and 2. But if we've got it right, that lead boat, Jimmy Stewart in the Yumpin' Yemeni, what a wild ride at the start.
You got Keith Gunther in the 23 Kryptonite in 4th. Courtney Truelove in 5th, I believe. And we haven't heard any problems with the start yet, but we're just calling them how we see them.
And our 6th place run is almost a deck-to-deck duel back behind everybody. Off the top end of the race course.
You can see the rider looking over their shoulder to see, tell the driver, hey, they're coming here, they're coming this way. They are the radios.
Boat number 10. Jimmy Stewart, Yumpin' Yemeni. We are on lap number 3. Sam Iwancio, number 45, running in second place. That is boat number 22. Jay Hardy and Charlie Kurz running aboard in 4th place. Got the boats kind of spread out now a little bit, but I would have never, in my wildest dreams, figured they were going to come back and be A, on an inside lane, and B, be there to run with everybody to the first turn, not after completely spinning out.
I was waiting to see boat pieces in the air in a flare, but instead they're out front and pulling away. So I'm amazed.
I'm going back to what that roll cage is for. Keep the driver and the rider in the boat. How they hung on, my goodness.
White flag is up, one more to go.
One more to go. Jimmy Stewart got everything going his way. I'll tell you what, Jay Hardy hasn't given up in boat number 22. It's got a long way to go here with only one lap, but these are the guys that had the big spin in the first heat, the 22.
Yeah, you know, the boat's fast. We said that earlier. If we can get out front and get some clean water, it might be challenging for the lead, but I think right now he's probably going to be happy in the third, just so he doesn't have one of those air shows again.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a headache when he gets back. Yup and Yemeni, Jimmy Stewart up the backstretch. Got Peg Awancio with him hanging on, literally. She might have a little talk with him when they get back. Hey, when that happens, we got to knock that off.
Might be a quiet dinner tonight.
Yes. But if all goes according to Hoyle, and as we think, they are going to come down. They, Big Sam Awancio, they're going to come down in second place, but it's going to be Jimmy Stewart and the Yumpin' Yemeni and Peg Awancio going to come down and claim another first place finish.
Yeah, what a run.
Yes, absolutely. Boat number 45, or excuse me, boat number 10. I've got 10 and 45 mixed up only about 12 times.
Well, they're very similar, so I'm right there with you. But a couple of great looking boats. 22, very nice run. Just finishing without any issues, and it's just great to see Keith Gunther, the Kryptonite we spoke about earlier, fourth place, very respectable. Left at 721.
And rounding out, it's not rounding out our field, then we get the boat number 11, Mike Promola, with Rob Boleslawski riding along with him.
Hey, well done. Well done. I wasn't going to try it.
Well, I figure I better say it while they're out there on the water so they can't come up and complain about it. So you very quickly realize why the Jersey Speed Skiffs were here a year ago, and they decided, and the fans wanted them back. They clamored and said, "Bring them back. That's fun."
Oh, what a great show! I mean, that's about as good as it gets. It's close. It's competitive. They're fun to watch, and you know, most importantly, they stayed safe. They kept us on the edge of our seats, but they were safe.
And then we started racing.
Yeah, just getting to the start line was a challenge.
Yeah,
they all did it.
That jockeying for position, holy smoke. I've heard conversations about H1 and how much lane space we have, and do we need to increase it? These guys, lane space?
Yeah.
I don't need any lane space.
No, and the way that they were able to flat spin and keep the boat going is incredible. But a lot of talent right there.
Yeah.
Love to hear the conversations out there as they're coming back in, if it's going to be laughs and everything, or wow, that was close.
Or if somebody's thrown a punch at their driver. That is good stuff right there. Jimmy Stewart brings the boat back. Peg Awancio, she's ready to get off. And she's fending the boat right there, so she's up on the bow, doing her part. You're looking at them right there.
And I'm seeing, it looks like the cranes are moving a little bit. Looks like they're maybe working on Brent Hall's boat a little bit. I don't know if they're getting ready to put that in the water, but I do see the slings on it, so that's a good sign.
And Greg Hopp's ride, the GP15, is in the water. So we're getting ready to go Grand Prix America Hydroplane Racing. They are up next with Heat 1A and 1B.
It's going to be hard to follow that up. I mean, the Grand Prix are incredible, so much fun to watch, and I mean, I'm just in awe. But man, the speed skiffs, they held up their end of the bargain there.
Yeah, they did.
Still don't see an engine in the 135, but I did see it on a stand earlier, so they are currently working on it. Hopefully it's something simple. They can get that figured out. I'm seeing a lot of smiles from the skiff people as they come in and take their helmets off, so it all must be good. Just clean, close, competitive racing, and boy, they did a good job putting on a show for the fans here in Madison. Looks like the GP17 Miss Runne getting on the slings as we speak.
As it looks like we'll have 3 sets to go here in 1A. GP1B lane number 1 will be Kevin Eastwood in the 3. I have David Kuzinski in lane 2 in the second. And on the outside, Brent Hall in the H2B.
We're going to get these speed skiffs out of the water, make a little room on the dock for the Grand Prix heats coming up, and should be underway shortly. Hopefully whatever was wrong with Brent Hall's boat is easily remedied, and he's going to be able to start that thing without issues this time. So in GP Heat A, we're going to have the GP35 in lane 1, the GP15 in lane 2, and the GP17 in lane 3. And then in GP Heat B, we are going to have the 10, the Freak, in lane 1, the Kraken 24 in lane 2, and Brent Hall in the 235 in lane 3. Nice full field here. The 17 is getting lowered into the water right now. Josh Culver can't wait to get back behind the wheel of this thing.
No, and they are lifting that boat off of the crane right now. We'll stick it in the creek and be ready to go. Dustin, what we're going to do right now, because we've got a couple of minutes before we go Grand Prix America racing here on the Ohio River, we're going to step away and take about a 2 or 3 or 4 minute break. We'll be right back. It'll be Grand Prix America. Heat 1A is coming up shortly. We're going to step away. Don't you go away. We'll be right back.
Madison. Jordan Bear, we have the lineup for Unlimited. Heat 1A and Heat 1B. Okay. Heat 1A will go off at 6:10, and in lane number 1 will be Ben Michael Kelly in U00 Maverick. Lane number 2 will be Andrew Tate in the U1 BWR Racing. Lane number 3 will be Ben Runne in the U40 Bucket List Racing. Your 4th boat in Heat 1A as a trailer boat will be the U6 Goodman presents Royer Miss Madison with Brandon Kennedy. The reason the hometown boat is a trailer in the first heat, Brandon Kennedy only completed 1 of 2 heats last year. He needs to get the second one in here and then be a qualified driver to start up on the front row. If he finishes this heat, then the second round he can move up into the front. All right, sounds like a plan. Heat 1B and Unlimited will go off at 6:40, and lane number 1 will be Jamie Nilsen in the FLAV-R-PAC. Lane number 2 will be Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss. On the outside in lane number 3, Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo. So, looking at what we saw, there was one change in the A section.
The 40 picked before the 1. The 40 elected to go to the outside, and that left the 1 to go to the middle, which is 6 trailing. And the double O picked after the 6, and they took the 1 lane. So that's really the only change. And like we said, it's determined by performance at any end of this track.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, again, it's all based on strategy. It's strategy. You got to look at everything. They might go Kelly getting in lane 1. That is one that really is. They might go to lane 1 defense. Is it so good to run lane? But that's just curious to see what Holder in that one. If I just walk out, the second lane 1 is scary, especially on a small goal.
It helps with the turning, but with the long straightaway, so if you don't have the horsepower in the lane, you're going to get swallowed up.
That is true also. I mean, it's a whole strategy here, but like you said, it's a different kind of race course here. It's a solid race, it's a rough course, it's a high river. It is that every year, but I'm excited to see what will happen there. We're about ready to find out here in a couple hours. And this guy will be in that race, so I'm looking forward to see.
Race fans, back on the start-finish line tower at Madison, Indiana, Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles, and we are getting ready to go Grand Prix America racing here with Heat 1A for our Grand Prix hydroplanes. Our chief referee has got his finger on the button. 6 minutes on the clock, so we'll get a countdown from 1 minute to the 5. That's where the number 6 comes from, by the way, just in case you were playing along at home. And we're going to run with our Grand Prix America. Here comes the countdown. 1, mark. 1 to the 5. So in Heat 1A for our Grand Prix America, sitting on an inside lane, going to be Brandon Kennedy. And that GP35, he earned that lane with that very, very fast and impressive qualifying speed when he was out on the water. The GP15 is going to be in lane number 2. That's Happy Go Lucky. That's Greg Hopp with the Super Shine detail and tint. GP15, bright yellow, very low profile, older hull. And then we are going to have the GP17, Josh Culver, going to be driving that boat for Richards Racing, specifically Brian Richards out of Snohomish, Washington. So it is going to be in lane number 1, Brandon Kennedy. Lane number 2 is going to go to Greg Hopp. Lane number 3 to Josh Culver. You got to think that with all the speed, you got to think this is easy for Brandon Kennedy, but it's not. He's still got to go out there and do it, and you know Hopper's going to run him.
And you still have to race the river because this thing is a monster, and you got to get through it. So it's a long weekend. You don't count anything, before it happens. We're on the water right now, less than 5 minutes.
It's no different than a football game. Any given Sunday, there's a reason why you play the games. So it's time to go, 4:45. And I'm seeing the GP15 just sit at the dock. And they've done this for years. And he just popped the lid back open.
Yeah, that's not characteristic. Hopefully
No.
It's something simple. The 17 is getting pushed away from the dock right now.
I hear another boat, so that's got to be Kennedy, and it's down all the way on the right side. So Brandon Kennedy is up and away from the dock. There you get a good look at that boat. Good looking hydroplane. As he pulls away, they have not yet dropped the lid back down. But nobody seems to be thrashing down there.
No, and that's
15.
That's a very seasoned team, so you won't see those guys panic, but they aren't rushing, you're right. So I think they're okay.
I think they are too. Josh Culver is firing up the GP17 to Miss Renee, and he's away from the dock.
And Greg just lowered his lid, so I think we are going to see him light to go here in a second.
I think that was one last gulp of fresh air. Because I was about to say they're sitting at the dock, and I've seen him do it 100 times. Popping the lid made me a little nervous, but I think they were good to go, and that was the game plan.
So you've got Brandon Kennedy all the way down in turn number 2 at the Apex. 17 just left the dock, and 15 is just firing up right now.
And he is away from the dock, so it's going to be Kennedy in 1, Hop in 2, Culver in lane number 3.
Water conditions, Brad, perfect.
Look very good to me. We're going to go 4 times around for Grand Prix America Heat 1A. We're on the clock. We're coming up on 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the start. Similar to our H1 Unlimited racing and entirely different from our Jersey Speed Skiffs. The lanes are assigned to these guys. They are assigned to them based on what lane they earned via their qualifying time. Top qualifier was Brandon Kennedy. He gets first slot. He took an inside lane. And on this course, that's a good place to be.
Yeah, the Grand Prix Turn 1 is a lot different than the Unlimited Turn 1, as Brandon will figure that out as the weekend goes. But the hole isn't there. The river is still rough, but way better than the Unlimited Turn 1.
Coming across start-finish line, you are looking at Josh Culver and Miss Renee, young man out of the Tri-Cities, Washington. Now, what's Kennedy doing here?
He's got smoke. See, that's what we're talking about.
There it is.
You got to beat the race course, and unfortunately, they've got something going on here.
Kennedy is pulling back to the pit area. He has popped the lid. I don't know what's going on.
He's got a lot of smoke.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
Hopefully it's just something minor, but unfortunately it's going to put him out for this heat.
Yeah, there's more smoke coming out of there. There's not less. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on our other boats, but our officials are watching what's going on here.
Now, the drivers, they need to focus on their clock. They're being told that Brandon's off the course, he has an issue, but they need to watch their clocks. Don't focus on him. You focus on yourself. Make a good start. Just don't screw this up.
And Brandon has popped the lid and pulled it off, and I'm not seeing any flame in there.
Keep in mind these are alcohol. You won't see a fire unless it's burning the fiberglass. Everything's alcohol.
So unfortunately, Brandon Kennedy's first heat here at the Madison Regatta for Grand Prix America is going to end with a DNS that did not start, and that's not the way they drew it up.
No, we're coming up on 1 minute right now. Looks like Josh Culver's up there just a little bit early. Right where he wants to be. Greg Hopp's going to play catch up, and he's going to take that inside.
Dare I say, this is a couple of guys out there that have raced against each other more times than I could probably count out in Region 10. Greg Hopp, Josh Culver coming up inside 40. We're coming up on 35 seconds to the start. Now your inside lane's going to be Greg Hopp. It's going to be Josh Culver on the outside. We're going to go 4 times around. Culver's going to move out in front of him here. Hopper's going to be on that inside lane, and he's a smart, crafty guy. He's going to try and bring a lot of speed to the line. And here he goes. Hopp's already putting the hammer down. As we got to 16 seconds, he said, let's go. Might have been a little bit early on that. Off the corner inside, 10 seconds.
Short run to the start. Here they come.
4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And we're racing. Hop's going to get the jump. Hop's going to get the jump, and he's going to get down to the lower corner first, and he's already opened up water on Mr. Culver. This one might be over in a hurry. I thought Culver was losing power down there.
Yeah, it looked like he lost power for a little bit. Somehow it came back, so hopefully it was just something minor. He's going again.
So you're looking at Greg Hopp in the Super Shine. Boat owned by Father Jerry. Guys out of Snohomish, north of Seattle. This boat is a regular here on the Ohio River.
And Greg is a very smart driver. He's not going to use up any more of that boat than he needs to right now just to stay ahead of the 17th. He's going to get points here. He's going to start, finish, and they're going to move right on to the next race.
And we talk about Papa Jerry. Yeah, he's down here on our left. He's talking to Greg, letting him know everything that's going on in the race. So lap 1 of 4 is in the books. And you're right, we have seen this many times from Greg Hopp. He will just run the boat, run it fast enough to keep it up on top of the water, don't fall into any holes anywhere. And are we losing Josh Culver? We are indeed, unfortunately. Josh and the GP17 Miss Runne is going dead in the water coming out of the lower corner. So right now it is all Greg Hopp.
Now this is where, when you're running by yourself, you start to hear every little thing in the engine, every little thing in the boat. You're thinking, is that normal noise? Because you're all by yourself. You're not trying to beat anybody. You just need to finish.
So Papa Jerry's telling him exactly where Josh Culver is sitting. And Jerry is telling Greg to go inside of him, which he did. He cleared him by a lot of room up the backstretch. Coming up on some of his own weight right there as he easily goes across it. Greg Hopp, lap number 3 of 4, he will come down, get the white flag with 1 more to go.
You know, Brad, we talked about the Hopps getting the most for their sponsors. What better way to do it than go out here and just have everybody watching their boat for 4 consecutive laps?
That's right.
All by themselves. What a great job. And they're going to give him the checkered. 4 of 4.
I only counted 3, but that's okay. And Greg obviously knew that because he gave it a little squirt and came out very, very wide and put on a little bit of a show for the fans.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way that they want to win a race.
No,
I mean, they're all
isn't.
about winning, but you know, to make it to the end of the weekend, they just need to start saving the equipment and get through. And the Richards team, they're going to have to go back and figure out what happened. And unfortunately, I really hope that 35 isn't hurt too bad because that's a great boat and it's too good to sit on the trailer.
As you look down at Josh Culver, and I'm sure it's a fairly dejected Josh Culver, as the boat sits motionless in the water on the back straightaway. The GP17, the Miss Runne, getting an awfully good look at the race boat. But not the way they wanted that heat to end, not the way Brandon Kennedy wanted it to start.
No, not at all. And I did see, it looked like Culver was trying to restart that engine. So I'm really curious of what he had go wrong, because usually in a Grand Prix, when something goes wrong and you shut it off, it's, you know, you need to shut it off. But I did see as the drone was coming up on him that he was trying to restart. So hopefully it's something minor, not a big deal.
Getting a good look at young Mr. Culver.
Definitely not the way they want to start the weekend.
No.
Madison Automotive, Blue Oval presents Supershine. Congratulations to Greg.
But we've got more fast Grand Prix here on the dock, ready to go.
We do indeed. We do indeed. Next up, we're going to see the 10. The Freak is going to be on the inside lane. The 24, Dave Musinski in the Kraken. And on the far outside, Brent Hall in the 235s. Could be a very interesting heat.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, Brent has a good boat, and that's kind of, you know, the unknown right now, because unfortunately he didn't make it out in the qualifying run, so we didn't get a good time on him. But that's the unknown right now, is how that boat can go. The Kraken, I mean, we know it's a fast boat. New driver, he's getting the feel for it. He's doing a great job, staying out of trouble, and you know, keeping it going. He was very excited. I spoke with him just for a few minutes when he came up here after his first heat. You could see the grin on his face. So I think he's going to step it up a little bit more this heat. And then we know the other guys. Kevin's going to be all over it.
Kevin is going to be pushing hard. He's got a good lane, and he's going to be sitting in lane 1. He'll be ready to go. He'll have it on the line on time. He usually does. We'll see how Dave Musinski can handle being in the tunnel between a couple of boats. And then Brent Hall, we know that boat is fast. He's going to be on the outside with a big course. But that boat's a quick one.
It is.
That's our next heat. And we are waiting, I think, until we get Josh Culver into the center of the race course. And I would bet at that point we would say, start the clock, let's get them going.
Yeah, luckily looks like they have a rope to him, and he should be off the race course here momentarily. So the crews of the boats on the dock here are getting ready, and we should be underway shortly.
Well, we've got an official over here with his hand on the start clock, so that's another usually pretty good sign.
Very telling. What a gorgeous day. I mean, the 4th of July here.
Yeah.
The beach is packed. I know that you and I talked about it a little bit, I think off camera, but looking up and down the shoreline, I don't know that I've ever seen it this full here. And
there's a lot of people here. It's a good sight looking up down. Madison, Indiana, you are showing very, very well. To those across the country that might be watching, there we get a good look at Brent Hall's hydroplane, the GP235, the Cool Cat Motorsports. Something else about Cool Cat Motorsports that you may not know, they have really cool t-shirts. I have one.
I was actually instructed to go get a hat and a shirt earlier, so I did go up to the booth. I did get some stuff to bring home, and it is very cool.
The new Cool Cat shirts, which I do not have, has 2 boats on it. And it's got the turquoise cowling that we're seeing there on the GP 235, and the 135 is all the dark blue. But they're very cool. I'm gonna have to get myself one before I get out of here.
It definitely stands out. Nice job with the merchandise. And, I've seen a lot of shirts and hats up and down the beach, so apparently the fans agree.
So I'm looking at the Kraken there. A good look at that race boat, and I really like the lines on it. Tell me that's green and gold, green and yellow.
Gray and yellow is what I would call it, but
I was close.
Yeah,
started with a G.
For a colorblind guy, you did excellent. You nailed it.
Looked like my high school colors. Red, white, and blue. How about that? Did I get that one right?
You can't miss that. It's a good looking boat. That one stands out.
It does indeed. The Freak GP10. Kevin Ekert, saw him down here a couple of heats ago. So we've got the boat in the center of the race course, and our clock is moving. We are inside 1 to the 5.
Lids are down. Drivers are ready.
I missed that count to the 5-minute mark. We were busy discovering color palettes.
Hey, they're on a schedule. They're not going to let us stop them.
No, nor should they. 15 seconds to a 5 when our boats can come on the race course. It is Heat 1B, Grand Prix America at the 76th running of the Madison Regatta.
4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 5-minute period.
There we go. 5-minute period has begun. We are at 4:55, and here they go. We see 2 of the 3 boats heading out now. Looks like Brent Hall was going to kick it away real quick. He had a hard time getting it started last time. How about Mizinski behind him? He's going to be able to get it going.
Come on, Brent.
Kraken with Dave Mizinski behind the wheel is up and away. He's the only boat that is away. They haven't yet started to try and fire the GP10. The Freak, they're just now closing up the umbrella that was keeping Kevin Eckert cool in the cockpit. Jimmy James is leaning over it, says a parting comment there to his buddy Kevin Eckert. Closes the lid. He'll tap twice on it if he hasn't already, and say you're good to go and step off the boat so he doesn't go for a ride. Meanwhile, waiting on Brent Hall, trying to kick it over. Down here to our right.
He's so close. You can see it start to fire, and then it dies.
It just does not want a light for him. Same problem we saw the last time. Here comes Kevin Eckert, GP10, the Freak. As Mizinski goes by on the race course, you saw Kevin Eckert.
Mizinski looks like he's already stepped it up from his qualifying run. You can definitely tell he's getting comfortable.
There we go, Brent Hall. That's what you heard in the background. Sorry to jump on you there, Dustin.
No,
finally, we got him up and running. Brent is up in the GP 235. Cool Cap Motorsports.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm really glad to see that boat running and up on plane.
Running on the local sponsorship of H&B Tree Service and the Dam family. I can tell you what, they're very happy. Nobody's happier than Brent Hall, however. Now we got all 3 boats up and running.
Coming up on 2.5 minutes to the start.
Coming down the front straightaway is the Kraken. There's a look from way up on top. That's the Kraken up in the upper right corner. Just want to cross start-finish line. The other 2 boats you're looking at there on the inside, that is Kevin Eckert in the Freak. It is Brent Hall in the dark blue boat on the outside there. As you are looking at corner number 2. And now looking down the race course, here comes those same 2 boats. Off the top end, they will come down with 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the start.
And by my math, they're going to have to do something here because these 2 boats in front of us, they're about a minute off where they want to be. You want to be about a minute at the exit pin of turn number 1. And so they're going to have to make a decision. Are they going to cut the course or are they going to step it up?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Mizinski does as well.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to...
Somebody's got to do something.
Yes. I think you're going to see Kevin Eckert cut through the course here.
And I think if he does, Hall will follow him.
Yeah,
here he comes. Let's see if Hall comes with him, and here he comes.
Now, Mizinski needs to slow down a little bit because he's got 20 seconds, and he's in a good position. So if he's smart, he's going to back off of it a little bit and just set where he needs to be.
Yeah, Mizinski can back it off a little bit. He's coming off the exit pin, although you said about 1 minute. There he is. He's just about there.
Unfortunately, he's a little early in a Grand Prix. It's easy to go fast and hard to slow down. You can see already he's way ahead of where he needs to be now.
Yeah. He's got to calculate real quick. Oh my goodness, that's the entrance pin to that corner, and there's 15 15 seconds? No, there's 40.
Yeah, it's there's a learning curve in driving a Grand Prix. They eat up a lot of water in a quick amount of time.
And the problem is he can't go all the way up to Carrollton here. He's got to pull himself back in to lane number 2. And he's just, I think, throwing in the towel. He's going to jump the start.
Yeah.
And here he comes hard to the line. So now I thought he might have jumped across. He did not, so basically we're going to have a 2-boat run here. And Kevin Eckert is going to be on the inside. It's going to be
legal.
Yep, it's going to definitely be legal. Brent Hall going to be on the outside with 1 mark. We're racing, and Kevin Eckert got it on the line, the freak. Now we'll see what Brent Hall can do. Hall's got a mighty fast race boat, but he's put himself in a tough spot being on the outside.
He does. Kevin can be smart here. Just, use up as much river as he can. Just run his own pace and make Brent charge really hard behind him and use up his boat trying to catch him.
Well, he's got 4 laps to try and run him down, and Hall is giving it everything he's got. Brent is running hard at the top end. Be smart, my friend. Eckert, just exactly as you said, he's going to use a lot of that race course. Let Brent Hall go over and get close to the fans on the shoreline. 1 up and 1 down. Kevin Eckert to the freak. That's just a tall order.
It is. They're going to have a lap boat to contend with here shortly. And Kevin, he could use it as a pick, or he can go out and around him. We'll see what he does. But they're gonna catch him here pretty quick.
And Kevin's opened up water now. Whoa, and he's down. Kevin Eckert is losing power. Brent Hall going to go by him here, and there he goes. He shoots past Kevin Eckert, and now our leader is Brent Hall.
Wow,
the GP 135, yes. H&B Tree Service. Brent Hall going to come down with the lead at the end of lap number 2 of 4. Now his radio man just down to our left will just tell him what's going on in the race course, and what's going on in the race course is right in front of him. There's nobody behind him.
You save the equipment and make sure it makes it through this heat and makes it for the next one.
Yep. The spotter will tell him where the good water is and come home and pick up a first place finish. But he's got to hold it together. He is on lap 3 of 4. Camera right there. Looking at Brent Hall. Riding in the wake. Dave Musinski as he comes across, but he's a lap down. A lap down. He is on his 4th and final lap. The boat out in front of him, the GP24, the Kraken, is a lap down because he jumped the start, so he is way behind. Brent's just trying to run the boat easy, but he's still going to gobble up Musinski. I got to think they're telling him, you don't have to get around him.
No, for sure. He just has to finish this last half a lap, and they're going to be really, really happy.
So Dave Musinski's going to come off the corner in the gray and yellow boat, and he is on the inside. Looks like he's leading. He is not. It's going to be Brent Hall because the Kraken is a lap down. The blue boat on the outside. Brent Hall wins Heat 1B of Grand Prix America. And for what it's worth, had Musinski not jumped the gun, I think he got him by a couple of coats of paint when they crossed the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot to be said for just going out there and running a clean race, running your own race. And Brent did a great job at doing that. And, going from having trouble starting the boat to going out and winning a heat race, he's going to have a big smile on his face.
Yes, he is indeed.
And, for what it's worth, Dave Musinski did a fantastic job, too. He kind of goofed up the start a lot, but he came back and he ran respectable. He didn't do anything wrong. He's a new driver and did a great job of just running his laps and getting some experience.
And he's going to come home with a solid 2nd place finish. Here he comes, Dave Musinski. GP24, the Kraken. I can tell you Brandon Kennedy would take that finish right now after his did not start. So now that is going to really shuffle the deck on Grand Prix America and how they're going to move forward. But here comes Brent Hall. The lid is up. That young man, I can't see it, but I know there is a smile
he's
on that face.
Waving like crazy, I'm sure. He just appreciates all the fans coming out and giving him some support. Yeah, it's great to see him have some success after the problems they've had.
As you ride along with Brent Hall as he comes back to the pit area here in Madison, Indiana.
Here's the other tough part. So you had a great race, you did wonderful, everything is perfect. Bring it back to the dock nice and easy.
Yeah.
It's hard when all your emotions are going so high and you get the current here. So
go ahead and shut it off. And he does.
Yeah, it's perfect. Hopefully Dave Buzinski can do the same exact thing. Shut it off nice and early this time. I think we're looking really, really good. Our E350 class is going to be up next, and they are in the water, ready to go.
Alright, he's back at the dock. The local sponsor, H&B Tree Removal.
I think we're going to see a really happy Brent Hall here on the dock once he climbs out. Get him out of the boat here and just see how happy they are. No, nice job. Yeah, this team has worked so hard. I spoke with Brent yesterday a little bit. They were waiting on some skid fin hardware that they needed, and he was a little worried that they weren't going to be able to test. Well, testing kind of went out the window anyway, and so they didn't miss anything. When he started out today, he's thinking this is going to be a good day, and right now you can see that they had a fantastic day. They really showed.
And I think we can keep an eye on our Danny Rogers, because I see she is headed toward the GP 235 and our Brent Hall, and I got to think he's going to be a happy guy. Oh yeah, they're hugging and high-fiving. They're having a good time down there. There, we got it on the camera, and he's going to come this way, and he's going to run right into our Danny Rogers, and we're going to get him. And I know he'll stop. He's one of us. He better. So we will just wait for Danny to come in and say she is ready. Brent is going to get the hard hat off here. Well, he's either wiping a bunch of sweat off or he's got some tears in his eyes, one of the two.
Maybe a little of both.
I think so. And I think she's ready. We'll wait for our producer engineer to tell me that we're good to go, and I will cut it, and we will have our Brent Hall on our live stream.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is talking at pretty much an opposite speed on the third drive and the way out there, so that's my goal to get up there.
Fantastic lap there. What do you make of what the boat was able to do in this heat to get this win?
Sure. Boy, we worked hard. The team, we had some challenges early on and even some communication challenges. What we talked about all day is like you learn and you grow. And so you're gonna hear the Cool Cat team come by. As they come by, we'll get some high five. Love you guys. Thank you. And so, you know, obviously this is in honor of my brother. My brother passed away last year, July 4th. So it's a big deal to do something for him and sponsor the Beast Foundation. They're on the boat. But we have a lot of other people that are helping us. Obviously, Cool Cat Motorsports.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. That's just a warm-up. There you go. Greg Huck, the winner of Heat 1A. Congratulations to Greg Huck.
Unfortunately, we lost our connection there with Danny and Brent, but I think it's pretty safe to say he was a pretty happy guy.
I think that's a safe comment.
Oh, gosh. And you and I might be able to take a break and go up and have an early dinner, because he might want to talk for a while.
Well, it's deserved. I mean, this is great to see him come back from so much and just enjoy it for a minute. You know, they did a great job.
Absolutely. And he mentioned his late brother. It was exactly 1 year ago. We got up on a Saturday morning and we got a text from Brent that said his brother had passed away back home. He jumped in a car with our H1 chaplain, Jim Riley, who drove him up to Cincinnati, and he was able to get home. And I'm not going to say he's dedicating the season to his brother, but he's got the Jimmy V Foundation on the back of the boat there, and he always is going to talk about his brother as his friends along. He's got so many friends up and down Pit Road. This might be the longest walk back to the truck. But that's in any sport, whether it's boat racing and football, it doesn't make any difference. It's a great story, and congratulations, Brent Hall.
Yeah, it just shows you how tight this community is, boat racing as a whole. You know, we all work together. We're competitors, but we like to see each other succeed, and I think nobody wants Brent to succeed, you know, more than the group that he's got helping him right now on the beach, and everyone's just congratulating him and really enjoying it.
But onward we go.
Another one right behind it.
And another one, we're going with Heat 2 of our E350s. And we were talking about the driver lineup in this thing. When we had Bernard, King, Howard, Liddicoat, Goodell, Adams, and Black. I'm going to assume that Haworth is not going to answer the bell here.
Yeah,
with the damage they had.
That's so disheartening to see. I mean, that boat is so beautiful. And, unfortunate to see a fast boat taken out early, but they'll get it fixed.
But the boat that you like and say is a piece of art out there, they're going to be ready to go Bobby King in that LDC Construction E242. It's all white, but somehow they make it look really, really pretty, and somehow it's really, really fast.
And that's all that matters. And, you know, you can never count out Jeff Bernard. You know, Jeff Bernard's driving a really fast boat. They don't have that number one on the side for no reason. That's one of the boats to beat. So it'll be fun to watch. And also, you know, you still have Grant, and that's a really fast boat, really well put together. All these boats are so competitive. It's going to be fun.
I like the name of that boat. Send it.
And he does a great job doing just that.
Yeah, send it. Maxim Racing, Some Toy, E-Rat Racing, send it. Bruno LePage, Game On. The owner calls it Game On. LDC Construction and the Wolverine.
Yeah, pretty cool. A lot of history here. The Tom Newman boat, the Some Toy. Those guys have been around forever. I mean, the Some Toys, they're just a legendary boat. It's great to see him out here this weekend, and Tony Black doing a great job driving for him. So. Just to see how rough the water gets out here and how mighty this river is, there's a good indication. It shows you on Patrick's boat.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a pretty safe bet. They're not going to make it.
Yeah,
I would say they're done.
That's a game stopper there, and the Chasing Tails guys shared that with us, and we appreciate it. But unfortunately, that's going to be probably the end of their weekend.
Yeah, that's too bad. And like you were talking earlier, this is all on the eve of them going up to Valleyfield for another big race next weekend.
Yeah, there's racing every weekend here, you know, depending on what class. So that's going to definitely put a damper on it for them.
But we move on. So we have Heat 2 of our E350s, and then coming up at 6:10. I haven't looked at a clock for a while here. We're in pretty good shape. At 6:10, we go racing with our H1 Unlimited, Heat 1A, and follow it up with Heat 1B. Then the big dogs take to the water.
There's a lot of boat racing this fine day.
5, 4, 3.
And here's 2 seconds. 1 mark. 1 to the 5 for E350s. Right in front of us is the boat driven by Bobby King, that all-white E242.
I think I see Grant Liddicoat up there in the 97, and I can't quite see Jeff Bernard. He's at the there he is, at the very end of the dock, strategically placed. He's one of the best to get that inside lane.
Yes, he is. He makes a habit of it, and he's put a pretty good career around it. Coming up on 15 seconds. 15 seconds to the 5-minute mark for E350s. It's Heat 2. E350s, expecting 6 boats out on the water. We are 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. 5 minutes. They can send them out on the water now. Right in front of us, Bobby King is away from the dock. Now we'll watch Tony Black, see if he is the next boat away. Dylan Goodell should be next, and here he comes. And to your point, Jeff Bernard, he's long gone. He left the other end of the pit area. And a 3:23 Maxim Racing with Carl Adams away from the dock. So I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we got them all.
They're all out there.
Oh, there they are. There's 2 boats side by side up the backstretch.
And I believe that's Bobby King and Jeff Bernard. This is going to be a chess match all by itself here to see who can out-snooker the other person for the inside lane. This will be fun to watch.
Yeah, that'll be a good one to watch. There it is. Bobby King is out front. Now, Bernard's not going to let him go. He's going to stick right there in that left side rear view mirror and go, I'm still sitting right here, Mr. King.
And these boats don't turn quite like the Jersey Speed Skiff, so hopefully they leave each other a little bit more room.
I'm surprised a little bit that he's letting King get that far in front of him, but now here comes Jeff. He's giving it a little bit of squirt. He will pull up right behind Bobby King. There you see the 2 of them coming down the front straightaway. Close together. I thought maybe he was going to let Bobby get out in front of him and snooker an inside lane out of him. And now he's going to let Bobby go, but what's Jeff going to do? See if King doesn't cut the course here, but on the other side of it, watch and see if Bernard doesn't cut the course. I got a nickel says Bernard cuts the race course here and comes back over and parks in lane 1.
I think you're right. Yeah, once Bobby commits to going all the way
and
down,
here he comes.
Jeff has the race course.
So Jeff's going to cut it, come across, and he will park in lane number 1. Our camera pulls back. You're going to see Jeff Bernard. There he is, right underneath the flag. That's him in the lower right corner, coming across the race course. And he will tell Bobby there's a couple of different ways you can pull this move. You want to go get in front of me and chop me off? Watch this. Now, let's see what happens here. Because here comes Bobby King up behind Jeff. Still got 2:20.
Tons of time left.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left. King's going to let him just sit there and park. King's going to go. Now I might expect Bobby to cut the course.
Yeah, 2 different game plans here. Jeff's just going to park there and hope everything can stay cool, and he's just going to secure that lane. And
here comes Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby might be thinking, I have a lot of boat speed, and I'm not going to let you dictate my race. I'm going to make a clean start in my own lane, and I'm just going to run my own race. So we'll see.
See how it goes. So Bobby King didn't cut the course. He's now coming up behind Jeff Bernard, and he's pulled his foot. So the 2 of them are going to camp down there with 1:45 until the start. So still a lot of time to kill.
I think the only thing Jeff right now is thinking, I please want somebody in between myself and Bobby and move him as far out as possible to give me a shot at this. Because if they can put Bobby King on the very outside, Jeff gets an inside lane, that'd be hard to beat.
Now Jeff is moving at the 1:27 mark, and I think he's... Whoa! And Jeff got wet coming through there. Who came through the course in front of Jeff?
I think that might have been Grant Liddycoat. It's hard to tell from our angle, but Carl Edwards still in the back straightaway. I believe that was Grant.
Jeff was giving it a squirt. Now you're getting a good look there. Jeff Bernard on the left side of the screen. It's Bobby King just to his right as the 2 of them are going up the backstretch. Bernard's still sitting on an inside lane, and he says it's time to go. King's going with him. And now the field is starting to move as well. We got 1 boat dropping off plane, going up the backstretch. I think that's Carl Adams. He's getting it back up on plane. Our leaders are at the top end of the race course with 30 seconds until the start.
So Still plenty of time, though, for these boats in the back to make up some time.
Yeah, you got 3 boats up there together. You're looking at them right there on the screen. That is Bernard in 1. Bobby King is in 2. I didn't get a good look to see who was in 3.
I believe that's Liddyco.
Inside 10 seconds. We are inside 5 seconds. And we're 4, 2, 1, mark. We may have had gun jumpers there.
I mean, Goodell was over first, looked like to me.
And we'll call them as they are on the water until we get something official. But Bernard's getting left behind. I'm going to... So we think that was Dylan Goodell, but meanwhile, 242 up the backstretch. LDC Construction, Bobby King, but here comes Jeff Bernard. Bernard is closing distance on the inside. He's had a great run up the backstretch.
He's let it all hang out. He's trying to close up the ground to make sure that keeps Bobby, keep him a lane there. So this is a tight one.
Good race off the top end of the race course. Bernard 1, King at 2. King's got the lead, but Bernard showed some incredible top end speed that last time up the backstretch as he got it again coming down the front straightaway. He is hanging with him, but he's giving a little bit of ground. Good racing for 3rd position here, and I know Bernard has got his eyes on King, but he better keep an eye on that right side rear view mirror. He's got company coming on that side too.
Yeah, Grant Liddyco coming hard on the outside. He's got a nice fast lane out there in lane 3. He's got some clean water.
Now Bernard just moved to the outside, which means the 2 boats behind him moved out further as well. But he is now outside Bobby King. And here he comes with that strong run up at the top end. He's got a lot of chute speed in that little boat.
He does. He's got it wound up. And when he gets going after he exits the turn, it really pulls hard on Bobby King. Bobby King's got the corner speed on him, though.
Coming off the top end of the race course here to come down and put 2 in the berth. It is Bobby King in the 242 LDC Construction. That is Jeff Bernard trying to run him down, but man, it's a tall order, and we are losing another one of our race boats.
Unfortunately, we have, looks like Grant Liddyco pulling off here off to the side, so he's going to leave the race. I think that's going to put Tony Black in 3rd place if Goodell did jump. We heard that that's a possibility. I haven't heard for sure, but that would put Tony Black in 3rd.
And you know Jeff Bernard, he's never going to give up. He's still up there. He's just letting King know, I am here.
He's digging.
I swapped lanes on you. I'm in your right side mirror now, but I am hanging right here. King's off the top end, slides out to about lane number 2. Going to put Bernard out to number 3. Bernard trying to run him down. Going to be a tall order with 1 lap left to go. We are now on lap number 4.
And Bobby King's being smart. He's using just enough of that throttle that he needs to stay ahead, stay in the clean water, control the race course.
Keeping an eye out down at the bottom end. Jeff's got one last shot at it here if he really wanted to give it a go, and he's going to try. King's going to stay out in front. Jeff is not closing up on him this time. He's trying.
Only a half lap to go, so I think it's getting tight, though. We got a lapper coming up also. We'll see if this plays into it.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We got lap traffic coming up here. King's going to go inside of him. Where's Jeff going to go? He's going to go inside of the lap traffic, but it's not going to make any difference. It's going to be Bobby King is going to come down and take a first place win. And our E350 heat number 2, Jeff Bernard, will come down in 2nd place.
Yeah, well done by all the boats out there. I mean, just making a good start, making it through this rough water. Bobby King, flawless race. You know, he did just what he needed to do to stay out front and stay legal. So well done. And you know, Tony Black, like I said, made a good start. He kept his nose clean. He's coming around in 3rd.
And good for him.
As we are finishing up the E350 class and just talking about how competitive it was, the cranes are still moving as they have been all day, and I see the U40 just got lowered into the water. So we've got more racing coming up.
We certainly do, and we're going to go with the big dogs. We're going to bring the H1 unlimited hydroplanes out on the Ohio River. Our lineup for our Heat 1A of H1 Unlimited is going to feature the U00. That's going to be the Maverick with J. Michael Kelly. He will be in lane number 1. Andrew Tate is going to be in lane number 2. Dylan Runne, driving the Bucket List Racing, is going to be in lane number 3. And then it's going to be Brandon Kennedy in the Royer Miss Madison. He will be with Trailer Boat, having the necessity of running back there one more time. He's got to do it twice. Did it once last year. Got to do it one more time this year. So we'll have 3 on the front row and 1 trailer boat in our Heat 1A. Well, as we get ready for our first heat of H1 Unlimited Racing, our Heat 1A, we had an opportunity to talk with Andrew Tate before our test session and get his thoughts on his plans and his goals for the 2026 racing season. As we get ready for our first heat of racing on the H1 Unlimited circuit for 2026, let's roll the video on Andrew Tate.
The schedule seems to get smaller here in recent years, and it makes every heat race super important if you're fighting for a championship. For me personally, with a 4-race schedule, I'm looking towards Sunday afternoon at every race and how I can go win that individual event. I think it's kind of where I'm at with where we're at. If I do my job and everything kind of works out the way it should, if I do my job, then we should be talking about a championship or fighting for it at the end of the year. So, one day at a time.
Interesting comments there from Andrew Tate. Shorter the schedule, the lesser number of heats, everyone counts a little bit more.
Absolutely. He's got high expectations for himself and the team, and that's a good way to go into the season and the weekend of saying, hey, here's my goal, here's what we're going to accomplish, let's go do it together.
And speaking of the U1 and Andrew Tate and BWR Racing, 2 of our 4 boats are in the water in Andrew Tate's ride. The U1 comes off the trailer, BWR Racing, and there comes the Royer Miss Madison right with it. Great shot there as we look down pit row, and a couple of boats on the slings and on the crane and being lifted toward the water. With that in mind, and as close as we're getting, we're going to step away, you and I, Dustin, for about 3 minutes. Next up, it is Heat 1A of not only the 2026 APBA Gold Cup, but it's Heat 1A for the 2026 H1 Unlimited racing season. Dustin Eccles, Brad Luce, we're ready. If you're at home watching on the YouTube, get ready. It's about to begin. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Well, James, in 2026, that will serve some of the best news ever in unlimited hydroplane racing. Thank God. We're not getting more out today. When the drivers that's the way it should be. No body ball, that's no body racing. I like it. So the good part is, and Jordan, I want you to
Back on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles. Danny Rogers is down in the pit area. And we're thinking this day's getting pretty long for you and I. We are up here in the shade with some fans moving around. Danny's down there walking the dock, and you know exactly what that's like. It's hot.
I do. Yeah, it's tough. We're pretty spoiled up here, but she's doing a great job going down there and just finding out what's going on with all the teams in between and talking to some of the winners. This has been great. Great addition.
She is doing a wonderful job, and she has never seen an unlimited hydroplane race. She is about to see her first ever heat of competition. I know she's excited about it. Danny, if you can hear us, get ready, buckle up. Here we go. It's going to be fun. We have been told that this heat is scheduled to go off at 6:10 this afternoon, but we have subsequently been told, and this is good news, don't think we're not going the wrong way, we're going the right way. We have been told that when the drivers are strapped in the boats and the teams say they are ready, we are going to give a countdown to 1 minute to the 5. If everybody's ready, we're not going to sit here and just wait for the sake of waiting. If everybody's ready, we're going to have a countdown to 1 to the 5. Boats will come out on the race course at the 5-minute mark. And then we'll see how this new race format plays out on our first heat of competition. It was already interesting in our qualifying round, and we had a little bit of drama there. Could have been more, but a flagrant N2 kind of threw that out the window. But now let's see how it works when we go racing.
And I think we're pretty close, Brad, because the referee is already standing over by the clock, getting everything set. So we're getting really close here. They're running this thing pretty quick.
Yes, our chief referee, Jonathan Abbott, he's got it counting down right now from 6:40. So whether he stops it at the 6-minute mark, I don't know. I got a hunch he might, or we're just going to let it go because I don't think everybody's ready here for a countdown to the 5. And he's got his finger over there on the button. I think he's going to stop it at the 6-minute mark so we can have a 1 to the 5. Again, our 4 boats that are going to run the U00 in lane number 1. That's going to be the Maverick, J. Michael Kelly. He will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is going to be Andrew Tate, in the defending national high points champion of BWR Racing. He will be in lane number 2. Then it's going to be Bright Tennessee Orange, the U40, Dylan Runne. He's going to sit in lane number 3. And then we'll have the U6, the Royer Miss Madison. They are going to start in a trailer position because Brandon Kennedy is still in the process of becoming a fully qualified H1 Unlimited driver. He's got one more heat where he has to start as a trailer. He will do that in this heat. And it's important for him that he finish this particular heat because the rule book clearly states you have to finish 2 heats in the trailer position. He ran 2 of them last year, but he only finished 1 of them.
Yeah, and finished 2 heats with no penalties. So, being in the trailer position, that should help you with making a good legal start, but you want to stay clean. You don't want to mix up any lanes or anything. One other thing that I just noticed looking at it, the 00, the Maverick, they chose the inside lane. They could have went some other places. What that tells me is Mike has a lot of confidence in his boat, in his setup. He's going to go into that inside lane, and he doesn't want Andrew Tate inside of him. So there's 2 things that we learned there.
Yeah, we did. And so if we say it in reduced or in reverse order, the 6 was automatically dropped back as a trailer boat. It was J. Michael Kelly in the U00 with first lane choice, and he took that inside lane, as Dustin was just explaining. Then it went to Bucket List Racing and Dylan Runne and Kelly Stockland. To me, that's where it got a little bit interesting because they did not take lane 2. They took lane 3, which left lane 2 open for Andrew Tate. So that's the way it works. So when it fell to Tate, he was the last boat to choose, but when it fell to him, lane 2 was wide open. He will take it. So you're looking now right in the cockpit of the U1 BWR Racing, Andrew Tate. Now we'll get that camera view out of there. Now you're looking at the boat's dockside. You see all 4 of them. Royer Miss Madison on the left, followed by BWR Racing, the U1. A lot of Tennessee orange up there, the U40. Bucket List Racing with Dylan Runne, and then up toward the top right corner of the screen, the U00, the Maverick, and J. Michael Kelly. I was a little bit surprised that Dylan had a shot. He could have chose lane 2, but instead they took lane 3 and opened it up. But he's still learning this race boat. Let's remember, this is Saturday afternoon, and you're not going to win anything this afternoon. You want to score some points and get a solid finish, and it's a tough draw, let's be honest.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't want to put yourself in the boat in a bad situation. I think it's smart of Dylan to go to the outside, and that way, you know, he has an escape plan. If something isn't right, he can move over, he can save the equipment, and he controls the race course. If he gets a good start, nails it, he's controlling those inside boats. The one person who's not excited about where Andrew Tate is J. Michael Kelly. He was hoping that there was going to be some more space in between himself and Andrew Tate. So he's probably not very happy with it, but the fans, they're going to get a great show because you get some of the fastest boats running deck to deck, side by side in here, and these lanes are going to be tight.
Yeah, and as Andrew has been saying all along with this new format, these guys should all be able to hit the start-finish line on time and with perhaps more boat speed than they have been able to in the past, because they don't have to worry about getting in a lane and getting up there early and accelerating later, coming to the start. They know their lane's going to be there. They can accelerate earlier. He said we should have everybody on the line, and they should be really rolling. First turn. Hang on and hold your lane, please.
Oh, boy. And, you know, we have 4 boats right now. Obviously, the Royer is the trailer boat, but it's still going to be 4 boats on this river, which is going to make it crazy rough. And, you know, Dylan is new in the 40, and this is going to be a different ride for him going into a rough turn number 1. He's got a lot to learn, so it's going to be exciting.
One other point. Not 3 laps, 4. So it is going to have another opportunity to get more soupy down there.
All weekend long, we're going to have some extra heats, extra lap, and as we've seen in some of the smaller classes, attrition can take over. So even when you have fell back and maybe you're not in the hunt right then, you can't ever be count out. You've got to always keep digging, keep trying, because you can make up a position, and that could be the make it or break it at the end of the weekend. So that extra lap could really cause havoc.
Two, 1, mark. 1 to the 5. Buckle up, Dustin Eccles. Here we go. Danny Rogers, your first heat of H1 Unlimited Racing. Get a good look. Here we go. Going to take a look at Brandon Kennedy. He's going to be the trailer boat in this one, but we already saw how well he can handle a hydroplane. That's why he got the job driving for Miss Madison. Next up, I think we're going to see J. Michael Kelly in the U00. There's the young man out of Bonnie Lake, Washington, south of Seattle. J. Michael driving the U00, the Maverick. Also in our Heat 1A, there's Dylan Runne sitting in that new boat, at least a new boat to him, the U40 bright orange Bucket List Racing. Dylan Runne returning to the Unlimited Wars in 2026. Will be good to watch him. And then we have Andrew Tate in the BWR Racing. There's Andrew. Turn around and give us a look there, bud. There he is, Andrew Tate. So here we go. It's Kennedy, it's Tate, it's Runne, and it is J. Michael Kelly. Buckle up. It's the first heat of the season of the 2026 racing season for H1 Unlimited. It is the first heat of racing for the 2026 Unlimited Hydroplane APBA Gold Cup. First boat away. Now, we used to think this was really important. The first boat away, Andrew Tate, he can run down to the bottom. It doesn't make any difference. I can tell you where he's going to be. He's going to be in lane 2.
It's all changed now. You know, it's a brand new slate. Everything's a little bit different, and the important stuff happened before this heat, and now it's going to play out as they come down from the start.
So really good look right there with Madison, and you see him trying to do what you were talking about, Dustin. He made a big swerve as he pulled away from the race course, and he was able to get the Royer Miss Madison up and running. So
nice job.
Great job there. Boy, did he make a hard left-hand turn, followed by a right-hand turn. He trails the field, but who cares? He knows exactly where he's going to be. He's got to trail the clock by 10 seconds.
Yeah, you can ask a lot of these boats, but sometimes if they don't listen, you have to tell them what to do. And him jerking the boat from left to right like that, broke it free. Nice job, Brandon. Good job.
Yeah, no problem that time. Popped it right up.
All 4 boats. You can see Dylan Runne coming out of turn number 1. You can just see how rough that water is as everyone's getting up on the plane right now. You can see him pounding through. Hopefully that stuff will settle before they all come into that first turn at 190 plus.
Here comes Andrew with a hard run down the front straightaway. Good solid run, just making sure everything's bolted down. The boat's running good. He's got the boat set up for lane number 2 because he knows that's where he's going to be. Here comes Kelly across start-finish line. He was landing
on the nose.
Landing on the nose pretty hard on the recovery area of the sponsons there.
Just under 3 minutes, Brad. We're getting close here.
We are. And now all of a sudden, everybody here in Madison, Indiana on the beach is standing. There's hardly anybody sitting down. People up to our left are walking down to get as close as they can to the shoreline. Their boat, the Royer Miss Madison U6, is going to be the trailer. Here comes Dylan Runne across start-finish line. He will come down with 2:30 until the start. And the camera there looks right at J. Michael Kelly as he heads up the backstretch. Boats are spread all over the race course, but that's okay. Nobody's fighting for a lane here. Everybody knows where they're going to be. They know their timing mark. J. Michael Kelly has gone up toward the top end of the race course and slowed down, so apparently that's where he wants to be. You're looking at all the boats. The one way up there, just barely under the bridge, that's J. Michael Kelly. That is him right there as he goes around turn 2 up at the top end. Following him up there is the Madison. Then halfway up the backstretch is Dylan Runne, and coming off the bottom end of the race course is Andrew Tate in the U1. I might look to see if Andrew Tate might cut the race course here. Again, he doesn't have to worry about a lane, but just from a timing perspective, I think Andrew might come across. What do you think?
Well, these timing runs were all done earlier, so they know exactly where they need to be, and I think he's going to go all the way around.
Yeah, he's definitely going to, and somehow I think he knows better than that.
He's got a lot of boat speed. He can make up time. He can't scrub off time. One thing about this new procedure, you do not want to be early. If you're early to the line, you are going to get eaten up by all these guys that timed it just right.
Yep, that's exactly right. So our boats are now starting to get in their lanes. Kelly's at the bottom end of the race course. He is in 1. Dylan comes across the start-finish line. He is sitting where he wants to be, and here comes Andrew Tate flying the boat, going over everybody's wake. He'll find his way into lane number 2. Now looking at the clock, we're inside 1 minute.
Not sure exactly what Brandon's doing here. He must be cutting the course to go back around because he has to be behind the field here.
Here he comes. Here he comes, and he'll cut it again when he gets across the start-finish line because he was definitely way up there early. Now our boats are in their lanes with 30 seconds to go. Kelly's in 1. Dylan's on the outside in 3. It is Andrew Tate in lane number 2. They're on the right-hand side of your screen. There you see him going up under the bridge. That's Kelly on the left. He is out front. Tate is in 2 where he's supposed to be, and on the outside is Dylan Runne. Now they will come off the top end. An unofficial timing mark here is approximately 12 seconds off the bridge. We are inside 12. They are all going to be a little bit tardy, I think.
Wow.
It is time to mash the gas and go. It's going to be Kelly in 1, Tate in 2. We are racing. We've already hit the timer. And breaking the clock is Andrew Tate. I'm really surprised, Dustin, that they were that tardy at the start.
As am I. I'm really surprised because they had their marks. I don't know if they got into each other's heads or what happened, but they got to get through turn number 1 now.
We're losing Dylan down at the bottom end of the race course. He came across the start-finish line very slowly. And now off the lower corner going back to our leaders, it is Andrew Tate. He's already opened up most of a rooster tail over J. Michael Kelly. We're watching for Brandon Kennedy. He has gone out of sight.
He's coming down the front straightaway here.
Excuse me. Down at the bottom end of the race course for Dylan Runne. He has gone off the race course, and we'll keep an eye on him if we can with one of our cameras. Meanwhile, top end of the race course, Andrew Tate swings out wide. He's got Kelly covered here. He's just looking for good water, I think.
Yeah, this is a smart way to race. He's just going to stay clean, look for the good water, get through, get some points.
And Kelly has moved to the outside. He's trying to find some clean water as well.
I can't believe that start. I mean, these guys are going to be going back to the pits and trucks and figuring out what happened, because you have to nail the start here, and it really shows. If you get late on a start, you're hung out to dry.
Yeah, I want you to keep an eye on J. Michael Kelly when he comes around this time, because it looks to me like that boat is just pounding on the nose. Looks to me like he's having a rough go of things.
I think he might be having a canard problem. I noticed that in the previous lap, and it was on the nose heavy before the start, and he's definitely fighting it.
Certainly not near as fast as he knows he needs to be, having an inside lane on Andrew Tate. But to your point, the start was really ragged and not what we expected at all. Here comes Brandon Kennedy. He will come by. He's going to be the recipient. If he can hold it together and run all 4 laps, he's going to be the recipient of third place points if he can hold this thing together. Meanwhile, Andrew Tate down the front straightaway. He'll put 2 in the books. 1 more to go, and it is all Andrew Tate.
I wanted to say that Brandon Kennedy probably learned a lot from this heat, but I think every driver on the race course learned a lot in this heat, because they're going to have to step it up this next time. You got a fast fleet. You can't get by with even being a second lead, so they're going to all have to go back to the drawing board and figure some stuff out.
You're looking up the backstretch there. I believe you're looking at Andrew Tate as he comes right at you there. That may be Brandon Kennedy.
I think that's Brandon, actually.
Yeah, it is Kennedy. Tough to tell with him coming right at you. There's Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate with almost a full straightaway lead over J. Michael Kelly. He's got about 3/4 of the back straightaway on lap number 3. It's turned into a bit of a parade, and I'm not sure that's what we thought it was going to be, Dustin, but it's the way it turned out, and we'll say it 3 or 4 more times, I'm sure, that start really surprised a lot of us.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that happen again. There's going to be some adjustments, and that's okay. I think also the 0-0, the Maverick, they've got some handling problems. I think J. Michael's doing a good job just wrestling that thing around the race course, and if he is having some canard issues, which I'm pretty sure he is, he's doing a good job of just finishing in second and gathering points, because that's a handful.
Yeah, there he is there, just pounding on the nose. That's not the good boat ride we saw in testing and qualifying earlier. There you look up the backstretch. It is lap number 4. It is the final lap for the U1 BWR Racing with Andrew Tate. He is going to come up on Brandon Kennedy in the U6, the Royer Miss Madison. Brandon's going to yield, stay way to the outside, let Andrew cut inside of him here. Definitely giving him a lot of room. A good look there from the drone as Andrew cuts inside of Brandon Kennedy. He will come down and pick up a checkered flag. The first boat down here might be Brandon, but it might not be. I think it's going to be Andrew Tate. It's the boat on the right side of the screen there. That's the one that's going to pick up the checkered flag. It is Andrew Tate in the U1 BWR Racing.
Yeah,
he comes by with a first place finish in our Heat 1A of the 2026 H1 Unlimited APBA Gold Cup.
Yeah, Brandon's doing a great job just keeping his nose clean. This is one of his 2 heats that he needs to start and finish with no penalties. He might have been a little extra cautious on that the run before the start to make sure he didn't go through a DMZ. And, you know, Mike here, he's just trying to get that boat through. So, unfortunately, they're going to have a long night of trying to figure out what's going on with that boat.
Yeah, but the good news is for them, they picked up second place points. And so, not a bad run. The boat didn't run that well, but for second place points as far back as he was, you get the same amount of points as if he lost by a nose. So he'll take those second place points.
You want to see a tired driver look at Mike as soon as he gets out of the boat, because that is brutal trying to wrestle one of these 7,000-pound boats around one of the toughest race courses on the circuit with a problem. I mean, he's going to be beat.
The big question is, what happened to Dylan Runne?
It looked like he lost power, and he went straight off the race course. It wasn't, you know, like he went off the race course under power. He lost power, wanted to make sure he got out of the way, and he kept going straight.
This is a big deal right here because here's a third place finish for Brandon Kennedy and his second finish starting in the trailer position. So that's a box he couldn't check a year ago, and he can check it now. That is a big part of his driver qualification process.
One more to go.
Good for Brandon Kennedy. My apologies, I mentioned Brandon Kennedy going off the course down there. Not sure quite where the mind went on that, but we were excited there for a moment.
There was a lot of moving parts in that heat, and the boats were not where either of us expected them to be, and I don't think where the drivers expected them to be either. So they did a good job of regrouping and getting a hold of themselves. But yeah, unfortunately, that was kind of a messy one.
Yeah, I was saying I had an unofficial timing mark up there of under the bridge at 12 seconds. I looked as the shadow on the boats went. Shadow of the bridge went over the boats and looked at the clock. It said 7. I went, oh my goodness.
Well, you need to go down there and give these guys a pep talk and let them know your timing marks.
Oh, they're kind of a secret. Yeah. It's great. We were talking to Dave Villwalk about that. Haler and I both made the comment. We said, well, we've kind of got an unofficial mark at 12 seconds off the bridge, and it seems to hold true every year. And he goes, yeah, but at what speed? And you know, Dave, time and distance.
No, it's very true, and that's what helps, having these lanes set up before they know when they go out there, because it's different in lane 3 from the apex around to the start-finish line as it is in lane 1. So, they should have these starts dialed in, and I can bet you won't see that again.
So the Maverick comes back, as does the Royer Miss Madison. U1, the BWR Racing is already back at the dock. I see our Danny Rogers down there. I can see her walking on the dock. She will grab Andrew Tate when he gets out of the boat. We'll have a word with our winner. Meanwhile, the rest of our boats are being picked and placed in the water. The Tahoe Miss of Corey Peabody is already in the water, as is the Miss Apollo, the U-27 with Jimmy Shane. I look down, I do not see the U-11 FLAV-R-PAC. We can see the top of their truck, and that's all we can see from here, but I don't see the boat at the dock.
It looks like it's still on the trailer right now. I can see the top of the horizontal stabilizer still on the trailer. And that crane, the sling, is on the U6 Royer Miss Madison, so they will clearly pick the Madison up out of the water before we will put the FLAV-R-PAC in. Starting to get the boats out of the water here and make room for at least one more unlimited to go in. Really curious to see what happened with Jay Michael's boat. That boat looks so perfect in qualifying and testing, and he definitely had a handling problem, riding heavy on the nose. So it could be a canard problem. I'm just speculating, but we'll get to the bottom and figure out what's going on. Jimmy Shane standing on his boat, taking as much time as he possibly can to get in because it's still hot. We keep saying how it's a little cooler out right now, but it's still hot. And he's enjoying a little bit of fresh air before he gets belted in. We've got just a little bit of time. We're gonna go down to Danny. She's got Andrew Tate down on the dock here.
Andrew, some first place points heading into Sunday, but you didn't mince words with me just now. You said you had a terrible start. How did you redeem yourself down the stretch?
I don't think it was much me redeeming myself as much as it was the other guys had a terrible start as well. So we'll take it. That one fell into our lap. Thought we were going to have our work cut out for us there for sure, but it's racing. Things happen, I guess.
How much more difficult did the conditions of the water right now make that race?
You're fighting the water, the river. it didn't matter. I mean, I went from 2 to 4, back to 2, trying to stay clear of some rollers. It's not very good anywhere, but that's the Ohio River and Madison, and it's all good. Everyone else had the same deal we did, so we made it through today in one piece. We're in it tomorrow, which is important, and hopefully we get the momentum rolling.
How do you build off of today going into tomorrow?
Get a better start, and I don't know, the boat feels good. We'll go look at the data, but I'm pretty happy with where we're at. I'll do a little bit better and make it a little bit easier for us.
Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, you heard him, Andrew Tate, probably one of his worst critics. You know, he says, I messed up the start, and it won't happen again. It wasn't something that he did to get him to win, but basically just the other drivers having a problem with the start also. So, you know, he was pretty candid about it. He messed up, made a mistake. That's great that he owned it, and I can bet that it will not happen again. If you're going to have a mistake made, you want it to be in a heat like that where you can overcome it and still come out with a win. So well done to the BWR team and Andrew Tate, and yeah, it's a start to the season that he won't let happen again, I think.
And if our Danny Rogers has her ears on, Danny, you still haven't seen a heat of unlimited hydroplane racing. That's not what it looks like. That didn't work the way it was supposed to. That was what we call a ragged start.
Well, we got it out of the way, though, Brad. Yep. I think the rest of these are going to be pretty good. Just getting the boats on the water after yesterday and all the problems that they had with the race course and everything else, we're looking up, and we got another really, really good heat coming up shortly.
Yes, we do, and let's take a look at it right now. Our Heat 1B is going to feature the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC. They are going to be in lane number 1. The U3, the Tahoe Miss, will be in lane number 2. The U27, the Miss Apollo with Jimmy Shane, will be on the outside in lane number 3. The first lane selected went to the U11 based on their qualifying speed. They got first lane choice. They picked that inside lane number 1. No real surprise there. Corey Peabody had the second choice with the U3, the Tahoe Miss. He took lane 2. Jimmy Shane then took what was left and available. That would have been and is lane number 3. Jimmy Shane showed us an incredible boat ride earlier today in testing and in qualifying, but we saw a good boat ride out of the 11 and also the U3. Everybody had things dialed in pretty early from a boat ride standpoint. We're still looking for more speed. This could be a very good heat. They all could be. Unfortunately, we didn't get it last time. I think everybody saw that heat. It's going, we got to be sharper.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see that again. And if we're going to get that one out of the way, and I'm done talking about it. I might give those guys a hard time later, but no, we're moving on, and this one is going to be fast. You know, obviously Jimmy's got a fast boat, but I don't think we've seen everything out of the 3 yet. You know, we know Corey Peabody's fast. That thing is incredibly fast. In the 11, they've always been a contender. So it's going to be great to watch these 3 come together here. They're getting the 11 off the trailer right now. I was starting to get a little concerned because we're coming up on the start here, the 5 minutes, and they're just now coming off the trailer. So,
yeah, and you notice our 2 drivers in the other boats. Jimmy Shane is standing on a deck of the U27 Miss Apollo. Looking on our screen there, it's on the right side. He is the guy with the white T-shirt there, and you see he is underneath that umbrella. So Jimmy Shane, as I say that, he now reaches back and grabs an arm of the driver's suit and pulls it up over the shoulder. And down to the left of that, you see an umbrella on the dock by the second half of the boat, and the backside there of the Tahoe Miss, Corey Peabody's ride. You see Corey Peabody standing underneath an umbrella down there. He's got the full driver's suit on. These guys aren't crawling in until they have to, and they're not going to have to do that until the 11 gets in the water. And on the very far right of our screen, you see that boat being picked and placed. I heard our chief referee, Jonathan Abbott, make the comment they are not waiting for the U40 to get back here. As soon as these 3 boats are ready, we are going to go. Not the start that Dylan Runne had in the back of his mind for the 2026 racing season or the APBA Gold Cup, but it's the hand he's dealt. They will work with it, and as we always say, you can't win it on Saturday, but you can lose it. That's a tough way to start, but they'll fight their way back. And now our drivers are beginning to get ready. We see Corey Peabody down there on the left. He's no longer under the umbrella. They'll put it over him as soon as he climbs in the cockpit.
And as hot as it is out here and everyone is on the beach and in the pits, it's a lot hotter in the cockpit in that fire suit. So yeah, I have no reason to get into the cockpit before it's time, and these guys are taking their time, and I totally get it.
What's going through Jimmy Shane's mind right now? He hadn't driven a boat in competition in 4 years, and he's climbing in a hot rod down there, the U-27 Miss Apollo.
He's pretty focused. You know, Jimmy is as good as they get, and if I know him, he's not thinking about much other than the job that he has ahead of him. You know, he's set his goals, he knows what he's got to go do, and he's got a game plan, and he's a tough guy to rattle. So he's not going to lose focus, and he's got his timing marks. And I think, you know, Corey has good timing marks also, and I know Jamie does. Jamie's one of the best starters out there, so they're going to make everything else go away. They got tunnel vision right now. They're going to focus on their own stuff.
So Peabody is aboard, Shane is aboard. Jamie Nilsen is approaching the cockpit on the right side. He will be aboard shortly. Chief referee's pretty much got his hand on the trigger over here. He's going to stop the clock at the 6-minute mark. So we can go with another 1 to the 5.
And the 11 being on the inside lane, that's where he's accustomed to being. You know, he loves that inside lane here. If there's one boat that I know can hold the inside here, it's the 11.
Absolutely, and he has won here in the last couple of years on that inside lane. So I'm sure they would have rather had a faster qualifying speed. They lost one to a flagrant N2, but they'll take that inside lane. And if they can get the jump on you, you can have your hands full driving around Jamie Nilsen, because he can handle his race boat. Of course, if you're driving in the unlimited ranks, you certainly can handle your race boat as you look right down the barrel. The U-27 to Miss Apollo, and it just seems so appropriate on the 4th of July, the 250th birthday of this great country. Stars and Stripes. Bruce Ratchford loved the whole Apollo story, the Apollo space mission. We've got a whole bunch of Apollo bricks behind us. I see Gus Grissom's name there from Apollo 1, Roger Chaffee from Apollo 1. We see all of these names: Harrison Schmitt, Ronald Evans, Gene Cernan, and John Young, all the way up through Apollo 17. Bruce Ratchford, red, white, and blue, what a day for you and your boats, and they've showed very, very well today. And we'll see how Jimmy Shane handles his comeback as we zoom right in on that beautiful hydroplane sitting dockside.
All the speculation, all the talk, and all the questions in the offseason, right here's where it's settled. You know, he can answer everyone's questions with one victory right now and show everybody, hey, I'm back. What else do you guys want to know?
I see the camera sometimes, they put it pretty close to the drivers when they're in there, and the crew members are cinching up the straps. What's going through your mind right then?
You really don't even notice it. You're going through so many different things, and I tell you, the quietest thing in the world is coming up here shortly. As soon as they close the lid, it is absolutely silent. You can hear every wave lapping at the boat. You hear every sound in the boat. You're so focused, you don't even notice it.
You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 75th Madison Regatta and the 116th running of the APBA Gold Cup. We are on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana. We have one more heat of racing to go here on our Saturday afternoon program, and it is Heat 1B of the APBA Gold Cup. We got 3 boats in the water ready to go. Lane number 1 is going to be the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. They are going to be on the inside lane with Jamie Nilsen behind the wheel. Then it's going to be the U3, the Tahoe Miss with Corey Peabody. And on the outside, the red, white, and blue Miss Apollo and Jimmy Shane. The boats are in. Our chief referee has his fingers on the button. He's ready to go. He nods his head. Yep, he's ready to get this party started. As soon as he gets a thumbs up from 3 race teams on the dock, he will start that countdown, and then we're ready to go. Nilsen in 1. Peabody in 2. Shane on the outside.
This race course has held up so well today. It's incredible. We're so fortunate to have the water, the weather, everything come together so we can have such a fantastic day on the 4th of July. I couldn't ask for a better day.
Yeah, we've been blessed with wonderful weather here today. And we got one more heat to get in. All of these guys know what is at stake here, and what is at stake is a solid finish in the first heat of the APBA Gold Cup and the first heat of the 2026 season. Don't do anything stupid if you're late at the start. Concede victory. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long weekend. This is a long weekend, a lot of heats, a lot of laps, and you have to make it to the end to win this thing. So, but it sure is nice to start it off on a good note by getting a win, getting some good data, and a full head of steam ahead of you.
And being able to leave the pit area with an intact race boat that's ready to go racing. I think we are ready to go. That seems to be the talk here. Chief referee says start the countdown clock. 3, 2, 1, mark. 1 to the 5, and while we're inside that 1 minute period, Dustin Eccles, let's take a look at our drivers who will be competing in our Heat 1B. We're going to start first with the U11 and Jamie Nilsen. There he is. He knows the inside lane on this race course as well as anyone, and he's won from there before. He'd love to do it again. Next up, we're going to take a look at Corey Peabody, I believe. There's the Tahoe miss. The lid just went down. Where's Corey? Here he comes. Corey Peabody's got a pretty solid game face on right there. I think Corey's ready. And then rounding out our 3-boat field, the young man returning to the sport after a 4-year absence. There he is, Jimmy Shane. I don't know that there's anybody that's had as much luck on this river as Jimmy Shane has. Good timing on that. We're inside 10 seconds until the start. You ready, my friend?
I'm ready. Here we go.
Let's go. Mark. 5 minutes. The green flag is on the race course. The lids are down on 2 of our 3 boats. Jamie Nilsen, they have not yet closed the lid, but that's not near as important as it was in the past because he already knows his lane. He's already got lane 1. And he would normally have to get ready and go out there and fight for it, but he doesn't have to this time. He's already got it. First boat away from the dock is going to be Corey Peabody. U3, the Tahoe miss. I know you like the look of that boat in a late afternoon sun. It looks great.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, Corey getting on plane first. He's going to go out there and just stick with his game plan, go by his timing marks, not get rattled. And I know Jamie is going to do the exact same thing. He knows that inside. His timing marks from previous years are going to work great here. I think he's the most set up for this heat.
You're looking there at Jimmy Shane. He is away from the dock. First heat of competition for this young man in 4 years after an extremely successful career. 4th in wins on the H1 Unlimited all-time win list. The lid is down on Jamie Nilsen as you almost get ready to ride along with him from right there on the dock. H1 Unlimited cameraman. Kneeling down there looking right in the window at Jamie Nilsen. Meanwhile, up the backstretch, Corey Peabody goes slowly up the backstretch. You see him in the background there of Jamie Nilsen as Jamie comes away from the dock. You'll see Jimmy Shane in the background. There he is going up the backstretch. Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo on our 3rd boat. Jamie Nilsen, he's away from the dock.
Yeah, they're all spread out all over the race course, but like you said earlier, that doesn't matter. They're going by their own game plan. They know where they're going to be, and they just need to hit the timing marks. That is the absolute most important thing here. And after that first heat, these guys are going to be more focused than ever on just going by their game plan, hitting their marks, and making a good start because it really showed that's important.
Yeah, they can really go out here right now and just forget about everybody else. Run your race, run it in your lane. You chose your lane, you know where you're going to be, and run your race in that lane. It doesn't make any difference where anybody else is. Corey Peabody comes down the front straightaway. He will come across the start-finish line in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. A little bit inside that as he crosses right now. Meanwhile, up the backstretch you saw in the background was Jamie Nilsen in the U11. And here comes Jimmy Shane across the start-finish line in that gorgeous red, white, and blue Miss Apollo. So the boats are spread out, but the mystery is out of it. And that's okay. It's just a part of this race format. It's just a different way to go about doing things. We'll see how it plays out over the weekend. Qualifying played out very interesting. Now we're in our second heat. It's Heat 1B. Jamie Nielsen's going to be in 1. Corey Peabody in 2. Jimmy Shane going to be on the outside.
I promise you, in the back of all these drivers' minds right now is getting points. On top of anything, getting points. With the 40 having a DNF in the previous heat, that puts them behind the 8 ball here going forward in the weekend. You need points to get on the front row for the final at the end of the weekend. And it's hard to do. It's hard to make up a DNF.
And we've only got 4 slots on that front row, so you got to be one of the top 4 point getters here. We got 2 of our boats up at the top end. It's Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss, and outside of him it is all red, white, and blue. As you look down from the drone shot coming underneath the bridge, that's Peabody on the inside, trailing a little bit. Jimmy Shane on the outside. Meanwhile, coming slowly off the bottom end of the race course is Jamie Nilsen. He's right where he wants to be. He's going to stay there and bring it to the start. Shane's going to come hard, so is Peabody, because we're coming up on 1 minute. So these guys are going to roll down to the lower end of the race course.
Yeah, they're looking okay. They're a little behind where you would be if you were fighting for lanes. Obviously not fighting for lanes. They're looking just fine. They're going to be wound up.
And they are in their proper lanes right now. You can see from the drone shot there, Jamie Nilsen sitting in 1. Peabody is sitting in 2. Shane is on the outside. There goes Peabody. He's going to give it a squirt and run past Jimmy Shane. They will find Jamie Nilsen up there at the top end, coming up on 30 seconds until the start. 30 seconds, Dustin.
Yeah, Shane's hoping that Peabody gets up there a little early and doesn't have a full head of steam, so he's going to lay back and get a good running flying start on the outside and hopefully hit it at 0.
Coming up on 20 seconds now until the start. Off the top end, Nilsen in 1, Peabody in 2, Shane on the outside. Coming down, looking at the clock, we're at 12 seconds. I say it's time to go. It is time to put the hammer down. And Jamie Nilsen looks like if he is on time, and he is going to be your leader. 2 seconds, 1. Oh boy, I think he got across a tick early. We'll call them the way they are in the water. I thought he was going to be okay, but I think he got down there early. The 11 has jumped, so we will call them not as they are in the water. We're going to call them as they are in 2nd and 3rd place, and it's going to be Corey Peabody coming off the bottom end of the race course with the lead. And right on the outside of him there is Jimmy Shane in the Apollo. What a run up the backstretch. Jamie Nilsen has jumped the clock, but we got a great race for our leaders right now, Dustin.
Yeah, Jimmy Shane hidden in the rooster tail on the outside, totally invisible from the beach, but I promise you, Corey Peabody can see him in that right mirror.
Yeah, and he's only back about a boat length and a half. Our fans can see it on the drone. He is right there, and they're going to come off. Where is Peabody? There he is. There is Shane on the outside. Jamie Nilsen is out front, but he jumped the start. So this is between Peabody and Shane. And it is Corey Peabody out front, but only by about a boat length. They are going to be almost side by side. Peabody by a boat length and a half. Dustin, we're seeing a boat race now.
Jimmy Shane pulls up almost dead even on the outside as they head into turn number 1, almost 3 wide. Shane's going to do everything he can to keep that boat loose through the turn on the outside, keep his boat speed up and out accelerate Corey as they exit this turn. Dead even now down the back straightaway on the Kentucky side.
Yeah, Shane went way wide in that corner, kept his speed up. I think he may have lost a little bit of ground, and now he's back about a boat length, maybe, but they're basically tied together. And I'll tell you what, the boat that's surprising me right now is Jamie Nilsen. He is staying right with him. He jumped the gun, so he's out front, but nobody's going by him, and now Shane is out front. He is out front by about half a boat length as they got to the entrance pin of the corner. Oh, there they are, side by side. They're going to come down and put 2 in the books. It is Peabody in the middle of those 3 boats and Shane on the outside. Great looking boat race as we come down, and now it is Jimmy Shane starting to exert himself a little bit on the outside. He's got about 2.5, maybe 3 boat lengths on Peabody, but Peabody still got the lane position, Dustin.
Shane pulled ahead just a little bit. He controls the corner here as they head in there. Peabody's in the tunnel. You got the 11 still holding on strong, and Peabody just needs a place to go. Dead even again. Wow, Corey is really pulling this one out.
Here they go down the backstretch now. Shane starts to move out. He's out by 2 boat lengths. Now he pulls it out. Well, he's not pulling it out. Corey's still staying with him. A great boat race here in our Heat 1B of the 2026 Madison Regatta APBA Gold Cup. Top end of the race course, Jimmy Shane on the outside. What kind of a lead has he got? He's got about 4 boat lengths up there. Will he try and hold Corey in tight? No, he won't. He gives Corey plenty of room. I think he feels now, Dustin, he's got enough speed. He can drive around it, but that's what he's going to try and do, as they're going to get a white flag with 1 more to go.
This is his race course right now. He controls it as long as he just keeps it clean, keeps it legal. He controls the arc. He controls everything going on behind him, and the person that knows that better than anyone is Corey Peabody. He's got to keep it going the right direction in this rough turn and just hope it comes out the other side, because he's doing great in second place right now.
Yeah, Corey's got to be really smart right here, because you do not want to get rid of these 300 points for second place, and now he has dropped back and he is a full rooster tail off the lead. I think part of that may have been discretion being a part of Aller. He wasn't going to be able to beat him. Hang on and pick up 300 points for second place.
Just heard lap 3 at a 1:51 for Jimmy Shane. I mean, these guys are moving. These boats are dialed in, and these are some great lap times. Checker flags up.
A 151-mile-an-hour lap for Jimmy Shane on lap number 3, running as wide as he is. Holy Toledo, this boy is fast. Here he comes, Jimmy Shane. First heat of competition in 4 years, and he's coming down to pick up a checkered flag in Heat 1B of the APBA Gold Cup, and a great run on an inside lane from lane number 2, Corey Peabody in the Tahoe miss, and unfortunately a tough break for Jamie Nilsen. He's going to come down and pick up 3rd place points. He jumped the start, but I'll tell you what, the boat showed me some speed. He looked good.
You nailed it, Brad. You know, it just showed if this FLAV-R-PAC 11 gets out front in some clean water, they've got a shot. Those other 2 could not catch him, and they were running the guts out of their boat trying to get around him. Jamie, if he can get a good, clean start, lane number 1, do everything he can like he just did, he might be able to stay ahead of these guys. Wow, that made up for the other heat. That was a good one. That was exciting. Corey did a great job of just staying clean, being smart, and Jimmy not giving up. You know, being on the outside, being back, but having enough faith and confidence in that boat that he can get around the field on the outside. That's gotta feel pretty good.
Well, I am hoping that our Danny Rogers can hear us down there. I see her on the dock. Danny, there you go. You just saw a boat race. I'll give you that one was a good one. That's a good heat of unlimited racing right there. There. I got my blood pumping a little bit. How about that? Here comes Corey Peabody back to the dock in the U3, the Tahoe miss. I'm sure he's going to be disappointed, but I can't be completely disappointed. I think he has to be happy. I think they can say, okay, there's a good mark to start from. There's a good baseline. We got to go faster. We know that.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools in the truck, and they have a lot of different options. So you can bet that these guys are going to be here late tonight. They're going to find that speed that they don't have right now.
Here comes Jimmy Shane and Jamie Nilsen back to the dock.
Yeah, well done. I mean, Jimmy, when people keep asking him, well, you know, are you rusty? What's it going to be like? Like I said, he just showed him. He didn't have to say anything. He just went out there and showed him. And that was pretty good.
You can talk all you want. When you go out and just show people, I'm still here and I'm not going away. Great look at the Miss Apollo. That corporate slogan right there, building people who build great things. Jimmy Shane, red, white, blue, I guess it's only apropos.
Doesn't get any more American than that.
No, it does not. So the crew members jumping on board here, they'll get a line on it and stop it, and the FLAV-R-PAC will go by.
You know, one thing really quick, Brad, and it's kind of, you know, to Jamie's credit, they've been all over the board today on speed. You know, they've been slower, they went way faster. It's really hard for a driver to get timing marks from the exit pin to the start-finish line when your boat is so all over the place on speed. So Jamie's definitely going to go back. He's going to watch the video. He's going to take some timing marks off of the video. Tomorrow he's going to be dead on, because I don't think that's all on him. You know, he was fast one heat, he was slower the other heat. That's really tough.
You saw Corey Peabody there give a hug to his buddy Jimmy Shane and congratulate him on that one. Our Danny Rogers is standing there. I got a hunch when he gets the hard hat off, that's Danny Rogers there on the left. We'll get a word with Jimmy. And I think he's got to feel really good after being gone for 4 years to come back. He knew he still had it, but it's still got to feel good to go out there and do it and show it.
Absolutely. There's only one way to show everybody, and that's what he just did. Go out there and show them.
Yeah, and unofficial heat time there for Jimmy Shane and the U-27, 148 and change. No other way to say that. That's smoking.
Well, let's see what he has to say about it, because I think Danny's down there talking with him here.
Let's go down to Danny Rogers. Understand she is ready with our winner, Jimmy Shane. Danny, take it away.
He's offloading some gear here. Jimmy, at what point did you feel like you had a command of this heat?
Whoa, not till the finish line. Yeah, that was a hard run for us. We were obviously stuck out in lane 3 from the lane draws, but I knew we had a little bit of speed on the two boats inside of us. I knew it wasn't as much as I'd like, but I wanted to be safe on the start. I wanted to see how we would hold up, being just a touch back, and I really had to work hard to get around Corey and Jamie both. But man, the Apollo boat, amazing. We're progressing with it. It's a new boat to us. A lot of different changes to this boat, so there's still a lot of little tweaks that we're going to do to it throughout the season, and it's only going to get better from here.
How did lane 3 treat you and prepare you for possibly what's next tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I think we know where we're at now in lane 3 against at least those two boats. It's going to be totally different when we get the other 4 boats in a heat, and we'll have to see how we stack up against them.
Talk about how excited you are about this boat. What is something that you could tweak possibly for tomorrow?
Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot we could tweak. Some of it's a little bit bigger projects that we'll be doing for the next couple races, but for here we're trying to tailor it for Madison, and we'll just do what we can with the time that we have through tomorrow. I'm hoping that I don't get lane 3 again. I don't want to have to drive that hard to get around somebody, but now we know that the boat can do it with a lot of pushing. So it was good though. The boat handled amazing. It handled the rough water amazing. So I'm looking forward to the next couple heats.
Congrats, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Great job, Danny Rogers down there talking to Jimmy Shane. And that first question, when did you know you had it? When I got the checkered flag.
That's about as honest as it gets right there. Yeah, when you got a guy like Corey Peabody behind you pushing you that hard, you know, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it usually does. That was a great heat of competition, and that's only a flavor of what we have still to come. We got lots more heats of competition to come tomorrow. We got a very aggressive schedule. Here's a look at the start, and you can see there were still numbers ticking off, and the race is not begun until you get triple dash marks, not 0, triple dash marks right there. That's the start. It's right there, and you can see they're going to try and stop this thing with him right at the line. That's going to be a wee bit tough. There we go, right there, and he's across with 0.4 of a second. So we were pretty much assured that would happen. It got called very quickly behind us, and the other guys were coming hard, and they were legal and put on a heck of a show.
It's pretty tough when you're doing, 190 miles an hour and you're covering that much field that quick. It's like I said, I don't hold anything against Jamie because he's dialing that boat in and they're figuring out how long it takes to get from A to B. And the more consistent they get with a boat ride, he's going to keep getting better.
So that's a wrap. that is a wrap on our first day of activity on the water at the 2026 APBA Gold Cup, the 76th running of the Madison Regatta. We knew when we got here this morning it was going to be a busy day. It did not disappoint. We had lots of activity on the water. It was pretty constant all day long, and it ended with our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes putting on a great show, a good capper on the day.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better day personally, and I think the fans looking around, it was packed. Everybody had a great time. The vendors were full, and I think it was perfect. You know, the racing on the water, I think almost everybody, including the smaller classes, are still running tomorrow. We lost a couple, but tomorrow's set up to be just fantastic. You know, I mean, tons of heats, tons of racing, and another busy schedule like we had today.
Absolutely, and it'll be even busier from the standpoint, a racing standpoint, with regards to H1 Unlimited, because we're going to have more than just the 2 heats we ran today. Here comes a rather disappointed, I am sure, Dylan Runne, as you see him on the screen there getting towed back from his little visit downriver. I wonder how far he went. If he got to Louisville, there's a couple nice restaurants down there. I don't think he got that far, but
I was going to say, you know, when I tipped it over, they tried to stop me at the lighthouse to come in for a burger, so maybe they grabbed him.
Maybe they grabbed him and said, come on in. They're not going to let you go back up to the pit area for a while. But they'll get him back. I see Kelly Stockland waiting there patiently for his driver to come back, and they will find out exactly what happened. Going to start playing with the order of finish and how that will project into our heats for tomorrow, but we really can't do that until such time as everything is official and our boats clear tech inspection, because otherwise it could change dramatically, and it only takes one boat to drop, and it kind of makes fruit salad out of the order of everything. And the big thing that's going to happen and change everything here is the bucket list, and the fact that they didn't score any points, so that's going to make jumble up the order of finish, or the order of points for our boats at the end of day number 1 of the 2026 Gold Cup. But all in all, I think, Dustin, it was a good day. We got our testing in, we got our qualifying in, had a little bit of drama with qualifying. We saw some mighty fast race boats, and we ended the day with one whale of a heat.
Yeah, and we're looking at tomorrow with a super competitive field. And like I said, tonight, when everyone else is relaxing and taking a break, all of these teams are going to be working their tails off to find that extra speed that they didn't have today. So tomorrow's going to be a barn burner. Hopefully the 40, whatever happened with those guys, I'm really curious to see, because that's such a fast boat, and they got to get it dialed in. They got to get it going. I can't wait to get down there and see what happened with those guys.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what happened there as well. We're watching them as they're going to put the slings on a boat and get it up and out of the water. So if we were to, we're really going out on a limb, and I'm not sure I really want to do this. We do know that the U3 has cleared tech inspection. I think the boats we want to know about certainly are the 27 and the 91. So I think we're going to hold off, because we're making too many assumptions here if we do that, because we're assuming that that's going to be the finish order, and honestly, that's not going to be the big assumption. The big assumption is going to be which lane they're going to choose based on the amount of points they have and who chooses first, second, and third. So I think we'll hold off on that until we clear tech inspection.
Yeah, there's a lot to figure out here, and kind of let the dust settle just for a little bit, because you know, when you go out there and run the boats that hard, anything can happen. So.
Absolutely. watching him get the GoPros off the back of the U40 bucket list. He gets the GoPros off the boat. He will bring them back up and begin downloading. And that's where we get those great onboards. Walt Ottened, who does an incredible amount of work for H1 Unlimited, and the way he handles that onboard program is just masterful. He does just a terrific job of it.
He's working on a few things. I mean, he's just coming up with new ideas and better ways to get the angles to the fans and stuff, and he's responsible for so many of the cool shots that we've been able to get over the years, and enough can't be said about Walt. He's a true pioneer in some of this the video footage that you guys are seeing.
He does indeed. Dustin, we can just go quiet here for a minute and keep the cameras rolling. I'm going to have a conversation here with our producer and see where we want to go from here, as our day has come to an end from a racing standpoint on the water. But let me check with our production crew and see where we want to go from here, and we'll be right back. I'll be back in probably 30 seconds. Back here on the official tower, Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles, and now we're joined by Danny Rogers. I want to tell you how nice and cool it is up here on the tower all day. We were talking about you down there on the dock and how hot it was. How did you do?
Yeah, I did fine. I am upright right now, so I've been hydrated all day. No dehydration in my world, but yeah, it was scalding hot down there. Not as bad as yesterday. Yesterday was actually the worst day of my life.
Well, I am the impetus behind the three of us being up here because I made a comment after that last heat that I wanted you to come up here because we didn't know if you could hear us in your ears down there, but after that last heat, you finally saw a heat of unlimited hydroplane racing.
I was going to say, the first heat, that was something. I don't know if it was hydroplane racing, but it was something. Second heat, Jimmy Shane, I think we kind of knew that he was going to do something special there. So, amazing. I'm learning everything when you can get into other lanes, all of the good things. And I'm glad the sport has guys like all of them, but mainly the ones who make it very interesting. So, I mean, that was pretty spectacular. I'm ready for the 4-in-1 format that'll come on tomorrow in the final race.
So that will be very good. And when she talks about the 4-1 format, that will be the final heat when we will have 4 boats on the front row with 1 or possibly 2 trailer boats, but we'll have 2 of them on the front row. Now I'm going to toss it down to Dustin Eccles because I'm going to tell you now that what you saw in those 2 heats of racing, especially the second, it's amazing how it can change from one night to the other because Dustin can explain exactly what everybody who didn't win is going to be doing tonight.
Yeah, they're going to go back to the drawing board, and they're looking at the computers, and they're looking at fuel flow, everything. They all have the capabilities of turning the engines up a little bit, getting some more horsepower, changing some boat setup. I talked to a few people in passing that they weren't very happy with the boat ride in the rough water. So the qualifying is totally different than the rough water. You can see how rough it really gets, and you can see it firsthand. These boats are pounding through the rough stuff, so they'll make changes all night tonight. Like I said, when everyone's relaxing and taking it easy, none of these people down here will be relaxing. They're going to be working to get these boats faster. And especially J. Michael Kelly, because his boat pretty much was running downhill. Yeah, he was just pounding on the nose the entire time. Yeah, something definitely wrong. I'm curious to see what it was, but he did a great job of just holding on to it, keeping it going in the right direction to get those valuable points. And then, unfortunately, Dylan Runne went halfway to Louisville. We don't know where he ended up down there. He went a long way down. He was out of our sight. I don't know if you could see him down there. We could not.
Yeah, that was a little disappointing on his end. But you would know best, Dustin. I hope you haven't, not too many DNFs in your career. But what's the mindset now for Dylan coming in and knowing he's, behind the pack? It's a really tough position to be in because this field is so competitive and so fast, it's hard to make up any points. And so he's starting, final day down a heat. He's got 0 points, and you need to be on that front row, really, to win a Gold Cup. And so now it has to be in their psyche that they need to go out and win heats. It's not start and finish. They need to go out and make up some points. They need to win. So there's a lot on their shoulders right now. I'm just really glad you got to see some boats go side by side, and they were rocking and rolling. I tell you what, and even Jamie Nilsen on the inside after he jumped the gun, he was hanging with those guys for a while. But Corey and Jimmy, they put on a great show there. That was a good one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to how it all shakes out tomorrow. Oh, yeah, so there's much more to happen. And as we learned in our first 2 heats with what happened to Dylan and what happened to some of the other guys, Jamie Nilsen jumped. Anything can happen in boat racing. We saw what happened to Brandon Kennedy in the Grand Prix class. He was the class of that field, and all of a sudden smoke is coming out, and he's bringing the boat back to the dock, and they're not running. He's doing double time, too. I don't know if you could imagine getting in and out of boats and never really taking off one of your suit. I did it for a year, and I did it. That was it. I wouldn't do it again, and I think he's going to probably say the same thing after this one. I don't blame him. But it's a lot. As tired as we are up here doing this and the guys driving a boat, he's doing it double time, and he's doing a great job. So, it's a lot of work. Luckily, he's young. Yes. Well, and he is the recipient of a break with Dylan Runne, because he was the trailer boat in that heat. He's still becoming fully qualified as a driver, but he ends up with 3rd place points. Yeah, those are hard points to gather up. So he's great job, smart driving, and I think he has 1 more heat now to where they'll cut him loose and he can make his own start. And we will definitely have a conversation before we get out of here with our chief referee and find out
what kind of the decision they make, because at some point it does become referee's decision when they can move him up on the front row. They will probably move him to the front row and stick him on the far outside. And then one day down the road, they'll say, you're good to go. Wherever you want to stuff that thing, go make it happen. And Brandon will be ready, and they won't put him there until he is. So that's the story. We had a couple of heats of competition. We got testing, we got qualifying, we got H1 Unlimited on the water. We finished every heat we started. Didn't all go according to plan, but Danny Rogers finally got to see a good heat of unlimited racing. I always say you get two boats, hook them up side by side, there's nothing better.
Yeah, I agree. And
those guys were moving.
I think seeing it on this track, too, is how narrow it is. From the dock vantage point, those docks are swinging back and forth. I'm pleasantly surprised that I have not gone in yet, because I'm not sure about the water. I don't know if I want to be in there. But that's my goal for tomorrow. Don't fall in.
Don't get wet.
That's a good goal.
That is a very good goal,
Yes.
and we've had a lot of people that have not been successful on that particular goal. So I mentioned that the officials are looking at some of the results. They're looking at some of the activity on the water. We are awaiting, and apparently we have what the officials are looking at. So I'm going to look at our producer, Nick Kish, and I'm going to make sure I say this right. In our Heat 1B, which was our three-boat heat with the 27 to 3 and 11, the U11 did indeed jump the gun and therefore incurred a 1-minute penalty. That one we knew. We knew they had jumped the gun, but Jamie Neal also got a 1-minute penalty for bearing out or veering out in lap number 2. I don't know if that was the top end or the bottom end, but I think it was down there in turn 1. He and Corey got awfully close together. Apparently it was a penalty, a 1-minute penalty, which 2 1-minute penalties equals a disqualified. So there is a really tough break for the U11. As bad as it went with them jumping the gun, then they get the second penalty. They come out of there with 0 points. 225 would have been a whole lot better. Now Brandon Kennedy's third place finish looks pretty good.
And that changes it for the 40 also, because
It
now
does.
they have an opening. So, yeah, this shakes it up quite a bit.
As we like to say, but wait, there's more. There's more. The U3, Corey Peabody gets a 1-minute penalty for veering out on lap number 3. So they called him for veering out in lap number 3, but the way I add things up here with a DSQ on the 11, a 1-minute penalty doesn't change anything. He just finishes a minute further behind Jimmy Shane, who, oh, by the way, he cleared tech inspection. All's good. So Jimmy Shane was good, and I guess the way it's supposed to go on the 4th of July, the red, white, and blue Miss Apollo should be our winner. Jimmy Shane, yeah, I've been away for 4 years, but he just sent a message to everybody. I haven't lost a step. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that just shows you how important it is to keep your nose clean, too, in these preliminary heats, because if the 11, wouldn't have jumped the gun and stayed clean, they probably would have came out with a second, which would have been a whole other outlook, going into the rest of this weekend.
That's really a good point, because with the 1-minute penalty on the 3, the 11 with just a 1-minute penalty, or if they'd have been clean, they would have come out of here with second place points. Instead, they walk out of here with a goose egg. And this is what this new race format is all about, and what we were trying to do. We're trying to tie qualifying and every heat together, and you build toward that final. And you don't want to have, we said this yesterday, you don't want to have a heat where you get a DSQ. You don't want to have a heat where you get a did not finish, because it's going to put you behind the 8 ball, and that's where Dylan Runne and unfortunately Jamie Nilsen find themselves.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in, but if some people can overcome it, they're going to be up for the challenge.
So before we sign off, our producer director is going to hand us our heat draw for tomorrow, and I guess saying heat draw is a bit of a misnomer, because it will be determined by our points after the first heat. And Nick is pulling out his abacus over there. We will have some answers here pretty quick. He's going to write it down, and I've learned how to read his scribbles. And I believe tonight, and I'm going to assume that tonight they will have the lane draw, and I've just been handled the ballots here as everybody's watching us. Here are our two heats, and I'm going to assume this does not include lane draws. Now, this has nothing to do with lane draw, but here's the boats and how they are going to line up. So in Heat 2A, it's going to be the U3. That'll be Corey Peabody and the Tahoe Miss. The U6, the Miss Madison, and the U11, Jamie Nilsen. Somebody needs to get some ink in that pen up.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Scribble that one a little bit harder. There's part of me that wants to hold this up.
There is
for the
no
fans.
one on
there.
there.
Is,
There's an
thank you.
There's an indentation. I was going to make sure you said one.
And I'm sitting here going, I know we got 7 boats. If we scratched one, I'm trying to figure out who. Let's start this whole segment all over. So, Danny, I was just handed the lineup here for Heat 2A and 2B. This is not the lanes they will run in. U1, Andrew Tate in the BWR Racing. He will be in 2A. He's going to be joined by the U3, Corey Peabody. He will be driving the Tahoe Miss. It's going to be Brandon Kennedy in the U6, the Miss Madison, and Jamie Nilsen in the U11. Our second heat, Heat 2B, is going to feature the U27 Miss Apollo with Jimmy Shane, the U00 is going to be the Maverick with J. Michael Kelly, and Dylan Runne in the bright orange U40. So let's take a look at that. Dylan Runne needs points. He's at least in the heat with only 3 boats.
That's a tough one to pull out a win, though. They get their work ahead of them.
Oh boy, but he will have first lane choice because he's going into that one with the fewest amount of points, I am sure. Looking at the other heat, Jamie Nilsen definitely needs points. He too has a real tough draw. Now he should have first choice, which I assume is going to stick him on an inside lane. He likes it here. He's used to it here. But he needs points, but he's just found himself in the middle of a good old-time rivalry with Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate. Mix in Brandon Kennedy. We'll talk to the officials and see if he is going to have to start in the trailer or maybe they stick him on the outside. But that's our draw for 2A and 2B tomorrow. Do we have word yet on what our schedule looks like for tomorrow and when things will get started? We have not. I'm going to assume the course is not going to open until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll go based on that assumption. But I think it's time for us to pull the plug on this. It was a good day. It was a long day. Danny, thanks for all the work down there on the dock. You did a great job. They're not always this long, but that's the way it worked out. Dustin, you did yeoman's work up here. So I think on behalf of H1 Unlimited and our broadcast here on YouTube from the banks of the Ohio River, this is Brad Luce, and on behalf of Dustin Eccles and Danny Rogers from Madison, Indiana, we're going to say good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Check our social media pages. We'll have the schedule posted there as soon as we get it. But until then, good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
H1 Unlimited hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.